had a barrage of news yesterday. The SEC, all this is in the nest there for you guys. The SEC, of course, initiated enforcement actions against former CEO of Metamaterials, George Pelicaris, and former CEO of Torch Light Energies, John Berta. I'm sure you guys have a lot of opinions about this, but let me just say this. Prosecute all you want, as I've said consistently, that if there are any people that have committed fraud in this situation, that they should be investigated and prosecuted to the full extent of the law. However, and this is the messaging that we need to share with Congress, is that no prosecution on the claims that the SEC is making will explain, justify, or resolve the share imbalance that created the MMTLP fiasco. We still have a share imbalance that cannot be attributed to the claims that they are making. So, where is the investigation and potential prosecution of the market makers and brokers who, through the F3 button, as well as the share lending programs, have counterfeited our stock to the tune of potentially 10x or more? Potentially, guys. We're still trying to figure that out. Of course, we need a share count for that. So where's that prosecution? I know you guys all have your thoughts and your theories, and I have mine as well. We can talk about those in a bit. But also, I posted up there John Berta's response, which I can tell you from my personal communications with him, it has always been bring it on. So is this a pathway to discovery? I have my theory about that. But I'm sure you do yours as well. Then also, I posted up there Pelicaris's response as well. Also, in addition to that, we of course had the announcement filed through an 8K that Metamaterials and the SEC have come to a settlement. This was actually we saw this in a PR a couple months ago where Meta proposed the settlement. Well, coinky dinky, the day that the SEC announces the enforcement action against the two CEOs, they announced that they cut the deal and accepted the offer from Metamaterials. So, was there potentially some cooperation involved there? Not exactly sure. But the terms of the deal are number one, a cease and desist from conducting any potential criminal behavior under those particular statutes. And then also $1 million fine. So, guys, uh, anybody remember overstock.com? Yeah, they're running their playbook, guys. It appears that they truly are. So we actually are working on getting Patrick Byrne to another space. We just had him a few months ago, but maybe we can get him in and we can talk specifically about his experience with Overstock and the playbook that appears to be unfolding here. So let's just make sure that we stay on message. We use this as fuel and continue to push for that share count with Congress. My response to a lot of the guys fully expect the media onslaught. It's already happening. SEC Lawyer 101, of course, posting about it. I believe Kokoden was taking a victory lap. Gasbag, of course, had something to say. Well, here's what I have to say. What is the share count? Of course, the question that they will never answer. Go ahead, Jonna.
I posted Meta News had done a post regarding Patrick Byrne and Overstock, and I just put it in the nest.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, guys, if you're not familiar with the Overstock case, one way that you can learn more about it from Patrick himself is to go to the Wall Street Conspiracy, Christina Copeland's documentary from 2012. It is free on YouTube, guys. Just look up the Wall Street Conspiracy. And Patrick Burns talks extensively, as does Wes Christian, about the playbook that unfolded in his case. And it appears to be eerily similar to what is unfolding here with our situation. So I would encourage you guys to watch that in its entirety, but especially that section. And we're going to do what we do and try and get Patrick, who is kind of space shy, but try to get Patrick back into a space so that we can talk specifically about that playbook and what his experience was like. We also are seeing that playbook unfold with Roger Hamilton over at GNS. He, of course, posted a couple posts in the last 2 weeks outlining a hypothetical experience, but we all know that's exactly what's going on. So, any of these CEOs who are speaking up, the SEC lashes out and weaponizes their agency against these CEOs. We've seen it over and over and over again. So keep an eye. We will, of course, if we are able to schedule Patrick for that, we will definitely let you guys know. Oh my goodness. It's the man himself, Dr. E. Did you break those new Gucci's in yet, Dr. E?
No.
No.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I was on a plane listening to everything unfold yesterday. You saw my text, right?
I didn't. Did you
All
send
right.
me a text?
No, it
I
was
mean,
just
honestly, my flown,
you
that's
flown.
the word for your flying phone. My phone was blowing up all day yesterday, so I'm sorry.
Obviously. I mean, yeah. No, it was just something from the attorney general was saying that they feel bad that I keep on reaching out to them, but they refer me to the Office of Financial Regulations in the state of Florida, and they forwarded my information and my complaint. So I'm going to follow up with them today. So I just wanted to show you that. I just thought it was funny how literally 10 minutes after that news came out, I got an email finally from the AG.
Yeah, no, they definitely preempted that and sent that out. We of course heard members of Congress got the word early. Members of our community got the word early. So this was definitely. I don't know what you guys when Atlas 8's indictments were announced on December 14th. Did Congress get those? I'm seriously asking the question. Did Congress get a forewarning about those? Did they even get those announcements sent to them in their email boxes like they did with ours? Did the news media and press and members of the torch investing community get those sent to them as well? I mean, the fact that the SEC sent members of our community their PR is just stunning to me. But as I always say, and why is MMTLP always the exception? This was definitely planned and orchestrated, Doc. And I can't help but think that the announcement that Meta settled with them regarding their part in any potential wrongdoing on the exact same day that John and George were indicted is of no coincidence either.
Yeah, so in Florida, definitely contact the Office of Financial Regulations regarding securities fraud matters. So I just wanted to relay that message. Now, the other thing that you always worry about is they just bleed you dry. I mean, the amount of attorney's fees that Berta and Pelicaris are going to have to defend themselves could be a problem. Are you concerned about that?
Yes and no. And I will give my theories on that. Well, let me just do it now since we're talking about. I do want to get to Wes's interview, but um,
Oh, okay, sorry
yes
about
and
that.
no. And no, you're fine, Doc. But I also want to say I don't know if you heard Rocco earlier. He actually is going to send his attorney general the clip of Wes's space at the about the 50-minute mark, where Wes talks specifically about why attorney generals and state agencies should be looking into these situations, so you might want to consider doing that as well. Here's the thing. So John and George were executives at the time, and so that these supposed actions took alleged actions took place. So from my understanding, and guys, I'm not an attorney, but my understanding is that their defenses will be covered under insurance. So at least for whatever the insurance allows, will not be at John and George's expense. Now, a lot of times the insurance will cap out what they're willing to pay, and then John and George would have to supplement after that. Okay, so, but here's my theory, Doc. I don't believe that they are ever going to allow. Um, oh, Curtis is throwing 100% at me. Yay!
Well, by
I
the
always
way,
like it. I always like it when I get a
I'll
gold
stop
star
you.
from Curtis.
I'll stop you there. I asked you a leading question because that was my concern, and then somebody that's in the market forever said, "Hey, they have insurance and they'll have unlimited funds to protect themselves." Is what
No,
he
they're
told
not
me.
unlimited. They're
Well,
not
either way,
unlimited,
either
Doctor.
either way, but somebody else in the chat recommended a really pit bull of an attorney that will get discovery and basically annihilate these people, and so
Yeah, and I
yeah,
don't, and Doc, I don't, because again, I don't know the procedures, but the funds are not unlimited.
okay.
The insurance does put a cap on those
Well, they
funds.
have money. How about this? They have some protections, which is
Yeah,
good.
hang on. Yeah, let me finish my thought process though. But I also don't know if they're allowed to select their own attorney or if it has to be an attorney provided by the insurance company. I'm not certain of that. I suspect that they would get to choose their own counsel, but I'm not again 100% certain about that. What I will say though is the SEC will never allow discovery. So when you ask if they're going to try to bankrupt them, then they're going to have to do it in pretrial motions. And here's why. The moment that they now, John and George attorney will most likely file a motion to dismiss. If that motion to dismiss is denied and they move on to discovery, that is when, in my opinion, the SEC will work incredibly hard to get them to plea bargain. If John and George stand their ground and say absolutely not, which who knows what they're going to do in that situation, right? Who knows what all evidence is there? You know, when they do their own personal cost benefit analysis, who knows what they're going to decide. But if John and George refuse to plea bargain and come up with a deal and they move to discovery, I believe the SEC will drop the case. I do not believe for a second that the SEC will allow discovery because of what that will unveil. Now, let me caveat that by saying I think the SEC will drag this out as long as possible until that moment. And so are we talking 8 months? Well, if you look at the Atlas 8 case, it was 14 months between the day they were indicted and the day that that case was dismissed. By the way, you guys should look at that dismissal. And also PJ hosted a space after, I'm not sure if it's still up, discussing the basically, you know, the issues involved and why the case was dismissed. Let's just say the SEC overstepped their bounds and their behavior was not above board. We also see that in the debt box case, where in fact the judge excoriated them for basically making up evidence. As well as overstepping their authority. So SEC is, are you punch drunk yet? Well, here they are again. But I believe dockets and manipulation. And if John and George stand their ground and do not plea bargain, I believe the SEC will drop this case. I do not believe for a second they will allow it go into discovery. Let me caveat that with one more thing: is if we have already gotten discovery via another case and or a subpoena, that may also change differently. But the SEC is not just protecting market participants. The SEC is protecting themselves because we know from FOIAs that they have exposure here. That's my opinion until based on all relevant evidence. But until we have more, we shall see. Go ahead, John.
No, I was just going to say, depending on their policy, their directors and officers policy will protect them, but the insurance company will work with their counsel to path of least resistance and to control cost. Dealt with it before, and I will tell you the insurance companies will fight to a point, but they're looking to reduce or minimize costs, but it all depends on the policy.
And Junk, I was going to say the exact same thing that Jonna just said. That happens with medical malpractice too. With medical malpractice insurance, is they don't fight. They don't fight. They generally settle.
It does depend on the terms of the policy and the type of policy that they have, but the insurance companies always want to settle for the path of least resistance. But George was very, very verbal that he was pissed off that Meta agreed to terms with the class action.
Class action.
So, yeah, so I believe he's going to want to fight all the way. So I think their policy may be pretty strong, but we will see.
So let me ask both of you, when you say that the insurance will probably settle, now this is a enforcement action, which one of the penalties they're going for is to eliminate, I don't remember what the exact word used, but basically sanction George and John from ever being executive officers of publicly traded companies again. So if the insurance company is going to quote, and there is discouragement, by the way, off of that 137.5 million dollar capital raise. So if the insurance company is going to settle, Can John and George refuse it, or how can the insurance company settle and force them to take an enforcement action if against their will? That's what kind of what I'm curious about.
So they're entitled to a defense and they're entitled to defend themselves, and they do not have to agree to a settlement, but they may have to negotiate with the insurance company that they will cover up to this amount.
Yeah, so my suspicion would be they can cover their own legal costs and not be subject to the terms of the insurance if they wanted to as well. So yeah, yeah. I don't see them. I don't see them doing that. But guys, you never know when, unless you're in that situation, knowing everything that's on the table and what you're facing. You just don't know exactly what you're going to do. But I know at least, from conversations with John, and as John has said, she's seen communications from Pelicaris that their intent is to take this all the way. So, but if that is their intent and they stick to that plan, I submit that the SEC before discovery will drop this case. So, just my suspicion, guys. But we'll see. It'll play out in time. And like John and always say, nobody knows how it's going to end, but we'll see. We definitely do believe it's being used as leverage, though. Okay, guys, let me, unless somebody has a quick comment about this, we can get into this a little bit later. But guys, I'm not going to go a second day without us discussing Wes's space because there were some really good nuggets in there. So while Red, you took a mic, did you have something specific to that before we move on to Wes's space?
No, ma'am. I was just throwing some stuff up in
Oh,
the
perfect.
nest.
You want to let us know what it was? You
What's
want to
that?
tell us what it was so that we can put our fingers and thumbs to work while we're listening to the discussion about Wes's space?
Absolutely. Just again, basically asking Congress, to help us. They're elected officials for us. Don't forget us. And just reminding, them and everyone else that, even though the SEC came out with, something about George and metamaterials and John Brada, we want to know the share count. We're focused. We just need a share count. That's all. If y'all can repost that, that'd be great.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Wild Ride. Guys, do us a solid. Lots of stuff in the nest. We've got a charcuterie of choices selection for you. Please go ahead and do us a solid and spread those messages as well. Good morning, Curtis. Welcome to the mic.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay. I only have like 7 minutes and I got to drop. But I know you want to cover West Christian space. I'm
No,
not trying to tell
fine.
you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I know you're wanting to cover West Christian space. I'm just going to drop my 2 cents and railroad that agenda because I don't know if there's anything that we could collectively be doing that's more important than providing rebuttals to this narrative that this is a card that we've known was going to be played for many, many, many months. And now they've played it. There are advantages to us for them having played it. It's one that they don't have in their hand anymore, and they can only play it once. But we have to overcome those objections. I'll just speak somewhat anecdotally. Had a meeting yesterday afternoon with a rep and constituent and Matt. And the first probably 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes of the conversation was spent overcoming this as an objection. And know that the community, and we do such an effective job of sharing this information quickly, the community is getting pushback or being told from people that have been outspoken advocates within Congress, they're being told to go to the SEC, right? Forward inquiries or forward concerns directly to the SEC. Or, okay, these are the answers that you're looking for, right? So look, I realize not everyone is going to be as effective in overcoming those objections. I think that's the most important task that needs to be completed is not asking questions for Ari tomorrow during the House Financial Services Committee meeting tomorrow at 2 p.m. The most important thing that we can be doing is correcting the inaccuracies as part of this narrative that is being spread as a means of dismissing us. And anything that is being done, anything that is being done that doesn't kind of march towards that guiding light, that guiding principle, is, in my opinion, a giant waste of time, because this is the card that they're playing. There's a reason they're playing it, and it's very, very important to overcome this, because it will stall any and all momentum. So, I I think I chewed into people's asses yesterday, because it's very frustrating when we're talking about other things that don't matter. This matters. So again, everybody can choose what you do with your time. If, in my opinion, the most important task at hand is overcoming these objections. Everybody knows the talking points. Everybody knows that nothing purported yesterday, nothing in the filing whatsoever eliminates anything that happened with MMTLP. And in fact, the knowledge and what they're asserting of market manipulation and not addressing the other side of it, not addressing why there would be a short squeeze in the first place, not addressing the fact that the preferred share distribution as part of the RTO became tradable against the company's wishes, and that there is clear intent, while referencing the OCC memos, while referencing some of the back channel communications that we're now aware of, everything that was orchestrated around the corporate actions. All of this should be brought back into the forefront. But this is being used as an excuse to dismiss us. So, again, none of this shit matters if you can't get in the door in a conversation. And we are dealing with this as an obstacle. So, I feel very strongly, if you can't tell, I feel extremely strongly about overcoming this objection. So I feel like that is the best use of our time. But again, I can't tell anybody what to do with your time. That's what I'm going to be doing with my time. That way we get our foot back in the door. But again, to each their own.
Curtis, check your messages for me. Check your text message. I'm sending it through. Give me about 10 seconds. Dr. E, go ahead so I can finish up this text to Curtis.
Curtis, so the SEC is alleging, and maybe he shouldn't have said it. I've heard people say that before. George's comment of torch to shorts, right? Correct.
That's correct.
So my rebuttal to the Congress would be, then how do you explain? It doesn't. How does it explain the 2.65 million self-reported overage at FINRA? Where does that play into this? And TradeStation admitting that they're over. So were they wrong? How do they explain that?
Yeah, that's where I think we need to be focusing our attention. Is nothing absolves the question of what's the share count? Why are more shares in circulation than were issued? Why? Why are those anomalies in existence?
You could say
Those,
he shouldn't have said torch to shorts, but it still doesn't explain that there's an overage by a self-reported, right? So if somebody self-reports their taxes, it's probably not accurate. Did anybody check the self-reported number by FINRA? What are you doing to settle those trades, and what are you doing about TradeStation?
yeah, were any retail investors the recipient of the OCC memo, so they had to worry about broker to broker settlement? Anyone? Anyone by show of hands? Anyone get that because you're a member firm of OCC? Oh no, you're not. You're not creating derivatives markets. Okay, yeah. So I think the intended effect of whatever they're trying to purport. Again, um, it was going to hit the target, and unfortunately, un- unfortunately, they all manipulated to find a way to make these preferred share assets trade, and then once you have the consummation of the transaction for the spin out, they didn't allow it to actually fully consummate, because again, for the second time, they were going to be held accountable, and they were going to be financially liable for the repercussions of their decisions over years in the making. But instead, they change the rules, they flip the game board, and they take the ball and they go home. Uh, I that needs to be back in the focal point. But again, I think everybody, it can't be the same dozen people. Everybody needs to be extremely effective at overcoming these objections. So that's my personal opinion on where time and attention is most effectively placed right now. But again, teach their own. I got to drop for a 10 o'clock. Everyone have a great day. Thank you.
So, guys, just to let you know, Gen Cap and a few of us in the background worked on those talking points and clarity. We just wanted to get, some additional eyes, including Curtis's, on those so that we can bring those to the community so we can all be succinct in our messaging and clear on our messaging. And so, my text message, I was just asking to review those. So we'll go get those out to you. But if you feel like you have a full grasp of the situation, certainly, absolutely, that is a priority. So, but I also believe that in those communications, a 1 minute phone call regarding the hearing with Ari Rubenstein is also effective, as well as our work with the attorney generals. There's certainly things that can be done, but absolutely, of course, our priority is to refocus their attention on the share count. And so, but again, like I said, Jen did an amazing list. Let me see how many points was on that list if Jen's here. There were, hang on just a second, guys. I think there were 10. Jonna, do you remember how many there
Yeah, I
were?
think it's 10 or 11. But what I was going to say is with respect to
10.
calling that congressional committee, we are asking what the share count is. I mean, I think if you're questioned on the call, and I think the biggest thing is to make the calls. And we were giving you a script to get you to make the calls, that this isn't about George Palacaris or John Berta or the SEC smokescreen, but it's about who made this tradable, which is Ari Rubenstein.
The time is 10 o'clock a.m.
And I'm doing that to protect myself. And GTS, and what is the share count? We still have an imbalance. We still have a problem. So those points that we did point out in that call to action are still pressure points with the Congressional Finance or House Finance Committee. So, we may tweak that a little bit in terms of the script, but I think the call to action is still there, is to make the calls and point out that no matter what happens with John Berta or George Palacaris, we are still stuck. We still do not have our shares. We are still, who made this tradable? What is our resolution? And what's the share count? How do we fix it?
Yeah, absolutely. So, guys, I know so many of you hesitate to make those phone calls. And I think as we script it out, I mean, of course, they're going to get tired of hearing the same thing, but do we care? We're tired. So, but yeah, just utilize that. It's clear, it's simple. And as soon as we get another couple eyes on Jen's 10 talking points, we'll get those out to you guys so that you can do exactly what Curtis is asking. But the bottom line is, like I said, oh gosh, a dozen times yesterday, Jonna, and already twice today, is the enforcement actions based on the claims that they are describing regarding John and George do not explain, um, excuse, or resolve the share imbalance. And that is why we are here. The SEC or the FINRA cited disruption to the market and concerns about settlement issues as the reason for the halt. Whatever activities took place that are the source of the enforcement action happened a year and a half before that halt, and were not cited as reasons for that halt. So it does not, whatever it is that the SEC may be doing, does not resolve this situation. Any potential manipulation on behalf of the CEOs or on social media does not explain the imbalance. They don't have the ability to counterfeit the shares. That's your market makers and your broker dealers to the lending programs. When is the SEC going to hold them accountable? Hint, exhale now, because that's not going to happen. Because they have exposure as well. They knew for over a year. They've known all the way back to 2020 when they back to 2020 when they were investigating Atlas 8. They would have had to pull the blue sheets to move forward with that. Those were actually criminal indictments that were done through the DOJ. Yeah, let me clear up. There, I think there's been a little confusion, so let me just clear this up again. So SEC is not a law enforcement agency that has the power to indict under criminal charges. When they do that, like they did with the Atlas 8, they go through the Department of Justice. So it is, in fact, the SEC working with the Department of Justice to indict on criminal charges. What we're seeing here is enforcement actions. Now, we know that from the Jarchese case, that they typically do enforcement actions and adjudicate themselves outside of the court system. Jarchese, which was argued before the Supreme Court, is specifically a challenge to that methodology because Jarchese argued that it denied him his Fifth Amendment right to a trial by jury. So that's with Jarchese, and we're still waiting on that decision. Honestly, guys, it should be coming down by the end of the month. It should absolutely be coming down, and unless there's some delay for some reason. But any moment, we should have a Supreme Court decision in that case. Which, as I asked Wes, he feels like it's going to err on the side of yes, the Fifth Amendment. But if you look at the proceedings from the SEC regarding George and John, these are in federal civil court. And I believe at the top it even says that jury is requested. So this is not a typical SEC enforcement. They actually moved it into federal court. I will say as well, nothing wrong with that process. Why don't they move all of their enforcement actions into federal court? And then there's no question. But the problem is they don't want typical enforcement actions in front of a jury. They want to do them quick and dirty and behind the scenes. So, but with this one in particular, this one is going before potentially a jury, though I personally believe it will be dismissed before discovery, if not settled. So we'll see, though, guys. Nobody has the answers, nobody has a crystal ball. And so we will continue to keep our eyes on what happens. Go ahead, Jonna.
So I had put out another tweet yesterday that I just put in the nest. Simpler questions. What is the share count? Who made MMTLP trade? Who issued the U3 halt? Who was complicit in the crime? Brokers, the SEC, FINRA, Gary Gensler, UPC, or FIF committees, or REGTS securities. We're watching who was going to ask, but keep it simple, guys. We know we're on the right side of this, and let's put the focus back on where it needs to be. Who made this happen? What did they do about it? What did they ignore? And why are we still here?
I also want to make another point. There was a post that said, that we weren't going to see any congressional action because the SEC has enforcement actions and procedures to take care of something like they just, filed against John and George. And my question would be then why was that very same person in Congress constantly trying to deflect from our efforts to get a reconciliation of the imbalance of shares? If the SEC, wouldn't your conversations have been best served with the SEC? Why were you in Congress? If Congress isn't going to do anything and the SEC has the method for it. So, yeah. Hang on just a second, guys. I'm sending out a message regarding those talking points. Hang on just a second. Okay. Let me see if we can get a message back on that one. Okay, let me dip down into the chat here for a minute. Kevin, I actually believe that they can countersue. Though, again, Kevin, I always say, I'm not a lawyer, but this is civil court. So I believe that they can countersue. I'm sure that is something that if it's open to them, you know, like Curtis said, we've known this is coming for a while. They've been holding on to this card for quite a while. If you look at the process of a Wells notice, 30 days after they administer a Wells notice, if there is not a significant change, they typically move forward with their enforcement actions. Well, we're what, 6 months now? So they held on to this, in my opinion, to lay the card when it could do the most damage. John and George and Meta have had 6 months or maybe even longer. Of course, we know that George was at FINRA, not knowing the full content of those communications, but I imagine they were something about this situation. But I am 100% certain that they were preparing in the last 6 months, knowing that these would come down. So if that is an availability to them, Kevin, I would highly suspect that um, we are going to see something like that. So let's see. Aldo saying the SEC fabricated charges against the Atlas 8. DOJ refused to pursue due to no evidence. Actually, if you read the order, that's not quite what happened, Aldo. I actually have a copy of it. We're actually discussing it now in the background. So I will send a copy to you. That order, that was dismissed. Well, let me say this. Yeah, that was dismissed without prejudice. So the SEC, as well as Department of Justice, still have the opportunity to refile criminal indictments. They have, if not, the SEC can move forward with civil proceedings, or they can just walk away. I don't think we've seen the end of that story until they officially come out and announce that the case is closed and they're not moving forward, which honestly, I don't think they're going to announce anyway, because they're going to want that Damocles hanging out there. So, again, in my opinion, deflecting from um, the share count and the fraud that the SEC and FINRA enable in the market. So. Beekeeper is transfer your shares CST regarding file FOIA. Need another FOIA push. Well, here's the challenge with that. We know from the SEC's own documents, as well as information we've received, that the SEC a couple months ago launched another investigation, more specifically to MMTLP. So I don't know if it's a coincidence, guys. We've earned our skepticism. But around that same time is when FOIA was communicating with people who had filed FOIA, saying your FOIA request was, not legitimate, was illegitimately denied, and we are reviewing it again. And I think a lot of members of the community were anticipating that their FOIAs were going to be fulfilled. And then, boom, the SEC drops another investigation. And now they have grounds to deny those FOIAs. So, yeah, I don't know. Certainly, I would never discourage anyone from filing them. But now that the SEC has acknowledged a second investigation, which, guys, was in the last paragraph of that PR, we also believe that that investigation is what elicited the letter from Norman's office requesting an update. It says in there that we've been made aware that there's an investigation. They weren't talking about the Wells notice. They've known about that for over 6 months. So obviously they had received information. There was an investigation. Unfortunately, I think that the SEC is going to use that as an excuse to continue to deny those FOIAs. But guys, get it on the record. Get their denials on the record. So if you would like, please, yes, file those FOIAs. But just be aware, mitigate your expectations. I believe that part of launching this new investigation was to subvert the FOIA process. But that's just me. Let's see. Fairness softener. Yeah, right. Jalen, he's saying Ari's proprietary fairness softener. I think it might be specific to spoofing. I'm not sure what exactly the technology is and what it detects, but it's something to do with market manipulation. But yeah, it certainly hasn't decreased the manipulation in the last few years. If you look at any of the statistics and chartings of what has happened in the last 3 to 4 years, there has been, honestly, it looks like a short squeeze, guys, an acceleration of the market manipulation, failure to deliver, failures to receive, overseas offshoring of liabilities. Wes talked about that as well. So certainly that as well. Can we fill out a complaint form at the SEC? Vicky, yes, you absolutely can. There's actually two different types. You can fill out a complaint form at the SEC, which will address a market participant, i.e., I believe they ask you who your broker is. I know I filled out one of those in the beginning. You can also go to the SEC OIG, which is Office of Inspector General. They are the ones that actually investigate the SEC. So you can also send a custody complaint to them as well, especially if you're a Robinhood and not receiving the transfer of your shares. So yes, there is. D-Dub, that's the eternal question. How the SEC charges the CEOs, but not the market makers and proven broker dealers over their allotments. Yeah, so short squeezes. So, guys, I'm just reminded, and I was trying to look for the post today, but Dr. Robert Shapiro, there's a video out there where he discusses short squeezes. Um, Sorry, guys, just reading a message. But he says that short squeezes are the market's way of punishing the bad actors. Well, who are the bad actors? Are there people with legitimate short positions and locates? No, that's not who he's talking about. Bad actors are those that counterfeit our stock. So short squeezes are created by the counterfeiting of our stock and the need to cover those positions in an accelerated manner. And he says that those are good for the markets because they punish the bad actors and that the regulator should be embracing short squeezes. Um, and so it's incredible to me, not incredible, but it is extraordinarily frustrating to me that the SEC is blaming the CEOs who do not have the ability to counterfeit stock for a short squeeze that is created by the counterfeiters. It's an incredibly weak argument, guys. I don't personally see it standing. Again, like I've told you, even if they survive a motion, if the SEC survives a motion to dismiss, I do believe that they will dismiss this case in discovery, before discovery. But if you think about it, illegal shorts, counterfeiting is what creates the environment for a short squeeze. These CEOs were creating a situation to resolve the crime that was happening against their stock and against their shareholders and against their company. And they're the ones being charged with manipulation. Anybody who looks at this honestly has got to be scratching their head. We know there were approximately 80 million shorts uncovered at the spinout. Where's the investigation of those? Not one mention of those. Short squeezes are created by illegal shorts. And boo hoo, they have to cover their position. Anyway, guys, go ahead, Jonna.
No, I was just going to say that with respect to an officer and director's policy, if they are defending them and there's someone else that misfiled charges or something against them, the insurance company will go after them for legal fees and they will pursue an action for, I forget what it's called. I think it's called subrogation or something like that, to get back their cost, and they'll countersue it for that purpose. So just food for thought.
Okay, so guys, Jen wants me to go ahead and read. Hang on just a second. Busy sending me a link, I think, regarding Shapiro. So give me just 1 second. Oh, yeah, I think this is it, guys. I'm hoping this is it. So let me just play this for you. I'm trusting that this is the quote. But this is Dr. Shapiro talking about when he was consulting back on Reg's show. states that Reg Show has enormous loopholes while advising the SEC due to the enormous loopholes naked shorting is continuing to happen. On June 12th, 2023, the SEC, they're talking about, I believe it was Saavy. But let me see. Anyway, we'll listen to this quote together. And then I'm going to go ahead and read you some of the rebuttal points that Jen put together. Not saying you have to use them all, but these are certainly ones that you can use in your conversations, as Curtis recommends, when you are talking to your representative and their staffers regarding the SEC announcement yesterday. But let's hear Dr. Shapiro.
I'll tell you a story that when they were going through, I was advising the SEC on Reg Show, and when they showed me the original version, I said to them, you know, there are enormous loopholes here. You're not going to really resolve the problem. And they said, we're concerned about short squeezes. And I said, you shouldn't be concerned about short squeezes. Short squeezes are the way the market disciplines people who broke the rules. You should welcome them. But that's not their view.
So the SEC in '05 passed, due to the enormous public pressure, passed a very flimsy regulation against this stuff. It's called Reg Show, S-H-O. And it was as flimsy as they could make it. In fact, it drew widespread criticism and suspicion that what they had done was, in order to allow this to continue, come up with the flimsiest possible rule against it.
Okay, guys, that second voice there at the end was, of course, the indelible Patrick Byrne. So, but yeah, Reg Show, in essence, was designed to fail. And what were they worried about? They were worried about short squeezes. Why? Why are you worried about illegal activity having to right their wrongs? Who are they protecting? Certainly not the investors. So, and the word that he used wasn't punished. I apologize, I misquoted that. It was discipline the bad actors, discipline. So, but you know, it's part of the demonstrative language that they use to deflect from the. Just a second, guys. To deflect from the illegal behavior of the market manipulation that the SEC and FINRA and quite frankly DTC and SEC OCC allow to happen. They use the tropes of meme stock, dumb money. Oh gosh, Jonna, what are the other words that they use? We just heard them on Friday. We're too stupid, we don't understand market mechanics. We shouldn't be investing, we got taken by these pump and dumps, all the language that we heard on Friday being used. But where is the call for the discipline of the illegal shorts? What is the share count? If nothing is wrong and the share count doesn't matter, then show it. Take it off the table. You show us a legitimate share count that proves that there are only the 2.65 million, outstanding short positions that FINRA has already admitted happened, and we'll pack up and go away. Take it off the table. Problem is, you can't. You won't, and they will never allow it to be discovered if they can help it, which is why, in my opinion, they're trying to deflect and distract. So, okay, guys, here is the list. I'm going to go ahead and read it out before we put it out. Want to get just a couple more eyes on it. So, but I'm going to go ahead and read it out at Jen's request. So, Jen put this list together of 10 items that you can use, points of clarification to share with your representative. So, when you guys are making those calls, you don't have to use all of them. Choose the ones that you think you can argue the best or that may be most appropriate for your representative and the communications that you're having with them. So here, I'm going to go ahead and read this. And then we can discuss if there's a particular one you want me to read again, let me know, and we will get this out into a post as soon as we can. And a big shout out and thank you to Jen Capella for putting this together last night. Lots of work going on last night, guys. So here is her take. I am reaching out to you to address the recent SEC complaint against John Bird and George Palacaris, case number 124-CV, blah, 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 filed in the Southern District of New York. It is crucial to clarify that the complaint is not related to the FINRA U3 halt of Mmtlp. The halt of Mmtlp is a separate situation from the SEC investigation, which surrounds the merger of Torchlight Energies and Metamaterials Inc. Below, I outline key points to emphasize the distinction and to argue that the SEC focus is misplaced. Number one, nature of the SEC complaint. The SEC complaint urges the merger between Torchlight and Metamaterials, focusing on alleged misstatements and omissions. This investigation is unrelated to the FINRA U3 halt of Mmtlp, which concerns market trading practices and regulatory compliance issues. Number two, the company was defending itself from market manipulators. The merger and subsequent actions by the companies were efforts to defend against market manipulation, not to perpetrate fraud. Illegal short selling created a hostile environment, forcing companies to take action and defensive measures. Number three, no short squeeze without illegal shorts. The SEC's investigation should focus on the root cause of the market instability, illegal short selling. Without these illegal activities, there would be no short squeeze situation to address. Number four, SEC is investigating the wrong entities. Instead of targeting the CEOs who are defending their companies, the SEC should investigate the failure to delivers and failures to receive that are indicative of systemic short selling abuse. The imbalance of shares reported by multiple sources, including FINRA, MBH, and TradeStation, remains unaddressed by the SEC. Explain the U3 halt. The U3 trading halt by FINRA was enacted to protect the interest of member companies, not due to any fraud or pump and dump schemes. The halt has not been adequately explained or justified by the SEC or FINRA, which continues to overlook the settlement issues causing the imbalance of shares. Number six, SEC's responsibility to oversee FINRA. The SEC has a duty to oversee FINRA and ensure compliance with its own rules. By failing to investigate the reasons behind the U3 halt and the illegal short selling, the SEC has not fulfilled its oversight responsibilities. Number seven, impact on congressional inquiry. The SEC complaint should not change the focus of our congressional inquiry, which aims to uncover the true reasons behind FINRA's halt of Mmtlp and hold market makers, broker dealers, and short sellers accountable for counterfeiting Mmtlp shares. We have been advocating for a share count to address these discrepancies for over 18 months. Misplaced blame on CEOs. CEOs across the market have been striving to protect their companies from predatory short selling practices. The SEC's actions against them detract from the real issue of illegal market manipulation by hedge funds and other entities. Number nine, inconsistent SEC actions. The SEC approved the Church prospectus for the merger, including the dividend for oil and gas assets. Now the SEC is contradicting itself by filing a complaint based on the same dividend. This inconsistency undermines the credibility of the SEC's current stance. Guys, just as a heads up, the SEC's response to that is going to be, we don't approve them, we just provide input. So you may want to adjust that one just ever so slightly. Systemic issues. The broader issue is the systemic problem of illegal short selling and the need for regulatory bodies to support companies' growth rather than penalize them for defending themselves. CEOs are obligated to protect their shareholders, and the current structure forces them to fight against destructive shorting tactics. In summary, the SEC's complaint is misdirected and should not affect our ongoing efforts to uncover the truth behind FINRA's U3 halt of Mmtlp. The real focus should be on holding those responsible for market manipulation accountable and addressing the imbalance of shares. So, guys, I think she did a fantastic job. Again, there are 10 points there with a little introduction, a little conclusion. Not that you have to use all 10, though I think they're all very sound arguments. But maybe you can pick out 2 or 3 that strike your fancy. Like I said, guys, we'll get this out into a post as soon as possible. Just wanted to make sure that we had some a little bit more input. from a couple people. So, but we'll get that out to you guys as soon as possible. Again, if you would like to hear one of the numbers or even add to the list, please grab a mic and let me know. But let's make sure, as Curtis said, that we are making those phone calls and sharing this information with our representatives, especially those that serve on the House Financial Services Committee and also over at Chairman Comer's office so that they make sure and understand that the SEC enforcement actions that were announced yesterday do not resolve in any manner the MMTLP fiasco, if indeed the share count is the issue. Doesn't explain, doesn't, give an excuse for, and absolutely does not resolve the imbalance of shares that we believe exists and that we've provided evidence exists and that FINRA has admitted exist. So, any questions, guys? Hey, short bus, I'm gonna give you a short leash here. So, be nice. Short bus, what can we do for you? Short bus, are you there? Okay, short bus being shy this morning. So, we're going to go ahead and send him down to the listener slot. So, okay, guys, let me go through the chat. Let me see if Jen Cap is here, actually. Hang on just a second. Jen, are you here? Are you here? Jonna, I was wondering, should we actually one by one post those down in the chat? That way people can have access to them there as well. What do you think, my lady?
Are we waiting for a final read off on them, or are we good
Yeah,
to?
but we've already put it out there. So, I think they're good points, whether they are official. I think there's still things that people can use when they're making their phone calls today.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a great idea, and my biggest thing is if you have a relationship with your rep, okay, and you've made consistent contact with your rep, this is something that you want to get in front of them to head off the diversion attacks and the other side making headway. So we can combat everything just like their FAQs were garbage. So is a lot of what they're doing right now. So, I think if you have those relationships, as soon as we get this out to the community, the better to get it in front of your reps. And then in terms of making your calls and your points, keep it simple, stupid. What's the share count? It does not matter what's happening, with the principles of the company. It's really about what is the share count? Who pulled the U3 halt? Why are we still here? What is the SEC doing to investigate their own agencies that have been involved in this process?
Yeah.
Just my thoughts.
No, I agree with you. It's seems so very clear to us. So, but we've also been buried in it for 18 months. Kevin has a good point. He said we'd be much further down the line if instead of talking about short squeezes, we talk about the counterfeiters settling their debts, short squeeze themselves. Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. And that's kind of why I was bringing up Shapiro's point. That it is not retail investors that create short squeezes. It is, in fact, the bad actors, which are not legitimate shorts. He doesn't believe that. He supports short selling, but he supports legal short selling. So those are short sellers that provide locates. And so when he is talking about the bad actors, he's talking about the counterfeiting, the illegal naked shorts that have polluted our markets. And so that is one of the reasons that I brought that up. They like to blame retail, guys. Of course they do. We heard it beginning of West Space. I played you guys that recording from Ken Griffin where he blames the retail community for taking out Melvin Capital. Where's the blame for their reckless and illegal activities that put them in a situation that when a short squeeze, if that indeed what it was, when a short squeeze occurred, they took themselves out. And then he tries to say it's retail's fault. That are we proud of ourselves for taking money away from teachers? How many pension funds have you defrauded, Ken Griffin, with your illegal counterfeit shares? I mean, guys, seriously, the mental gymnastics that you have to perform in order to buy into their BS. In one breath, he says, we decide the value of securities. We drive the price where we think it should be. We study and have access to your trading data so that we can build algorithms based on your trading data to trade better against you to increase our profits. And then they turn around and say, oh, but it's your fault. Retail, it's your fault. Come on, Ken. Sorry, guys, just bringing up Chad. Good morning, Chad. Welcome to the mic. What's on your mind? I can.
I'm at work, but just a quick pointer on what you're just now talking about. I had to stop work just to say, but retail doesn't move the market,
Yeah.
right? So also in the complaint by, I believe the SEC yesterday, I think, and I'd have to double check, but I believe they said retail's like 10 to 20%. So if we're 25% of the market and we don't move it, then
Who's moving it?
yeah. So just that popped in my head. I know I read somewhere that, it was 10 to 20% retail and, we don't move the market and, 80% of the shit's dark pool and,
Yep.
yeah, it's we know they got their tails tucked and they're hiding. But we're going to dig them out.
Yeah, Chad, the statistic I read last was 10%. And I know as retail, we like to think, that we have control or influence in that way. Honestly, we really don't, because what do? Like you said, they abuse the dark pool system. Dark pools were not set up to slough and pull retail trading off of the lit exchange. They were set up so that institutions and funds could make major transactions behind the scenes between themselves so that they would not create major shifts and swings in the market. Right. But instead, what they've done is they bundle retail orders and slough them off into the dark pools, which is another manipulation. Not only that, they enact the halts. I know that there's a particular individual, a self appointed retail representative, who says those things are all algo based. Yeah, right. There was no algo in play when Roaring Kitty was broadcasting and says what sounds like send, and boom, it halted. There was no algorithm in terms of, tolerances of action level 2, up and down. That is not what took place. And by the way, U3 halts aren't done by algos either, Dave. All of us have seen instances where uh, there were massive amounts of halts on the way up. And then where were those algorithms and those tolerances and those thresholds on the way down? I was in the DWAC squeeze. I was in it and rode those dips all the way down. There were like 4 of them that dropped that stock from $175 all the way down. I don't remember. It was around 50 or something in a matter of minutes. So halts are another way that they manipulate and control retail. So like Chad, all the decks are stacked. It's stacked, and yet they still whine and complain.
Yeah, and
So
I want to touch on your point earlier, then I got to get back to work.
sure.
Uh, Companies have little to no protection. They're almost out on an island just like we are. And that needs to change. It needs to change for our country. Companies should be able to halt their own stock and get fair accounting of of the situation. This should have never happened. If Berta or George or somebody could have halted the trading of their own stock to get a real share count, it would never happen. They should have a right to know if they're going to market with more shares that it's not already diluted to the, counterfeited to high heavens. So there should be mechanisms there for companies to protect themselves from these people. So
Yeah, and honestly, Chad, I think that there is an argument to be made. How can companies issue financials? How can companies issue corporate actions inviting people to invest in their companies? How can they make offerings knowing that there are counterfeit position shares in their company, that there is massive dilution? How can they legitimately, legally make those assertions and those offerings, knowing that you are subjecting investors to fraud? I think that is absolutely something that needs to be litigated. And that is also my concern with NextBridge potentially, pursuing a market listing. Guys, let me correct the record as well. I need to correct the record on something. Let me get to it really quick. Sorry, I meant to do this earlier on, but I'm glad there's more people in here so I can do it now. You guys know I strive to give as factual information as possible. I express my opinion as we all do, but when it comes to delivering the facts, I try to be as factual as possible. But I don't always remember everything. So thank you for the reminder as this was pointed out to me. So in January 19, 2024, the NextBridge announced the preliminary result of its Johnson Prospect drilling program. They do, in fact, use the word aggressively explore options for delivering a potential liquidity solutions for shareholders. So on my space a few days ago, maybe last week sometime, I indicated that they did not use the word aggressively. I was incorrect. Somebody sent this to me, brought this to my attention. So I wanted to make sure that I did correct the record. I'm going to actually read the whole paragraph. This is the last paragraph of that PR from January. It says, for its own part, NextBridge intends to aggressively explore options for delivering a potential liquidity solution for shareholders. In pursuit of innovative and dynamic strategies, the company has recently engaged John Tobacco and his consulting firm of Token Team LLC. Members of Token Team led the first ever successful public digital dividend on the blockchain executed by Overstock.com subsidiary T0 and Token Team. Token Team will help NextBridge fully understand all facets and consequences of a potential listing on a blockchain trading platform. Our inquiry into this option is in its infancy, and no decisions have been made by the company at this time. But we wanted to share an example of how NextBridge is seeking to take action within its means to help our loyal, frustrated, yet relentless retail investor base. So once again, Greg McCabe taking the opportunity to label us as relentless, which of course we are. So yes, they did use the term aggressively exploring when it comes to a liquidity opportunity via the blockchain. However, I understood it was represented as a liquidity opportunity, not represented here, but the person that spoke it before was a liquidity opportunity in relation to OTC trading with a QSIP. That is not accurate, though I wanted to correct the record that yes, they did say they are aggressively exploring options for liquidity solutions and speak specifically about the blockchain. So just you guys know, I don't like to be wrong when it comes to facts. So I did want to clear that record. Hang on. Okay. And Chad already dropped down. So okay, guys, feel free to grab a mic. Let me go over the initiatives this morning. So, I know what I was going to do. I was going to go over. Jen also posted 5 points, 5 different times in which the SEC has been criticized for their actions regarding these enforcement actions. So let me go through those as well. Guys, we will do our best to get these out so that you guys can use these in your communications with Congress as we attempt to keep their focus on the core of the MMTLP fiasco, which is the imbalance of our shares and the breaking of Rule 6490 and the U3 halt. So Jen has given us, let me go ahead and read this. The SEC has faced criticism and legal challenges over the years for various actions perceived as overreaching or mishandling. Here's some notable examples. So, of course, guys, number one is the Atlas Energy. It's actually Atlas Trading case. In the case of Atlas Trading, the SEC was criticized for its handling of the investigation. The company was accused of improper revenue Oh, maybe this is Atlas Energy. I'm sorry. No, I thought this was the Atlas Trading. Sorry, guys. Number one, let me start over. The Atlas Energy case. In the case of Atlas Energy, the SEC was criticized for its handling of the investigation. The company was accused of improper revenue recognition, but the SEC's aggressive tactics, including issuing a subpoena for a broad range of documents and emails, were viewed as heavy handed. Ultimately, Atlas Energy's parent company agreed to pay a settlement without admitting or denying its allegations, leading to criticism that the SEC's actions were more about securing settlements than ensuring justice. And we'll get these posted for you guys. Elon Musk and Tesla. The SEC's enforcement action against Elon Musk for his tweets about taking Tesla private led to a settlement requiring Musk to step down as chairman and pay a fine. However, this case drew criticism for being overly punitive and not fully addressing the underlying market issues. Musk later criticized SEC's oversight and enforcement approach, reflecting broader concerns about the agency's behavior. Goldman Sachs Abacus deal. The SEC's case against Goldman Sachs over the Abacus deal, where the firm was accused of misleading investors about a mortgage-backed security, resulting in a $550 million settlement. Critics argued that the SEC's focus on high-profile settlements rather than systemic reform contributed to ongoing market abuses. Number four, Stanford Financial Group. The SEC was criticized for its delayed response to the Stanford Financial Group Ponzi scheme. Despite receiving warnings and red flags years before the scheme was uncovered, the SEC failed to act promptly. This delay allowed the fraud to grow, ultimately resulting in significant losses for investors. Gee, doesn't that sound familiar, guys? They knew back in 2020 there was fraud taking place in Torch, and then, of course, carried over into MMTLP. And then, of course, the big daddy of the group, the Ponzi scheme of Madoff. Perhaps the most infamous example in the SEC's failure to uncover Bernie Madoff's Ponzi scheme, despite multiple warnings and red flags over nearly 2 decades. The agency's lack of timely action allowed Madoff's fraud to continue, resulting in one of the largest financial frauds in history. These examples illustrate instances where the SEC's actions or inactions have been questioned, leading to perceptions of mismanagement and inappropriate behavior. Such cases provide context for current criticisms and highlight the need for careful scrutiny of the agency's enforcement practices, which, of course, guys, you know that those enforcement practices are coming under the scrutiny of the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court of the United States. And of course, we're talking about the Jarchese case. So, just a few examples. You can add Atlas Energy or Atlas Trading to that as well, and also Debtbox. We'll get a list out there. You can certainly use these in your communications with Congress as we seek to call into question SEC's actions with their most recent filings yesterday, and then also refocus the efforts, of course. I'm going to say it over and over, on the true root of the MMTLP fiasco, which is the counterfeiting of our shares, and the breaking of Rule 6490 and the U3 halt to FINRA, which, of course, 3 weeks ago now, I think about 2.5 weeks ago, Curtis and members of the community revealed all of the gross conflicts of interest that exist between the members of that committee that made the decision to not only construct and issue a flawed corporate action, issue it twice, to manufacture a settlement issue that they then cited as the reasoning for the U3 halt. So, Jen, I'll let you decide if you want to put that if you want to put that out in a post or what you'd like us to do, we'd be happy to get that out there. Huh. So I'm seeing a post from Mmtlp saying SEC hired the subcontractor to process my FOIA. The team FOIA found 636,000 pages of MMTLP. SEC denied my FOIA prior to release. So if you're listening, please, if you can provide us any more information in those correspondences, we'd love to see a copy of the original, and that's MBH MMTLP. That'd be great. Thank you for that. Okay, let me dip down into the chat. Let's see, what do we got? What do we got? Yeah, Lawrence, I think we're all scratching our heads. But if future behavior is indicative, or if past behavior is the best predictor of future behavior, SEC has certainly set up a pattern of behavior here. And we're seeing it play out right in front of us. You know, I don't really believe in coincidences. And the timing is suspicious to cause the greatest impact to the efforts of this community. But guys, they're going to run their playbook. Are we gonna be bound by their playbook, or are we gonna run ours? So we need to focus more than ever, as Curtis has talked about. We need to make those phone calls, focus our representatives on the true source of the MMTLP fiasco, and push to get a share count. You know, whenever it's the thing that they're hiding the most, you know that's the thing that you need the most. And so let's push for that. Just reading some questions, guys. Johnson saying, see the forest, not the trees. How was a preferred share dividend that was non tradable? Who named it MMTLP and who made it tradable? Who? There would not be U3 halt if a preferred share dividend was not listed. There would not have been a FOIA. Hang on. Sorry, I lost track. Hang on. There would not have been a FOIA if a preferred share dividend was not listed. There would not have been an illegal U3 halt if a preferred share dividend was not listed. Who listed the preferred share dividend? Who? And then, of course, what is the audited aggregated share count? Yeah, Johnson, absolutely. Certainly when it comes to MMTLP, that is or should be the focus of the SEC. Of course, we have no indication of what the focus of their investigation is. I have my suspicions, but I think that will be flushed out over time. But when it comes to the enforcement action initiated yesterday, it's not pertaining to, I mean, it is the legacy torch shares, but it's not specific to MMTLP. So, yeah. So, guys, okay. Go ahead, Jonna.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw in that MMet is up about 10% today. Just thought that was kind of amusing.
Yeah, I don't, is that just simple algo trading, or is it in response to the fact that they've settled that case? So who knows? Honestly, who knows? Algos aren't really sentimental. So who knows? Yeah, it looks like a Meta, which closed yesterday, to, what was it? I don't remember what it closed at, but it is up 18.5 cents today. So as Jonna said, that's about 7% today. So it hit a high, intraday high of $3.09 just about 15 minutes ago. So let's check in. Anything else look interesting? GME is down almost 1%. Took a little leap just after the open to 25.38. Currently trading now at 24.71. FFIE, good grief, that is a day trader scalper's dream. FFIE up 79.80% this morning. Not sure if there was any news about that. That is, of course, Faraday Future. But yeah, took a big leap. Opened up just around 29 cents and popped up to 60 cents. Good grief. Guys, also remember, I'm not a financial advisor here. Even if I was, I wouldn't be your financial advisor. Please, we do talk, we share our opinions. It is our constitutional right to do so, but please do not misconstrue that as financial advice. Make sure that you are doing your own DD, consulting your licensed financial or legal providers as you see necessary, and make good choices. And always try to keep it green. So, but yeah, wow, that is a crazy stock. It's constantly doing that. So. Okay, guys. Like I said, we will get those 5 points of when the SEC has been called out for less than professional activities, perceived overreach, and mishandling of cases. I'm going to up that to 2 more, of course, with the Atlas 8 as well as the debt box case, where they were criticized by 2 different federal judges in those 2 cases. So for definitely overreach and misconduct. So, and then we'll also get you the 10 points out. I just want to see how Jen wants to deliver those to the community. So, okay, guys, I want to discuss. By the way, guys, the phone numbers of the members of the House Financial Services Subcommittee on Markets, Capital Markets, is up in the nest as well. So if you feel you've got 1 minute of your time, we've provided a script as well as some questions that you can reach out and just let them know that we are watching and we are listening and that we will follow up with them as well. So, by the way, Capital Markets Subcommittee, one of the duties of the SEC, one of their missions is to facilitate capital formation for public companies. How can they be facilitating capital formation when the markets, as overseen by the SEC, are ripe with fraud? And that these young, vulnerable companies are seeking funding. And let's see, what was the statistic? About a year ago, 70% of IPOs are trading under their initial capital investments. Not a So in all objective measure, it looks like the SEC has failed in that mission as well. Oh, Jonna keeps dropping down, my lady. Uh-oh, Jonna, it's not wanting to add you. Hang on. Hey, Jonna, it keeps saying there was an error in adding you. Maybe you need to drop out and then come back. Okay, guys, I wanted to go over the highlights of the West Christian space. Wes talked about various different things. We were being bot attacked the whole time. I can also tell you Wes is experiencing some technological ramifications. I don't want to go into more details, but it is clear that they do not want us listening or talking about the issues that West Christian was bringing to light. So, what do we do when they try to keep us from talking about stuff? We talk about it more. So, guys, we did do an hour-long interview. It is up in the nest. I would encourage you to listen to it for yourselves. But here are some of the highlights and questions. I did ask him specifically if he has already begun or completed the drafting of Meta's meritorious claims lawsuit. He indicated that he did begin the drafting of those complaints, but they will not be releasing any details until they're actually filed. They are working on their strategy regarding the approach. But their main focus is getting past a 12B motion to dismiss. And they do want discovery across the board, but they have begun it. It is a complicated process. It's a strategic process. What I inferred from that statement was that why, if Meta, one of my questions I didn't ask is if he believed that Meta did intend to move forward with those legal claims. I think that's implicit in his answer to the question I did ask. Why would they be spending tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars to have Wes and his team, which he indicated includes more than his firm, Warshaw Bernstein? It sounds like they've brought in additional firms. Why would Meta be spending the money to draft claims that they don't intend to go forward with? So at this time, it does appear that they do intend to move forward. But unfortunately, Wes is not going to be giving us any details of the claims being filed until it is actually filed. He doesn't want to give everything away. He did indicate, though, that spoofing was one of the major claims. He also talked about how he has 4 cases in New York. I think there was a little misunderstanding. Those were not MMTLP cases. He has 4 different cases in New York around spoofing, as well as the different relevant current manipulations that the market participants are using. He did throw out some uh, arguments, some statutes. And so he said 10B5 and 9A-B. So maybe we have a little bit of homework to do to figure out what those are. So, but again, he did indicate that there was definitely a claim for spoofing, but did not indicate any other particular claims. I asked him about, from his past experience, if he could provide an estimated cost of what it would cost to litigate this case. I had heard estimates as well around 7 to 8 million, so I was a little thrown back when he said it's 12 to 13 million. Now, guys, those are just the costs to cover his legal fees. And when it comes to a spoofing case, he did indicate that they are much more expensive because the efforts that it takes to acquire the data. He is working for cost when it comes to their covering the costs. And then for his pay and compensation, I assume it's going to be part of the judgment or settlement. So he also, I did ask him if funding was already in place. Or if it was not, if he could give us any idea on the sources. He said that it's being handled now. It's in process. It is not 100% secured. But to me, again, unless they were very confident that they were going to secure it, why would they be going through the expenses of already drafting that lawsuit? So he did indicate, I asked specifically if the company was going to be doing a capital raise. If they were seeking venture capital, or if they were going to use funds from the selling of assets, and he indicated no, that he is not going. It is not going to be funded in any part from the company. He said that lawyers and outside sources will be securing the funding. So I thought that was pretty interesting. Of course, with the recent announcement that they are selling or in the process of selling nanotech, there were many that were concerned they would start liquidating assets in order to fund this, but it does not look like that is the approach, according to Wes. I also asked him about range of damages. He indicated that there is not a whole lot of certainty, that as you peel back the layers of the onion as the case unfolds
The
before
time
and
is
after
11
discovery, that there
o'clock
may be
a.m.
increase in damages depending on the information and data that they have access to. And so, but what he did say is that he would not even look at this if it was not at least $100 million case, and said that he believed that it was substantially more, but he could not nail down exactly how much it was. He did talk about Meta's claims versus shareholders' claims, because, of course, I know what's on everyone's mind. Are we going to benefit from the proceeds of any settlement or judgment? Well, he didn't really have an indication of that. He said that when he has participated in these cases, as soon as that settlement or judgment is secured, he's out. So he doesn't participate in the conversations or decisions to, you know, give some of those proceeds to the shareholders via a distribution or such. So he didn't have any specifics on that regarding Meta. He did indicate, though, that, excuse me, guys, that he has done cases where the company has joined with the shareholders and the company received their own settlement based on their causes of action and their claims of damages. And then the shareholders received their separate as well. I asked him if he thought that the shareholder Meta would be open to involving the shareholders in this lawsuit, and he indicated that they are looking at the potential of doing a class action. He did not, he said they're just looking at it, and that there was no decision made on that as yet. So that's something also to think about. I asked him about injunctive relief. would Meta be seeking any sort of injunctive relief? I cited what I thought was happening in the Sorrento Therapeutics case, but Wes corrected me. So I take that correction. Wes is actually representing that company and has for the last 6 months. There has been some drama with that Richard Hoffman has hinted to. The judge that oversaw that case has actually been removed from the bench. I believe there was a gross conflict of interest there that was not disclosed. Also, he said that case has been abandoned, basically. So I need to dig a little bit more into that. I certainly don't want to spread misinformation, and my understanding was incorrect. But the judge did order a share count. What was unclear is what the judge ordered, if he ordered in any way for that share count to be for the shorts to be covered. I understood that a committee was formed by the company, that they came up with a value, that value was submitted for approval by the judge, and then the shorts were given the opportunity to close their shares and their positions at that value. But Wes is saying he's not aware of that, so I'm going to look into that a little bit more. But he did indicate that, as far as he knows, as of right now, he's not going to be seeking any injunctive relief. And anyone, feel free, if you guys had different impressions on any of these issues, please feel free to grab a mic. I certainly have my opinions, but I also was not listening to it from, an audience perspective, and the perception can be very different. So we talked about, then we drilled into the data. So at first we talked about the lawsuit in general, and then we drilled into the data. And I did ask him, the burning question is metamaterials stock, which includes MMAT as well as MMTLP, still the mother lode of all naked shorts? He did indicate that there may be a possibility that other companies have exceeded that, but his suspicion was that the shorts, which he believed in MMTLP, were far more significant than those in MMAT, that they still may be um, the most. He just doesn't know for certainty. And that he does believe, and said it would blow our minds if he said he doesn't have the facts. And the next question, of course, is going to disappoint some people as well. But he did not have the facts, but that his suspicions were that the real numbers would blow our minds. So I don't know. I might need to challenge you on that one, Wes, because I think my suspicions are growing day by day as we dig into more data. I did ask him if ShareIntel was able to collect data on behalf of for both MMAT and MMTLP, and he said absolutely not. Unfortunately, guys, they do not have data on MMTLP. So, as you guys remember, we've discussed. Oh, Jonna, go ahead. Sorry, I don't want to go on without your comment. Go ahead. Jonna, I can't hear you, my lady. Anyone hear Jonna? Anyone hear me? Okay, Jonna can hear me, guys, but we can't hear you, Jonna. So I'm going to drop you down. Oh, wait, try again, Jonna. No, Jonna, you're not connecting. So I'm going to drop you down. You have to come back. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and plow forward, guys. So unfortunately, they did not collect data on MMTLP. The data that they have via ShareIntel is aggregated from 3 sources: the transfer agent, the DTC, and Broadridge. They did collect that information for MMAT, which is why they're moving forward with a potential MMAT lawsuit. Unfortunately, DTC and Broadridge refused to give up data regarding MMTLP. Broadridge, by the way, aggregates their data from the brokers themselves. Broadridge is actually the organization that assembles Novo sheets. So they go directly to the brokers for that information. So the brokers were not giving it, Broadridge was not giving it, and the DTC were not giving it. So once again, it begs the question, why is MMTLP the exception? But I did, we explored this a little bit, that because the shorts from Torch were moved into Meta as well. They do have data on that. Those not closed positions, which we were suspect were about 80 million. And so they do also know, the shares that moved into Meta. So they can make inferences from that data. But as far as the hardcore data that's admissible in court, no, they did not get it for MMTLP, which is, again, guys, why we need to reach out to our representatives and demand a share count for MMTLP. Let's see, they are continuing to monitor the data. Share Intel is, Meta is still paying them, and that West does receive regular updates. This was one, I was trying to ask this question to elicit some indication. I know there's a lot of suspicion by people in the community that Meta had these results over a year ago and been sitting on it. So that is why I asked this question. I'm not sure if you guys picked up on that. But I asked Wes when, so guys, the data was aggregated and Share Intel did a preliminary report. George Palacaris has spoken about that. But when they turned it over to the attorneys had to analyze all of that data, which he said was extensive, incredible amounts, right? So they had to analyze that to determine whether there was a meritorious claim, to determine whether there was market manipulation in order to move forward with a lawsuit. So that must have taken quite a bit of time. But according to Wes, they knew 3 to 4 to 6 months ago that they did have a meritorious claim. So what that says to me is that Meta may have sat on it for a couple of months, but not for a year, like I know others had potentially stated. Go ahead, Jonna.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good God, I'm going to throw my phone and hit the wall with it. The last couple days have been so infuriating. I got my account back, but now every time I go in and I'll go into chats, it switches to my alt account and then knocks me off of the space or knocks me out completely. It's just a mess. So I just want to point out that I thought it was very interesting that they were able to, or Wes hinted that they were able to get some of the data on MMTLP based on their largest investors.
Correct. Thank you for bringing that up because I don't think that I had that in my notes. He did. He talked about the data that they have collected. They reached out to some of the largest whales and basically sent them to their brokers to demand the information, which of course they're required to give them. So they do have some, but what they don't have, unfortunately, is a share count for MMTLP. However, he did indicate that when I asked him about MMAT, he said yes, and that will be part of the complaint. So, of course, he's not going to give that to us, guys. But we also have to realize that, why would they be filing claims if there wasn't issues? Now, he did not specifically say naked shorting. The only claim that he specifically said was spoofing. But if you put 2 and 2 and 2 and 2 and 2 together from all the information that he said throughout the space, it is very clear he is still calling MMTLP and MMAT the mother lode of all naked shorts, that obviously that is going to be a part of their claim. Go ahead, Jonna.
Nope, my hand's not.
I know. I was just giving you the opportunity to chime in. But yeah, guys,
No, I was doing something in the background. I did post the SEC missteps from Jen, and I did post that in the nest and in the chat. So 5 other cases where the SEC has not been so forthcoming or correct.
Yeah, and guys, I will add the other 2 that Jen did not have, which of course is the Atlas 8, as well as the debt box case out of Utah, where the judge excoriated the FCC for gross overreach, as well as fabricating evidence. That's a pretty significant sanction right there, guys. Give me a second. I need a sip of water. Actually, I just lied to you. It wasn't water. It was basil lemonade. If you guys have not ever made lemonade with basil leaves in it, do it and thank me later. Anyway, it's delicious. Okay, guys, I'm not seeing any hands regarding to your input into Wes and what you thought. So I'm going to continue to move forward, but I'd really like to hear from you guys and what you thought and what your impressions were and what you picked on up on maybe that I didn't. So again, guys, unfortunately, they did not get a share count from MTLP, which is why we are reaching out to Congress and requesting that. As well, I did ask a question. Let's see. I did ask a question. Hang on just a second. I did ask a question regarding I know that we've had speculation in this community that AST and Equinity are working against NextBridge and its shareholders. I asked him if he had any sense that they were doing the same for Meta, because of course, guys, Meta and NextBridge both use Equinity as their transfer agent, and he said he does not. He did. He doesn't have a sense that they're working against, that there is cooperation there. He did note that many broker firms have curated their own QSIP to track shares that don't exist, and that he has never seen this done before. And I didn't mention at the time, at least I don't think I did, but when I was making my notes, I said, yeah, we're also seeing that in GTII with, of course, their share dividend. So there's definitely something going on there, guys. NextBridge is aware of it. Certain they are looking into it, but yeah, something is going on particular to NextBridge and those two QSIPs. So not exactly certain what's going on there, but he does not believe that when it comes to Meta, that they are working against the company. I also asked you. Oh, Jonna, go ahead. My lady, just jump in.
No,
Just
what
jump
I
in when you need to jump in. Well, because I'm not looking down at
well,
my phone, so I don't want to. I don't want.
oh, okay. So what I thought was really interesting is that Wes said that a lot, and I look at it this way, and I look at Mark, and I look at all the attorneys a certain way. They're paid to do a job which they believe that all of the answers are going to be legal. That is the way attorneys work. It's always going to be in a courtroom, or that is their thought process with respect to how any of these things are handled, because that's how they make their living. So that being said, when I look at it, and he's looking at building a case and multiple companies on the same path to basically knock them down with dominoes and setting precedent and everything else. He's being very strategic in that thought process. And, even though we may not know what the settlement is because of NDAs or whatever, there is a process that they're doing in order to clear up some of the mess and keep it within the confines of the legal process, and the disclosing of that information. So I don't know if I'm saying it clear enough, but I'm seeing kind of the strategy that this is a bigger thought process and a bigger plan from a legal perspective with multiple organizations and multiple companies.
Yep. Thanks, Jonna. Um, okay, next question, guys. I did ask him about Devin Nunes and his recent filings, where he laid out a list of market participants with suspicious trading activity in DJT. I asked him if I know he cannot say who, he will not. He told me that in our prep meeting. But again, guys, it's about asking questions that he can answer. So I said, do you see any correlation between firms on DJT's list and those who have potentially manipulated trading in MMAT and also Northwest Bio? Because, of course, he is involved with that case as well. He said there is certainly some overlap, and I will leave it at that. So, maybe now is the time to dig into that list. We know, of course, because we've talked about it before, Citadel and Virtue absolutely have exposure in MMTLP. Maybe it's time that we start digging into that list as well. So, Let's see. I asked him if there was cooperation between Meta and NextBridge and the transfer agents. And he indicated that he does believe that everybody is cooperating because, of course, it all traces back to the same thing. We are inextricably linked together, and it is in the best interest of all the companies to cooperate. So he also spoke about Flamethrower. I know there's been a lot of questions about what happened to Flamethrower. What did they actually really do? Of course, when Meta stepped up and announced that they were hiring Share Intel, as well as West Christian's firm, Christian Ater and Warshaw Bernstein, that Flamethrower stepped back. But he did say that Flamethrower spent considerable amounts of money, and that they did it to discover what happened and to benefit everybody. And so, yeah, that's how he answered. He does believe that there is cooperation. He did opine for a minute. I'm sorry, I will try to not use that word ever again. I used it way too many times yesterday. But I asked him, um, I don't remember actually what I asked him, but he did talk about specifically um, that when it comes to, and this is where I think people may have also had a little bit confusion. It was into the context of our discussion of the claims that Metamaterials is going to put forth, which are claims of market manipulation. This is not with respect to our claims about the corporate action, the U3 halt of MMTLP. So let me make that clear. That was not what he was discussing. He was talking about the market manipulation claims that they are moving forward with for metamaterials. Okay. He did say that in order to have a claim, that you would have needed to sell your shares. Okay. You would have needed to realize those losses in order to have a claim. So that is something that people need to take in consideration if ever there is a class action, or if you're considering taking individual action. But again, if you do believe that your rights have been violated, I encourage you, as I'm sure Wes does as well, to consult a securities attorney so that you know what your rights are. So that is something to consider, and definitely to be had part of that discussion. I also talked to him. You guys all know Wes is very well aware that he has this perceived reputation that he settles cases, and somehow that's a bad thing. Well, Mark actually posted, he said there's two successful ways to run a case. One is through to a judgment, and the other is through settlement. And so settlements happen because the plaintiffs agree. If they didn't agree, they wouldn't settle. And so if the plaintiffs agreed and or were happy, how could that not be a success? But he says he does settle the vast majority. He has lost a couple cases, but the vast majority of them settled. By the way, those cases were early on. But and the reason is they won't do discovery. They end up settling. If they get through past a motion to dismiss, they settle because they do not want this data out in public, which is exactly the reason it should be exposed. Those are my words, not his. Again, going back, he reiterates he does not know if and how shareholders were ever compensated from those settlements, that shareholders have their own damage model. He does not know if Meta plans on allowing shareholders to join their suit. He did indicate that 50 plaintiffs equal class action. I'm not sure if that's federal or state. In my own research, I had seen it 34. But again, guys, I certainly do not have the appetite for a class action, never have, or lawsuit in general. But that is something that everyone should consider when they are making their own decisions. He did indicate that getting a class certified is a big deal. And so just some things, little bit tidbits of information. I asked him about the ceiling of settlements. He corrected me. It is not considered a ceiling, that it is considered confidential. Often, when those settlements happen, uh, that they are done off of the court records, they are not part of the court record. And so the reason I was asking, because a lot of us are curious, that if there is a decision or a settlement in the Meta case, or quite frankly, in the trade station case, are we going to know? And there is a possibility through tax filings and potentially financial reports. But in general, he said in Overstock that I believe a $20 million portion of a settlement, they settled on different things, that was leaked, but that was a leak. So no, it is done off the court records. Typically, we won't know, but I did have Jared reached out to me. Hang on just a second, guys. Hang on just a second. Oh, that's very interesting. Marl Nafal posting breaking news. SCOTUS allows White House to pressure social media to remove posts. SCOTUS ruled that the White House and FBI can urge social media to remove disinformation. The decision supports Biden's effort to combat misinformation about vaccines, COVID-19, and elections. So breaking news there, guys. Hang on just one second. Let me get to my messages. Sorry, I got to filter through. I have a lot. But Jared did reach out to me. Of course, you guys know that Jared is a CPA. And so he indicated that we might, I don't want to get this right. Jared, are you here? I don't actually see him here. No, I do not. So let me see if I can find his message, guys. Hang on just a second. I have thousands of DMs. Hang on. That is Jared. So I'm going to read it straight from his words. I asked him if it would show up in a 10K or a 10Q, and this is in regards to Meta. He said it would be a line item on the financial statements, possibly a footnote. So, if there is a potential settlement, if there's a judgment, that will be on the court record. Meaning, if it goes all the way through to either a judge making a decision in a bench trial or through to a jury, that would be part of the court record, the court document. So, we would be able to see it there. However, if there is a settlement, we could potentially see that information in financial statements as well as a possible footnote. So thank you very much, Jared, for answering that question for me. So, maybe a couple years down the road, if we ever get there, we'll remember that and we will be able to potentially see how much that was. Okay. Okay. And then this is a question that many of you have asked. Now, guys, I tried to get to as many of the questions, but from the get-go, I was trying to do them rapid fire, but Wes doesn't really do rapid fire. So neither of us are really known for our brevity. So when I realized that we weren't going to get yes or no answers, which is fantastic because it is in a lot of his, just dialogue that he dropped some real nuggets of information. So not a criticism at all, but that's why I cut out some of the questions. I would say I probably dropped about 10-15% of the questions. I did drop the entire section about statutes and limitations, and the reason is because that would have been, I'm sure that we could talk for an entire hour on that. Other attorneys in the community, including Rosa and Richard, have opined on that. And so I did make a judgment call at the last minute to cut that one out as well. So, but again, if you have questions about statutes of limitations, please reach out to an attorney. But I did ask him about the data as an asset of the company. Hang on, let me read all the. Okay. And how the shareholders could potentially get access to that data. So he talked a little bit, and I would encourage you guys to go read this information. Now, if the shareholders have a case in a court, Mark has indicated many times, as he is doing or his firm rather, because of course Mark isn't the attorney of record, but as in the trade station case, on behalf of his client, he filed a notice of appearance of an interested party in the class actions against Nextbridge. So in the Meta case, if there was someone else who had a shareholder who had a case, or a group of shareholders who had a case, they could potentially intercede into any proceedings with Meta and potentially get access to that information as well. So there's an opportunity there. But if for any reason Meta does, and that applies to NextBridge as well. But like I said, guys, he didn't get the data for MMTLP. So, and then also he says that the companies are cooperating. But he did talk a little bit about bankruptcy, though he's not a bankruptcy attorney. He did outline processes where the assets of the company would potentially come under a receiver who would then manage the process of distributing those assets, liquidating those assets to distribute to the creditors of the company. Unfortunately, shareholders are the bottom rung. We are the very last rung we are kind of an unsecured debt. And so, but he did indicate that there was a process by which somebody could acquire those assets, potentially purchase them through a bankruptcy proceeding as well. And also purchase claims, like what the potential claims might have been. So I would encourage you guys to go back and listen to that section in particular. Hang on, guys. Got T-Nuts and Tanya coming. Okay, guys, who's going to beat me with the first? Who's going to win with the hand up first? Oh, Tanya's having trouble. Okay, who wants to speak first? Tanya and T-Nuts. T-Nuts it is. By a hand. Good morning, T-Nuts. Welcome to the mic.
Good morning. So I did talk with the chief of staff from my Congress rep, and before I even got a chance to start to explain the difference of what the SEC is going after, George and John about compared to what we're trying to get accomplished, he had already stopped me mid-sentence and said, well, what does one have to do with the other at this point? Because it seems like it's two
Wow.
different cases or two different
Nice.
scenarios. I said, okay. I said, well, I'm glad I don't have to inform you on that because you already either know that or, have enough common sense to understand that. I said, but with that being said, I said, what does that mean for us? Or, what does that mean for you guys to still help us? And he said, it doesn't have anything to, do with it as far as I'm concerned. And as far as your congressman's concerned, he goes, we're
Good.
still trying to figure out, problem number one, and move on from there. So I'm hoping that there's a lot more Congress and congressmen and women out there that kind of are seeing it the same way. But it is a breath of fresh air to know some of them are, at least.
Yeah, I will say T-Nuts. Also, we read on the air, shared a response from Pete Sessions, who, of course, has been spearheading this investigation on the House Financial Services side. And he indicated the very same sentiment, that we recognize that this is only one element of this entire thing, and that we are committed to moving forward to continue to investigate and get answers for, I believe he called it a multifaceted situation. So there are definitely some out there that do recognize. I mean, they've played this game before, T-Nuts. They know exactly what's going on. And like I said, there may be some underlying activity that certainly needs to be flushed out. But as far as the overreaching aspect that the larger MMTLP community has been reaching out to them for, we've been asking for a share count for almost 15 months now. It's nice to know that they do recognize that that is a completely separate issue.
Yeah. I also got disconnected when asking Fidelity again about Matthew Price. So just thought I'd throw that out there. Well, it
What's
was a
that, two
little
or three
quicker of a
times now,
disconnect. Yeah.
T-Nuts? Is that 2 or 3 times now?
Well, that's 2 days in a row now.
Okay, then. Yeah, they don't want to answer that question, do they?
No.
You know that you're onto something, T-Nuts, when the conversation goes, now we can have a pleasant conversation or we can have a not pleasant conversation if you want to continue down that path. And so, but that's exactly the path that we want to continue on. They obviously don't. So, very interesting.
100%. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, T-Nuts. Appreciate that. Good morning, Tanya. Welcome to the mic.
Hey, good morning. All these lawsuits, it seems just like a reoccurring theme. Everything that settles, is super great for those that are the plaintiffs. But at some point, something has got to go through the court system to set a precedent, because right now we could have, not in our case, but many cases that are so similar. And if they settled out of court or whatever they do that didn't go to trial, there was no, there's no precedent on the books. So I'm hopeful that, MMTLP will be the one that pushes through. And I mean, I hope that it doesn't, take 50 years. But anyways, I just wondered what your thoughts were on that.
Tanya, it's difficult. And thank you for asking the question. It's a good question. I know that Wes, as well as other securities firms that have joined this fight, are certainly working towards that. And I don't know so much about precedents, but getting it into the court records, what is being done. But unfortunately, these private companies, have responsibilities, fiduciary responsibilities to their company as well as their shareholders. And would it be a violation of their fiduciary responsibility to deny a substantial settlement and to continue to roll the dice forward to a judgment and potentially have it turn against them? So again, I'm not, my butt's not in that seat in those rooms, but yeah, it would be nice if a company, a CEO had the courage to push through, to demand discovery and to move through to a judgment so that it becomes part of a court record. Now, where I think we may see that, Tanya, and Wes talked about that, is with the attorney generals, because I think they do have the will to see this through to the end. And I believe that, like Wes had said, with, for example, the issues on tobacco and other things that, or the human trafficking that's being dealt with on the state level, is that they are showing that they are willing and able to get things on the record. So I think the battlefield for that is going to be with the attorney generals. But the companies, they have their fiduciary responsibility. And if whatever organization is willing to throw obnoxious amounts of money at them in order to not move forward, they have a loyalty to their company. And a company like Meta that is financially vulnerable, depending on what the claims are and the meritoriousness of the claims, we could certainly see a settlement happen in this case.
Yeah, the attorney generals, we've had a little bit of pushback, um, from our state. From what I've seen, I've made contact with mine, but have not had direct contact with him. But today I will be filing uh, another complaint. I feel like I have in the past, but it was a long time ago, and there's really been no correspondence since then. But I'm going to go in and file an additional complaint through their process, and just help keeping our state moving forward. I think the things that Jana and Jen especially have laid out for those uh,
Talking point.
less. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say the talking points that we just put out
Yeah,
this morning.
exactly.
Yeah.
Because it's like I said, I'm educated, but I'm no day trader or SEC attorney or securities law specialist. So I really get backed up on how to speak it properly to convey my message. And I think talking points, I just can't thank people enough for copy and paste and letters. It's amazing, this community is. So, but yeah, I'm filing another complaint today, and it'll probably be tonight. But I'm going to keep our state's ball rolling with our AG.
Awesome. Thank you for that effort, Tanya.
Yep,
And
yep.
yeah, guys, we're getting out those 10 points. Jen actually did update her instances where the SEC has not performed in a manner in which they should. She's updated it to add the Ripple case as well as that debt box case, which was a cryptocurrency case that we talked about. So she's adding to the list, guys. And I would encourage you, if you know any actions on behalf of the SEC that have received sanctions from the court or have brought in to question their malicious and overreaches of their powers, please send them to Jen and we'll get them added to that list and we'll just keep it going. They have a storied history of this. So
I'm not Curtis's crush, but my point is that I wish we could all have a little baby Curtis in our pocket every day
right.
till we get through this, because the guy's amazing. So when I say I'm educated, but I am no Curtis, that's my point, and that's what I mean. So I get a
Yeah.
little nervous when you're speaking to the state and to the government, but until we get governmental reform, and some firings and some other processes that need to take place in our government, setting precedents is like uh, super. It to me would be the ultimate goal, so that we would have something on record for them to go back to and say, listen folks, we can't you can't you can't do this anymore. So anyways, that was my point. Settling out of
Well,
court
I
is
agree.
great, but getting
Yeah.
it getting it followed through with a trial and in the books, that's the ultimate greatness, and it would stop a lot of issues that probably get settled out of court and you know continue to happen the
Yeah,
following
they hide it.
different
A
companies,
settlement
you know
is to hide it.
yeah, exactly, so
Yeah.
thank you.
Tanya,
Yes.
earlier, one of our members came up, and this is how tired I am. I can't even remember who it was at this point. Had a great idea to, at minute 50 of the West
Yes,
Christian space,
yes,
is
I
when he
heard
talks
him.
about, yeah. So I would clip that
I
and
am.
send that to your attorney general
Yep.
as well. You can even transcribe it, though it's nice to hear Wes in person, and everybody knows who Wes is
Yeah.
and knows the street cred that he brings with him. The attorney generals know who he is. And so, yeah, definitely do that. And I apologize to whoever it was that came. I'm trying to see, was it chat? I don't remember. It was somebody. Geo, maybe? Was it Geo? I'm not sure. Anyway, whoever you all are, all credit to you, and hopefully you'll put that in a post and everyone can have access to it. So
Well,
yeah,
thank
use that, Tanya, and then
I
let
will.
us know how that goes.
I will, and thank you for everything that you do.
Sure. Thank you.
All
Appreciate
right.
you being here. Thanks, Tanya. Thanks for grabbing a mic. So, guys, the last thing I talked about was the Sorrento case. I do need to do a little bit more digging into that, but he did say that, as far as he is aware, that Meta will not be seeking injunctive relief in their case. I also asked him if, in the PR, it said that they were going to be sharing their data and results of their data with regulators. So I asked him if he thought that they would. And if he was anticipating a civil enforcement action or potentially criminal referrals to law enforcement. He said he had no idea. He wouldn't be involved in that. I One question I did not ask them. I was going to ask if he was in any way involved or had some perspective on the C shares, but apologize, guys. When I had to whittle down time, I figured that one could be passed over. So hang on just a second. Okay. Thanks for that, Jen. Yep. Let me finish and get through this West thing. And yeah, I'd love to read that. So, I asked him on his general thoughts on arbitration clauses and does he see challenges to the arbitration clause as the next big and great battle for retail investors to fight. We talked about the trade station lawsuits and the claims that are being made there. He indicated that he respected Mark, felt Mark was a good attorney, but he did think that that was going to be an incredibly difficult hill to climb. He made a joke, passed on a joke from a friend of his that said, if you're walking in the hallway when they're signing an arbitration clause, you're covered under an arbitration clause, something to that effect. And so he believes it is going to be incredibly difficult, especially in the federal court system, to penetrate those arbitration clause. He felt like the better argument, specifically in the intercoastal waterways case, was the RICO claims. And then I also made sure to point out, as did he, that in the federal statutes of RICO, they strip securities fraud and securities issues out of those federal claims. Why is what I want to know. But where they are not stripped out is in the state RICO. And so maybe again, that is why he has shifted his focus to the state courts to adjudicate and to litigate these claims. But he also mentioned the failure to deliver as well as the failures to receive. We don't talk much about the failures to receive, but for every failure to deliver, there is also failures to receive. And so he did mention that, but uh, yeah, he didn't seem to have a lot of optimism that we were going to penetrate those arbitration clauses. So it sounds like to me that we need to get that way up to the Supreme Court. So then the second to the last topic we talked about was, of course, the state attorney generals. I related Jen Cap's experience when she was in DC and asked Wes, why are they afraid of the attorney generals? And he indicated that it's because states have consistently solved the big issues. He talked about tobacco. He talked about human trafficking. He talked about opioids. Also, in that section, guys, he indicated he reads our posts. So it's not just our adversaries, but our allies. We know Congress does, but Wes indicated that he does read our posts. I will also tell you, he asked me what the feedback was. And so I followed up with some of your quotes to him. And so he is very, very well aware of what this community is up to. He talked about how the AGs can file suit in their jurisdictions to protect pension funds, which total in the trillions of dollars. He talked about racketeering damages. He also talked about when you're doing RICO, you get treble damages. What is treble damages? It's 3 times the judgment. So if the judgment is $200, it's $600, as well as the 3X. We also know that treble damages includes lawyers' costs and fees as well. And so that is included in treble damages under those statutes. So it brings money to the states. And he does believe that, again, because they are not politically compromised, that attorney generals really do want to right the wrongs that have been done to their constituents. And they want to monetize and protect their people. He also indicated, and by their people, I believe he means that they're companies as well. So my question is always, where's the Nevada Attorney General? Because of course, not just NextBridge, but MetaMaterials is domiciled in Nevada, meaning they're incorporated in Nevada, though the assets of NextBridge are in Texas, which that certainly is worthy of the Texas AG's attention. But where's the Nevada Attorney General is my question. And he did say that there is movement out of the gate, that the attorney generals are paying attention to these cases. And I don't want to say they're jumping on board, but they are paying attention and they are seeing the potential. And so maybe that is one of the reasons why the SEC is so afraid. Let's see. And he didn't really get to opine on this, but I used that word again. Sorry guys, I need to strip that one out of my vocabulary. But he did speak a little bit, and I think the answer was implicit in the previous question about there really does seem to be at the national level a war between the powers of the states versus the power of the federal government. And this is certainly a war that's being waged when it comes to these issues as well. Go ahead, Tanya.
Hey, I just wanted to add while you were on this AG that when President Trump said, and I'm not trying to be, I don't want to go political or anything, but when President Trump said that he is giving the power back to the people, I think that's exactly what he means, in my opinion, is that the power goes back to the state. No longer do we need a Capitol Hill type situation. Yeah, there are levels, but I'm just saying I feel the intent for the changes of this world are giving the power back to the people through their state. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's federalism, Tonya. That's, the structure of our, republic is that the states, any powers that are not explicitly given to the federal government default to the states. Unfortunately, I think that we have seen a lot of overreach in that. So, the two issues that I heard him actually, I think there were three in particular that I heard him speak about specifically. One was the overturning of Roe v. Wade, that he felt like that issue should go back to the states, that the people closest to the situation could make those decisions. The now, guys, I'm just saying this is his point of view. I'm not trying to start a debate on the issues, but this was just his point of view. The Department of Education, he wants to dissolve the Department of Education because he believes that, again, it's the resources at the state level that can be best put towards the student rather than creating a federal bureaucracy that sucks the tax dollars. Keep the tax dollars on the kids at the state level. And so, and then I believe the other one is the Department of Interior. Allow the states to manage the land rather than, the overreaching government. So, but yeah, there certainly seems to be in his. Ooh, sorry. Go ahead, Tanya.
Oh no, I was just saying that those are my points exactly. The department, the DOE, and Roe v. Wade. So those were my 2 points. The interior I forgot about, but I do believe that is correct as well.
Yeah. So again, guys, it just seems to be that there is this, it's definitely bubbling to the surface. Of course, we've heard, 100 speak about this many times. That, we are a constitutional republic. We are a federalist structure where the power lies with the people in the states. And so I definitely can see that there is a movement in that direction. So, okay, guys. So the last issue that I wanted to talk about, and this was based on a conversation that I had with him in prepping for this space. I talked about the groundwork being laid, and I said to him, it appears that there was this groundwork being laid to establish a collection of legal decisions that bring the various market participants to account for what may be considered financial terrorism. And so I outlined, for example, some of President Trump's executive orders that actually are still intact. I believe he did just over 200 executive orders, and around 70 are still intact, have not been revoked. One of those has to deal specifically with unusual and extraordinary threats to the country, including his powers to declare national emergency in the exercise of presidential authorities. And under that includes economic threats. We talked about the various state RICO statutes. We talked about the Harrington case, which basically, and by the way, Wes and Warshaw Bernstein were involved in that case. It is actually still in process, but the court has upheld that brokers can be held responsible for the actions and the actions of their customers, which includes market makers. And then I did mention the Public Accounting Oversight Board. And that it does specifically state in Rule 317 the auditor's responsibility to detect and report misstatements resulting from illegal acts. Now, he had indicated that he doesn't feel that accounting firms have exposure when it comes to share counts because they don't count shares. I agree with that, but he and I are working on something. And so I didn't want to go into further details. But I will say specifically when it comes to the reporting misstatements resulting from illegal acts, Fidelity. If Fidelity is truly oversold, which I have very probative evidence that they are, when they filed tax forms indicating they had distributed dividend shares of NextBridge in excess of their certificate allotment, uh, committed, sorry guys, numerous predicate crimes to RICO statutes. And because the auditors can be held liable they have a responsibility to detect and report misstatements resulting from illegal acts. I didn't go into a lot of detail because I wanted to give him the opportunity to talk about it, but he didn't. So I didn't push him on it. But There could be something here to not just Fidelity, but PricewaterhouseCooper. And believe me, we are working intently on that. Then I also spoke about the Jarchese case, which I, talked to you guys about a little bit earlier, where they are challenging the constitutionality of the SEC's and by proxies FINRA's enforcement actions, specifically their violation of Jarchese, who is a market participant, and his Fifth Amendment right to trial by jury. So I asked him where he thought Jarchese would come down. He does, and we're expecting a decision anytime, guys. They're kind of at the end of their decision period, and so they should be releasing a ruling on that. He did believe that this Supreme Court tends to come down on the side of constitutional rights. So he does believe that they're going to rule in favor of Jarchese and the Fifth Amendment right. So let's see. And so when it comes to laying the groundwork, of course, there are cases that are working their way through the state systems. There is more awareness in the attorney generals, in the regulatory community, and of course, um, in Congress as well. Now, he did indicate that he is not spending more time in Congress. I don't believe he said that or intended that we take that as he does not believe Congress is going to help us. Just the opposite, guys. He actually told us at the end to keep doing what we're doing with Congress. But for him and the cases that he's working on, and he's working on a lot of them, and the legal community is working on a lot of them, they think that the battlefield is really going to be in the attorney general. So he is pivoting. He didn't tell us to pivot at all. He encourages us to reach out to AGs. He's been assisting with that. And so, but he absolutely did not tell us to stop with Congress. And so I think that was a little bit of a misconception as well. But he also does believe, he talked about the Magna Carta. He does believe and gave this great quote. He said, it's either going to be fought in the court or the streets. And he believes it is up to us to fight back. And I believe Curtis said it this morning, and Wes said it on Monday, that it is time for us to rise up. And certainly this community is rising up and rising to the occasion and fighting for justice. He did also indicate, though, that the more and more they learn that this issue of counterfeiting and market manipulation is so large that nobody is going to wave a magic wand and solve it overnight. It is going to take time to work through these cases. And it was a little ambiguous. Did he think MMTLP was too big to solve? I don't believe so from my previous conversations with him. I think he was talking about it in general. And that's when I asked him about, do we need to see an audit of the DTC? I didn't think he expressed a whole lot of faith that that would ever happen. But who knows? You get the right person in a position as potentially Secretary of the Treasury, and they may order exactly that. So who knows? I have faith. He did mention that he's got, and I think I may have misspoke on this, so I want to correct this record as well. I went back and listened to the recording. Wes did indeed say that he has one case that has 3 different defendants and a total of 45 lawyers representing those 3 defendants. And so he was talking about that, these guys have unlimited resources and powers to fight these cases. And so that is one of the big problems that they have to deal with. But he is seeing that more lawyers are seeing this wrong and seeing how important it is to the country and are figuring out ways to monetize it. So wanted to make sure that you guys heard that message as well. When I did ask him about the DTC, he indicated it was not just the DTC, that it was the NSCC, X Clearing, Euroclear, Canada, Germany, etc. And so, it is absolutely a massive problem. It's gone on too far, too long, and other countries are fighting back. This country needs to do that as well. Now, guys, there was a little bit of a nugget in there. I'm not sure if you guys caught on to it, but when he was talking about Canada, he was talking about direct access machines specifically. And it made me think. So, what are direct access machines? Direct access machines, I don't understand them completely, but from what research I've done, direct access machines are what give the user direct access to the market. They don't have to go through brokers and things like that. So, some brokers use direct access machines. Those are typically brokers that charge you for your trades. I can think of, I know that Ross Cameron with Warrior Trading uses a direct access broker. And by the way, guys, that means his trades do not end up in dark pools. They go right onto the lit market. But when Wes said that, it made me very curious. Why would he reference something to do with Canada and direct access machines as a huge problem? You know, are there people that are sitting there with direct access machines counterfeiting shares at will with no regulation whatsoever? It's what it sounded like to me. So, for any of you in Canada, or even if you're not, you want to dig into that, you know, is our trading partner to the north a big defrauder of our markets? I don't know, but there's a reason he mentioned it. So, I think that is something else that we could dig into. Let's see, what else did he say? Just talking about the teams. It's a very he told us to keep doing what we're doing, to keep digging, to be patient, but acknowledge that it is a very slow process. And I think that is where people walked away and were pretty frustrated. Guys, I know that we desperately want out of this situation. And I think that if you're looking for a lawyer with 45 years of experience who has litigated some of the toughest cases ever to come up and say, I'm going to get you a solution in a month, I think you had unrealistic expectations. Uh, as we've learned in this process, there is no easy fix, there is no quick fix. Yeah, you're right. We could trade on the OTC and have a quick fix, but is it going to be the fix that we want? Subjecting us to the same fraud and corruption that got us in this place in the first place. Is that the fix you want? Or do you want to fight for the best fix possible? So I think that's something that we need to think about as well. Let's see. What else did he say? He also made a really good point that, of course, we know through three-party clearing services and things like that, they make this needlessly complicated in order to hide their fraud and their corruption. You know, we see the shifting of assets and liabilities and all that over and over and over again. And so he brought up. When he was discussing how difficult it is to collect these records, that in particular, you know, he's like, you can look at the history of one share and trace it back, and it's gone through 5 different brokers. And so that's why this process is long and expensive, and it can seem overwhelming when you're talking about, you know, all the offshore liabilities and things as well. So anyway, guys, that was kind of my notes and my assessment of that conversation. Like I said, you know, facts are good. In my opinion, they may not be the facts we want, but they're good. And I think it gives us context to what is happening. It gives some surety to some of our you know, questions. Like, for example, probably the biggest bomb I think that he dropped is we do not have a share count for Mmtlp. We do
The
not have
time
trading
is
data for
12
Mmtlp.
o'clock
So
p.m.
if that does not inspire you more to make those phone calls in Congress, I don't know what is, because they, along with attorney generals, are of course a source where that information can be subpoenaed. And so, guys, make the phone calls, make the efforts. We've given you all the tools possible. We've given you the bullet points to discuss. We've given you the phone numbers. We've given you the Twitter handles. We've given you the questions to ask. We've provided everything that we can, but we can't call your rep for you. So if we want a solution, you know, it's like Curtis said a couple months ago, we have never been in a better position to affect not only the manner of the resolution, but the timing of our resolution. And we are our backs up against a wall. We have at the end of July, they are headed out back home to campaign. So if we want a hearing, we want a subpoenas, we've got to put in the work. The next 2 weeks are extremely critical. So make the calls, guys. Send the emails. Set up the Zooms if you need to. Reach out if you need help. We are still adding to these lists in the background. So as soon as we get everything, we will put it out there. Um, you know, we all have rent to pay. So make the calls, guys. Jen also created this amazing list. She just loves her chat GPT. I love it. But she gave me this list, top 5 examples of everyday Americans exposing massive corruption and fraud. Now, this very first one, we all know. I actually have some personal connection to this. Not only was this right next to my hometown, the judge that presided over this case is a member of my church, and we knew him well. But additionally, when they were filming scenes of this movie, I I would bump into them, especially the car driving on the highway scenes. And so, but that of course is number one, Aaron Brockovich. Brockovich, a legal clerk, undercovered widespread water contamination in Hinckley, California, caused by the Pacific Gas and Electric Company (PG&E). Her investigation revealed that PG&E had been contaminating the town's water supply with hexavalent chromium, leading to severe health problems for residents. This case resulted in a landmark $333 million settlement in 1996, the largest ever paid in direct action lawsuit in U.S. history. Now, let me say the PG&E lawsuit at the time was. There has been another lawsuit that surpassed that, also adjudicated by the same attorney or litigant practices and contamination issues at the plant, which handle plutonium. Her efforts to expose those dangers, which included documenting the negligence and attempting to take evidence to the press, led to her mysterious death in 1974. The cause brought significant attention to workplace safety and corporate accountability in the nuclear industry. Jeffrey Wigand, a former executive at Brown and Williamson, exposed the tobacco company's manipulation of nicotine levels to increase addiction. Sorry, guys, this one hits a little close to home for me. His revelations were aired in a 1996 60-minute interview, which had a profound impact on public perception and led to the major lawsuit and regulations against the tobacco industry. Weigand's action played a critical role in an eventual $206 billion master settlement agreement between the tobacco industry and 46 states. 46 states, guys, 46 attorney generals. Okay, give me just a second, guys. I actually remember when that decision came down. I was in Switzerland. I had studied architecture over in Europe for a summer, received grants and scholarships to do that. And so, but I was taking a weekend trip and decided to just pop up to Switzerland. And I remember standing in the window overlooking an African street market that was unfolding under me, and the sights and the sounds. It's pretty amazing that you have kind of these sense memories. When I saw the news flash across the TV that decision had came down, and I was watching them remove the famous Marlboro sign from the outfield billboard at Dodger Stadium. I don't know, those of you that remember, there used to be this big Marlboro sign. And part of the decision that was made was not just the monies, but also it precluded big tobacco from advertising in the manners in which, including at professional sports. So, isn't it so weird how you remember those things? Also happened to be the summer that Princess Diana was killed and Johnny Versace was murdered. So I will never, ever forget those times. It was quite interesting. Okay, Harry Markopoulos. Harry Markopoulos, a financial analyst, repeatedly warned the SEC about Bernie's Madoff Ponzi scheme years before it was uncovered. Despite providing detailed evidence, his warnings were ignored by regulators. By the way, guys, 17 years they ignored it. When Madoff's fraud was finally exposed in 2008, it was revealed as one of the largest financial frauds in history, and losses estimated at $65 billion. Markopoulos, I'm not even sure if I'm saying that, his efforts highlighted significant failings in regulatory oversight. So, guys, we talk about how MMTLP is bigger than Madoff, XVX, and SVB combined, $65 billion. When we look at those prints and those orders too late to cancel that were executed but not settled, we are bigger. We have the potential to be substantially bigger, potentially, depending on the number of shorts, into the trillions of dollars. They avoided, buried for 17 years what Madoff was doing. 17 years. But we're not letting them bury this. And now you know why they're fighting so hard. 65 billion versus potentially $1 trillion crime. Bob Belote, an environmental attorney, took on the chemical giant DuPont after discovering the company had polluted water supplies with PFOA, guys, a chemical used in the production of Teflon. His work uncovered extensive evidence of environmental and health damage, leading to a series of legal actions and major settlements over $670 million in 2017. Belote was instrumental in raising awareness about the dangers of PFOA and other similar chemicals. Guys, I'm going to look it up right now. There is another case, Jen, if you're listening. They did a movie about it starring John Travolta that specifically looked at the polluting that was going on in the leather industry. I've seen a Civil Action. Is it? Yes, that's it, guys. So if you want to add this one, Jen, it's called A Civil Action. Let's see. In 1998, American legal drama film directed and written by Steven Zalian, starring John Travolta, blah, 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 based on a 1995 book of the same name by Jonathan Harr. It tells the story of a court case about environmental pollution that took place in Woburn, Massachusetts in the 1980s. The film and court case revolved around the issues of trichloroethylene, an industrial solvent, and its contamination of the local aquifer. The lawsuit was filed over industrial operations that appeared to have caused fatal causes of leukemia and cancer, as well as a wide variety of other health problems among the citizens of the city. The case involved is Ann Anderson et al. V. Cryovac Inc. et al. The first reported decision in the case is anyway. Duvall was nominated for an Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor in its performance. So if you guys, fantastic movie, really infuriating, but just another instance of where a whistleblower stood up to root out corruption. So not only with the Texas Attorney Generals, this could be a career-making case. I'm not above preying on someone's vanity. I'm not. But for a whistleblower, this could be a life-changing opportunity to not only receive monies, but to also have your life's work recorded in the book of history. And I think that this community is going to go down in history. Okay, guys. So we got through it all today. We dumped a lot of information on you regarding, resources that you need in order to contact your reps regarding the SEC case. And quite frankly, it's irrelevant to the Mmtlp fiasco. Let's make sure that our reps stay focused. We've provided you talking points, all that great information. Jen Cap, you've been a rock star. Thank you once again for providing those resources, guys. We'll get them out to you more formally. They're already trickling out. I've said them here on the space. If you want to go back and listen, I read them. We've given you the talking points, the 10 talking points to use with your representatives and your senators regarding the SEC's filings yesterday, and getting them focused back on the Mmtlp fiasco and the imbalance of shares that created the Mmtlp fiasco, and that was created by FINRA. as well as the market participants and brokers that counterfeited our stock. Also, Jen putting together a fantastic list of the many times, and the list is growing, where the SEC has been called out for their abuse of power and other things that they have done. So there is that list as well. And then, of course, the last list that she put together of where citizens just like us have stood up to fight the system and have uh, changed history. So amazing resources, guys. No excuses. I've even given you the phone numbers. If you don't know your FREP's phone number by now, something's wrong. But we've given you everything that we can: scripts, timelines. I have a page and a half that explains the MMTLP fiasco in plain language that anyone can understand. We've got the FOIA responses. We've got the February 8th PR from NextBridge. We've got Rare DD's videos. The book of information that this community has put together is really, really incredible. And all the resources are out there. If you want a resolution, you want out, you want off of social media, pay the rent. Okay, guys, I'm going to dip down into the chat. This will be the last call for mics. It is 12:12. Martini Mafia is already being seated, and the first round is on the way. So I'm actually going to take a look at my port here really quick. But it is 9:12 a.m. here on the West Coast, and I've got some other work that I need to do. And so, but I do want to dip into the chat, not meaning to ignore you guys this morning, but please, it's always best, grab a mic. We've been here for 3 hours, and I've been, 90% of the talk. I want to hear from you guys, and I know your community members want to hear from you too. So big shout out to those of you that have grabbed a mic this morning. But let me dip down in the chat and see what we can find down there. Jonna posting the SEC missteps down there, so you guys can get access to those. Artburn coming in hot with our FOIA certificate. The FOIA says it all. Everybody knows they knew. What is this, like the it is MMTLP Hall of Fame, guys. I have a feeling that's going to be a series from our lovely Art Burns. So let's see. Again, Kevin B asking, can George Pellick Harris and John Burdick counter sue for defamation and aiding and abetting manipulation and fraudulent theft? I believe that they can. This is a civil action, and so we do see countersuits in civil actions. I don't know that we see them in criminal, but we do see them in civil actions. So I do believe that they can. Will they is the real question. So let's see. What else we got? Yep, Dead Sailor, Scott's letter. Apparently, he has received receipts that they have received it. Let's see. Is this new? Or is this as old? 626. This is new. Okay, let me read this, guys. So if you guys did not know, Scott Trout issued a demand letter to Schwab. This was last Friday. I remember it very well, because we had within probably 10-15 minutes of even starting to talk about it, we didn't even have a chance to go through the 24-page letter. We had somebody show up calling us stupid and dumb, and how the demands were ridiculous, and this was a meme stock and a pump and dump, and you guys were all victims and you're too stupid to invest in the stock market. Yeah. Obviously, they did not want us talking about Scott's letter. Well, here's the response to the demand letter. Charles Schwab and Company Inc. acknowledged receipt of scorched earth from me about 3 minutes ago. Let's see, he posted this at 8:32, so that was about 45 minutes ago. So 48 minutes ago. The shot clock is now broken down into response deadlines of 2, 5, and 10-day clusters. If their compliance unit attorneys see this as the front runner to interrogatories under U.S. Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 33 and production requests under U.S. Federal Rule of Civil Procedures 34, they would be making an accurate, if limited, assessment. It might be more accurate for them to get off the 5 meter range and look at what's lurking at 200 meters and anticipate that pursuant to U.S. Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 27, I may move on them in U.S. District Court prior to filing the complete lawsuit. Guys, Federal Procedure 27 is depositions before action. So, similar to a petition that's a pre discovery petition, this is depositions prior to legal action. He continues, it'd be nice to have Sam Drady make that drive from New York City to Burlington, Vermont under a court order to bring the blue sheets and explain what the fraud was. Finally, they received my demand letter yesterday. Let's see what the response is, and I'll update accordingly. So, thank you so much, Scott, for all your efforts. We would still love to have you in a space. They don't want us talking about it. Well, that's all we should do then. Of course, making our phone calls first. But yeah, Scott, if you're game, so am I. So you can help us break down what you're doing here. So, but thank you for keeping us updated. Appreciate you and your efforts. Okay, let me dip back down. Sorry, guys. Let's see what else we got. What else we got? Yeah, Zaniotis is saying after all that has happened in the last few days, it would seem to me that investors would be rushing to fill Equinity. My simple mess says there are 20.5 million to go. Zaniotis, I have no idea how much room is left at AST. The only way that we're really going to know is when, like Trade Station, the brokers start coming out and admitting that they don't have the certificates for our shares. And the best way to do that, yes, is to fill up AST. But it is a personal decision. People have their reasons for whether they do or don't. Of course, people in 401ks cannot. The process to do it with Roth RAs is seemingly somewhat difficult and challenging, though it can be done. And then, honestly, there are people that have multiple reasons, including that they either can't afford it or their positions are so small, whatever they may be, it doesn't justify the expense of transferring, which I do believe the expense is part of their scheme to keep us from transferring. But it's a deeply personal decision. But, I have to say, had we filled up that boat, we would be in I think we would be in a completely different position today. But again, it's a personal decision. So let's see. Sway posting the closed SEC meeting Sunshine Act notice scheduled for July 27th at 2 p.m. Eastern. So that looks like it's scheduled at the exact same time. Huh. Oh, so this isn't a congressional meeting. This is an SEC meeting that's happening at the same time as the House Financial Services Capital Markets Subcommittee meeting. Maybe that is why SEC Chairman Gensler could not attend the hearing. Worth checking into, definitely, Sway. Interesting. Let's see. Just going down, down, down. Yeah, Lauren's saying the SEC should be investigating the broker dealers and market makers for not making margin calls on the short FTDs. Agreed. Agreed. Absolutely. It's a whole lot of liability to go around. Jay's asking, just hopped into the space. Did I hear that if there's a settlement for MMAT, we would need to have sold our shares to be part of it? Jay, I was speaking specifically to a class action. That if there was a class action involving market manipulation, that Wes indicated that you would have to have sold your shares to realize those losses. If Meta, that's with a shareholder lawsuit. Uh, I think he indicated that if Meta sues, that they have an opportunity to distribute any settlement or funds from their lawsuit. However, I asked him in his experience if that is what is done, and he didn't have any reference for that because he says as soon as there's a settlement and a judgment, he's out of that process and decision. And so he did not know if that was Meta's inclination. I can only give you my opinion. Depending on how much it is, I would probably say no. If Meta continues on as a company, they need to fund themselves. They can either do it with a lawsuit or they can do it with dilution. What would you prefer? What would you prefer that they do? But only time will tell. That's just my inclination. They will use it to fund their operations, potentially to fill out their silos and to move forward with their current technology, developing it and marketing it. Or maybe they don't. We don't know. We don't know. But my inclination is that I don't think we're going to see any substantial amounts of money from that lawsuit, specifically with Meta. Now, if there is a class action for shareholders, that could be different. But you're correct. Wes did indicate that you would have had to have sold your shares during the class period. And so that's something to consider as well. Oh, sorry, Wildcat. Wildcat asking me to check my DMs, guys. I'm sorry. I've been bad. I haven't even looked at my DMs this whole time. Give me just a second. Hang on, Wildcat. Where are you? Okay, Wildcat, I will check that. Okay, let's go down. No, Hen, that's not what he was saying. No, I asked him if his statement about Meta stock is both MMAT and MMTLP. I asked him if it was still the mother lode. He was a little indecisive. He says he thinks that there may be more in other companies, but then he kind of backtracked a little bit because we don't have a share count for MMTLP because Broadridge and DTC refused to provide the information needed to get that. But his suspicion, as is mine, and those that have been working in the background on building share counts, is that it is far bigger than anyone imagined. So, no, he did not say it was not. He said his inclination that MMTLP is so much bigger than MMAT, and potentially it could still be the mother lode, but that there are other companies that are dealing with more. So he was pretty indecisive, actually, but did say that he believes MMTLP to be far bigger than. He said, "I would blow your mind if I told you what my gut was telling me." So no, I don't think that was truly an accurate assessment. Maybe I didn't communicate it well enough. So I would suggest that it was one of the very first questions. So maybe you might want, I talked about the lawsuit in general. So maybe 15, 20 minutes in is when I hit him with the motherlode question. So maybe go back and listen to that um, and uh, hear that for yourself. So hang on just a second. Zaniotis, would you agree that Greg should come out with a share count transferred to EQ? Um, you know what, Zaniotis? I've said this many times. I've been consistent. I would love to see an update of the shares that have been transferred to EQ. But here's the situation. I don't understand what McCabe's strategy is, what his approach is, what I certainly don't have access to all the information that he has. And so, yeah, I would like to see it. But if it is in the best interest because of some strategy that's unfolding to leverage for our reconciliation for him not to publish it, then I respect that as well. But I'm anxious to see the 10K and the 10Q or 10Qs that come out to see if there is some sort of update on how full that boat is at AST. But if we don't, I also accept that there may be a strategic reason not to. So, but yes, I would like to see it. Sorry, guys, just going through the chat. I will check my DMs. Thank you. I'm not sure, Pinky, because I'm not sure exactly what Wes was referring to when he talked about Canada, but I thought he said direct access machines. Let me look through my notes again. I think I underlined it, in fact, because I was like, whoa, what is he talking about here? I think it's definitely something that we should look into. And I'm not seeing it right this minute. Let me keep going. I put all of my notes in red, so let me see. He called it DAM, direct access machines. But I'll read your article that he was talking specifically about the machines. So I'll read your article and see if it applies. So thank you for that, Pinky. Appreciate it. Persist AI saying make the calls, send emails, set up Zooms. The next 2 weeks are crucial for the Mmtlp resolution. Let's ensure our voices are heard in Congress. Absolutely could not agree more. Jonna put out some of those resources for you guys as well to use in your communications. We will put out the rest of them. We're just trying to make sure that they are complete and accurate because we know that we are under a microscope right now. Let's see. Dive into whistleblowers. Persist AI is saying, ever wonder how everyday Americans like Aaron Brockovich and Harry Markopolos expose massive corruption? Their stories reshaped industries and brought corporate giants to justice. Absolutely, they did. Supreme Court decision in the Jarkesy case. Actually, I think it's Jarkesy, I think. Fifth Amendment rights anticipated soon. Will they favor constitutional rights? Your thoughts? Love that. I've got my very own little PR person. I love that, Persist. Thank you. Short bus. Can't wait to see Berta behind bars. Y'all are crazy for not seeing it by now. Hey, short bus, question for you. What is the share count? Okay, let's go to. I'm just going down the list, guys. Going down the list. Loving it, Persist AI. Fantastic. Great. Helping summarize our topics of discussion and putting them out there in posts. Appreciate that. Thank you for that. Okay. Oh, I got hands. Yay. Oh, by the way, guys, hump day. Sorry, guys, I didn't even see the hands. Who's going to raise it first? Wave it in the air like you really don't care. It's James Bond. No. How you James Bond beat you. Sorry. Let's go to James, then we'll go to how you. Good morning, James. Welcome to the mic. What's on your mind this morning?
So I believe EQ or AST is a private company, correct?
Correct.
Is there a legality saying that, all right, so they're working for NextBridge.
They
NextBridge
do.
is
They have
essentially
contracted with NextBridge. Yep.
paying them for their services.
Correct.
Is there any legality? So saying that EQ or NextBridge cannot accept an over allotment? Because I believe this has been full for a long time. I think they're
Okay.
waiting to the tipping point where they can actually pull the trigger and it be most effective, because that has been their stance the whole time.
Well, and that may be possible. We just honestly, we don't know. But I will say, Gandalf and I were digging into, we never saw the NextBridge contract with AST, but we did actually pull up a couple other contracts with AST. And there is a statement in there that says something to the effect of, and guys, I'm not getting it 100% right. I am a sentiment person, not an exactitude person. Someone in the audience will laugh at that because we talk about that all the time. But the sentiments of what they were saying is AST will accept all transfers. And if there is issues with the transfer, it will put it to the company for review. Now, it said they will accept all transfers. They didn't say they will register them in book entry. So if there is a dispute with a transfer, that they will send it to the company for review. I don't know if that is in NextBridge's contract. I haven't seen it. We haven't found the contract. But that is, I believe, in 2 different contracts with AST and other companies. Is it possible that they are accepting the shares but not registering them? Yeah, that's possible. Hang
What's their
on.
last confirmed book entry that we know of?
That was all the way back to November 28th.
No, I
That
mean, as far as an individual investor, the
Oh,
date.
I honestly don't know. People haven't been reporting it. So I'm sure it's being reported in the DM groups. Okay, but that's what I was going to say. So if they are accepting shares and holding them kind of in a queue because there aren't certificates to back them up, waiting for review, that's one thing. But if they are registering in book entry more than 165.5 million shares, I believe that would be fraud. But I'm not a lawyer. I've seen documentation that no, they can't, state law of Nevada, but MMTLP is always the exception, right? There is something with that double QSIP though. Wes even said it. He's like, I've never seen that before. And also the brokerages using all their different, they're not QSIPs, guys, they're identifier numbers. And so, all the different brokers using those different numbers as well. He's never seen that before. I've seen it with GTII. Any of you who've gotten the dividend have seen that. But remember, Fidelity's fraud specialist said that MMTLP and GTII are going to change the industry. It's a great question, James. I just don't know the answer. It's not an easy answer. But here's what I do know. NextBridge is very well aware of the issues. And they're dealing with it in the way that they can. Now, is it possible that in some way they're collecting these? Now, let's think about what max pain would be, right? So we know that because of the halt, that short positions were trapped as well, right? But what can be shorted and what cannot be shorted? Theoretically, the most would be 100% of the issued shares. The problem is, or not shorted, but lent. The problem is based on information that we have, 50 to 65% of shares are being held in retirement accounts that cannot be lent out. So if you reduce the 100% by 50 to 65%, meaning 50 to 35% can be lent out, then you're talking instead of double 165.5, you're talking a hell of a lot less. Are they trying to get to that number to prove naked shorts? Okay, I can understand that argument, but they cannot register shares in excess, NextBridge hydrocarbon shares in excess of 165.5. That would be fraud.
I'm at 4 months book entry, so.
Yeah, I don't actually remember when. I think I was back in February. Hang on just a second. I'm just getting some messages. I want to make sure that it doesn't pertain to what we're talking about. Hang on. Okay, no, it does not. Let me actually go back. James, I have those actual numbers. Let me go back. So as of November 28th, guys. So let me give a little bit of context for this in case you're not sure why we have these numbers. So the amount of shares registered at AST became a barometer for the subscription rights offering, meaning the more shares that we register, the greater percentage that McCabe was going to make available of his working interest as well as the interest in the Bronco prospect. So, for example, if we were 85% full, he would turn over those assets in a commensurate amount to the NewCo company. So it would make sense that in those filings, they would update us on how many shares were at AST. Now, there is a difference. There is 165.5 million shares that were previously MMTLP shares, but the current issued shares are 251 million. What's the difference? Greg McCabe was given 56,297,638 shares for the Hudspeth merger. Hudspeth is Greg McCabe's oil company. They actually were the ones that hold the assets. They are now a wholly owned subsidiary of NextBridge Hydrocarbons. So that was 56 million. Then we also knew from the PRs that there was people that held working interest, cash investors, that they then purchased that remaining working interest for 27,060,637 shares. Those are not formerly MMTLP shares. Those are shares that were always in AST, registered at AST. 2.5 million shares have been added to that. That was the shares that were used to purchase the 4 Louisiana prospects. So that's how we get 165.5 plus the 2.5 from Louisiana, the 27 million from the working interest, and Greg McCabe's 56 million for Hudspeth. That adds up to the current issued shares, which is just over 251 million. But it really is the 165.5 that we're concerned about. Well, as of November 28th, we had transferred 71,895,554 shares of the 165.5. That meant as of November 28th, we had left to transfer 93,576,687 shares. I will give my opinion only, James, and it's really based more on instinct. I don't think we're more than full. Knowing that so many of the shares are trapped in 401ks, which are typically larger positions, as well as retirement accounts, I think that is the vast majority of the shares. And people have not en masse been able to transfer those. We also have potential institution positions. We've talked many times about Vanguard had 35 million shares at one point. I think they sold 18, are still potentially holding from the last filings we looked at 17 million shares of MMTLP. So they may have an interest in not transferring their shares as well. And I've given my thoughts on that. So I honestly, until NextBridge comes out and says that we have filled the boat, I'm going to assume that we haven't. But that's just my opinion, James. Did you want to chime in?
Yeah, I don't know why the retirement accounts cannot be transferred, but if it was for some reason where custodianship of that, couldn't NextBridge or just file something to become a custodian and have those like transferred over?
Yeah, I don't believe NextBridge can, but I did ask the question about whether AST Equinity could. I also researched Cirrus, the parent company of Equinity. I believe they are a custodian. They manage a pension fund. So I did make the proposal that potentially NextBridge reach out to a custodian to establish an affiliate relationship that would make it easier for us. I don't know where that has gone. I don't have an update on that. I'm assuming because we haven't received a PR about it that it hasn't moved forward, but I don't know. And yes, it is the custodian designation. But there are firms, I believe, oh gosh, Rob, is it Advanta, Marathon, or Millennial Trust? There are firms that specialize in custodying shares of private companies that are non-trading shares. So there are some people who have gone through that process. But also, I've heard from other people that have attempted to go through that process that there are brokers that have refused to transfer them using the excuse that they have zero value, therefore they cannot. It's an excuse, guys. It's not true. And so I hope you guys are documenting that, and we will add that to a potential case against those brokers, which one of them may or may not be Fidelity. But yeah, it's a custodian issue, and those are federal regulations. You can't as far as the federal regulations that I understand from the accountants in our community, that you cannot hold uh, custodial accounts in non-custodial and non-custodians. Just another way that they're utilizing the regulations to hide the corruption. So, okay, James, thanks. How ya? You're up. How you love that?
I got an account at Weeble, not Weeble. Weeble, I have an account at Weeble. I transferred my shares. I transferred my TD American Trade shares, and all of them went through. I didn't have any problems. And I have an account at SoFi, and in their policy, they want you to pay for the transfer, and if they get rejected, pay for them to get sent back. And I'm thinking that this kind of will relate to the last gentleman's question. Well, why would they send them back? And you said something about shares being rejected or held on to that are um, questionable or whatever have you. And it makes me think because SoFi uses Apex like
Mm-hmm.
Weeble does. And
Yep.
Weeble never gave me the option of they might not accept them and they might send them back. Only SoFi did that.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, let me say this. So, Apex is the clearing firm for multiple brokerages, right? SoFi, by the way, I believe they used to clear for Robinhood, which is now quote unquote self clearing as well. They clear for Webull, they clear for Ally, Tasty Trades, other people like that. So, Webull did not allow you to buy shares, but I believe they did lend out shares. So,
SoFi
Webull
either.
could, well, what I was going to say is they both could potentially still have a problem if they loaned out shares. I don't know why SoFi would say that. I would think, but then again, what do I know? That Apex has an accounting for which of their brokers, which of their bulk cert allotment would apply to each broker. But do I think that they're shifting things around to continually hide the overage until they can't hide it anymore? Yes, I do. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on, Halia, but let me clarify what my statements were regarding AST. I don't believe I discussed rejection. What I said is if you look at the contracts that AST Equinity have had with other companies, that they do indicate that they will take all shares, like all transfer requests. But for those, like for example, if there was an issue with it, that they would then queue it to the company to decide what to do, but it doesn't mean that all of those shares were being registered. We have heard a couple instances where requests were kicked back for various reasons. But I don't know that it for any of them it was because of we don't have the certificates. I understand that there were questions of the name is wrong, the social security number is wrong. But guys, I haven't heard updates from you in quite a while. So if any of you have differently, please, let us know, DM me or grab a mic in a space and let me know. Um, but yeah, I just unfortunately how yeah, I don't know what the AST Equinity contract is with NextBridge. So I don't know if that provision, it seems to be a standard boilerplate provision. But I have no information if NextBridge has reviewed any of those. But what I do know is NextBridge is very well aware of our concerns about AST and Equinity. So I can imagine they're monitoring them pretty closely. And if they needed or felt like they wanted to make a change in order to maintain their fiduciary responsibilities, I have a feeling they would. But just a feeling, hell yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, SoFi was my smallest position. And mathematically, between the price of the transfer and the price of in case they send it back, I didn't send it. I elected to leave it there until the smoke clears because, like I said, it's a small position, but they're there.
But I will say, how yeah, were they putting out that message to deter people from transferring shares?
It
I can
deterred me.
understand exactly. That's my point. By saying, oh, it might be rejected and we're going to charge you double time. They have been messing around. There's been some effery involving, what they're charging people to transfer. We had a space with Peruvian Bull, and I apologize, I don't remember who the other person was, talking about DRSing shares and digitally transferring shares, and how, some brokerages do charge fees, some do not. But in their experience in the GMC and AMC community, it was between $60 and $80. Nowhere had they ever heard about certificates or fees up to $500. So once again, I mean, the evidence that is mounting of how they have broken with policy and precedent regarding MMTLP, the evidence is mounting. I will say, in the beginning, TD Ameritrade was attempting to charge, I believe it was $299. But I think in their user agreement, in their brokerage agreement, it says they don't transfer. So when they called out on it, they weren't charging to transfer anymore. And I was not charged to transfer my shares to AST before I was switched over to Schwab. So, guys, I would look at your brokerage agreements and see if it indicates anything in terms of what it costs to transfer DRS your shares to the transfer agent. If it indicates zero and you've been charged, I would get on the phone with your broker. I would document it, and I would get on the phone with your broker. Also, if they say that there's no fee, or they charge you in excess of what they say, I would be making those phone calls. I think you guys should check out your brokerage agreements. Now, I know it's a lot of, hefty legalese and BS, but one of the things that you can do is put it into, like, copy paste it, put it into Word, and then you can search it. And so you can look specifically for transfers, transfer agent, and it'll take you right to those clauses. So it's not as difficult as it sounds to look through it. But I would recommend you do that, Halia. Okay, I've lost the order. I think it's Marcos, Lawrence, Jonathan. Nope, Cooper. Cooper's in there. Okay, everybody be good. Who was first?
This is going to be a quick
Saavy,
one.
I'm sorry. Can I jump in real quick? Because I've got a conference call in a few minutes.
Sure.
Halia, did you see the campaign for Ari in the nest? That's all you. Did you hear me? I don't know.
How you
Yeah, I
did
hear
you
you. I just went straight to the nest because I'm just like a kid on
It's the
Christmas.
call to action. 3 questions for Ari. All the phone numbers and the script are there. Have fun.
Oh yeah, thank you very much.
Guys, I just received a question as well. So let me explain this for people that are not familiar. There's 2 ways that you can transfer your shares to the transfer agent. Number one, you can do an electronic transfer, and those shares are held in book entry at the transfer agent. On your statement, it will tell you that those are book entry shares. You can also do it with certificates. If your brokerage has issued your certificates and they have mailed them to you, you will also see that your shares at the transfer agent are in certificate entry. So those are 2 ways that your shares can be held. So somebody sent me a DM about that. Do you have to transfer your certificates to AST for book entry? You do not. And we've discussed several times about what the advantages, disadvantages are. But yes, if you have certificate shares or book entry shares, you have shares. So just want to make that clear, that there are 2 ways to hold those at the transfer agent. Go ahead, Marcos. Thank you for being patient with Jonna.
That's okay. Thanks for the mic. I just put a quick post on the nest, the full Q&A with Wes Christian. I included it's a video file and also there's a PDF next to it with the timestamps for all the questions and answers.
Oh, wow.
And an audio file that can be downloaded. The video can be downloaded, the audio file can be downloaded, and the PDF with the questions and answers can be downloaded. So like and share.
Love it, Marcos. Thank you so much. Please
And
tell me you had a software that made that easy and you were not meticulously going through and time stamping it yourself.
No. I use an AI to do that.
Oh, good.
No.
Good.
No.
I know I have a hard enough time when I try to go in and pull quotes and things like that. So I really need to get on this AI thing. But thank you, Marcos, for doing that. I will. Will you do me a favor just to make it easy on me? Will you send that to my DMs?
Yeah, yeah, I'll send it to you at the
Okay.
end. I put it in the comments for this space. And
Oh, okay.
what else I was gonna say? Oh,
I
the
just want to make sure
subtitle.
that it gets in my DMs so that I can send it to Wes as well.
Okay, subtitles have some issues because I don't have the time to review every single word and make corrections. Sometimes
Uh-oh.
the uh the AI that listens to the audio when they make the text, it doesn't understand MMAT, MMTLP, so there will be a little typos here and there, but I mean, you got everything there basically to work with.
Amazing. Thank you for that. Love it, Marcos. You're killing it with your posts. I love it. Appreciate you so much. Yeah, but if you would DM it to me, I do want to get it over to Wes in case he wants to use it for anything. And guys, at about minute 50, maybe Marcos, you can clarify exactly where it is where he talks about specifically about why AG should be paying attention to these issues. I would suggest that you guys clip those sections and send them in your correspondences with your state attorney generals. I think that was a fantastic idea for whoever did that. Thanks, Marcos. Appreciate it. I believe it is Cooper waiting for MMTLP. Cooper, good morning. Welcome to the mic.
Hey, Junk. Long time no talk.
Yeah, how you been, Coop?
Doing pretty well. I just took some time away.
Good.
Anyway, but I just had one question. What do you feel out of these past 18 plus months? Do you feel is the most important and or significant piece of evidence that would be considered like the final straw and or quote unquote smoking gun?
Well,
Single
ultimately,
most piece.
yeah, ultimately, Cooper, it's going to be the share count,
But we don't
which
have.
we
But we
haven't
don't have
gotten.
that. Yeah, we don't have that
No,
yet.
I think
But
it's going to
yeah.
be a really close tie between the information that Curtis and people from the community revealed about the UPC committee. Who sits on that committee, their gross conflicts of interest, and the fact that they were the ones that broke their own rules, constructed a flawed, deficient corporate action, pushed it through twice,
Yeah.
and then used the flaws to justify their U3 halt. That one and the FOIA. I would
That's what
say
I was
the
thinking too. I was thinking the FOIA is still that because that's more of like a cornerstone. It's more the foundation that we've built upon, and we've built this massive house of cards that once it comes down, not only are we going to be financially compensated, but I want to see every single one of them in prison.
Yeah. No, I would definitely say that those two were pivotal moments. If
Yeah.
I had to add in a couple more, I would say the open letter from Ralph Norman's office.
Ah, yes. Okay.
I would also say the FINRA facts. Those are
Yeah.
historic.
Yeah.
They've never done that before for an individual ticker. And then I really, the fact that Greg McCabe let it all hang out there in the February 8th smackdown of FINRA.
Oh
And in the
yeah, when he had
most
those two press
polite,
releases back to back. That's right.
yeah, in the
Yeah.
most polite and Texas way, he basically said, FINRA, you're fucking lying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I think it might be? I wonder if they're gonna find like just a kind of maybe a wild and weird comment. They're gonna go, oh, it's 2.65 million overage. Oh wow, our computer glitch again. It's really actually 26.5 billion. Oh wow, what a crazy just missed the
Yeah.
decimal. We didn't know about that. That's why it's been
Yeah.
off. Because they're just gonna lie about some computer glitch. That's the only thing I could
Well,
think of. They could.
they
Yeah.
already gave themselves an out, Coop. They
Yeah.
basically said this doesn't include overseas liabilities because we can't track those. So they were trying to put it off overseas, saying, "Oh, it's overseas. We can't do anything about that." Well, Wes Christian just told us on Monday, yes, we can. It's
Yeah.
expensive and it's hard, but we absolutely can do it.
because I was just about to say, if no one can do it, then I know exactly what business I'm going to be starting up.
Right.
I'm going to get an LLC in the Grand Cayman Islands and just start shorting the absolute bejesus out of everything, and I'm never going to go to jail. Nothing's going to happen to me.
Or you're going to get a direct access machine and just sit in your basement pushing the F3 button.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. I'll just
no.
get paid just
Yeah,
to keep doing that, and like all of us, all 65,000 of us would be like, now we know exactly how to make all of our money back.
there you go.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
I would say
yeah,
those are the big ones. Of course, the
yeah.
UPC committee, the FOIA, the facts and our responses,
Yeah.
the open letter, and then, really Greg McCabe just hanging it all out there, indicating that, they have proof that FINRA, that the language of the corporate action was wholly inconsistent with the language from Meta. And, just really calling out FINRA to the carpet.
True, and I think Curtis may have pointed this out, so definitely correct me if I'm misspeaking, but that's probably why maybe they as in the bad actors chose TradeStation, because they only had like what 300,000 shares that were allegedly over, right? So
Well, to be honest, we don't know how badly they're over. But this is the statistic verified that we do know,
okay,
that we have documented evidence that TradeStation, I believe it's 112%
okay,
over their certificate. So 250,000 something. I don't know the exact number, guys. I don't have my database pulled up, when they were only supposed to have 122,000. And that was from just 30% of the potential shareholders. So if you extrapolate that out, and if the numbers stay consistent, you're talking there, 4 to 6x over. So I
oh,
think
yeah,
they're less
yeah,
than a million. I think they're probably around, 450 to 600 million.
exactly. So the point that
No, sorry, Cooper. Thousand. TradeStation is
yeah,
such a small fish. Their
exactly, but
allotment is only 0.07% of the total shares of MMTLP. So sorry guys, not million. I believe personally that they are between 450 and 600,000.
yeah, so they purposely chose a smaller one to use the share count to probably make an offer low enough to kind of set the standard. Be
How
like,
does it set the standard though if that offer is sealed under confidential? If that offer is confidential, how are we even going to know what it is? So if we don't know what it is, how can it set a ceiling?
um,
Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
true, but
No, I know that
yeah,
we
but I
talked a
mean,
lot
I
about
just
it, but
yeah,
if it's
come
done
on.
under a confidential settlement agreement, if an offer is made by them, how can that set a ceiling if it's in confidentiality? If it's leaked, there could be additional penalties for that.
Yeah, but
So
that's the cost of
unless
doing
the
business. I'd be like, whatever, we got away with
well,
$100 a
not
share,
if
let's
a
say. All
hang
right, great,
on.
we don't care. You know,
No, not if a judge pulls it back into court.
yeah, that's the
It
whole
may not
point. Delays it
necessarily
again.
be the
That's
cost
the
of
whole.
doing business.
Yeah, I just
No,
want the
so but
divorce, but yeah.
okay, here's my point though, Coop. We've talked a lot about, well, they're just trying to get a low settlement. But here's my point. First of all, I don't think they're necessarily going to get through discovery. I think they're going to try and settle. Now, it is up to the client whether or not they want to take that settlement and how far they want to push, right? But there are some significant hurdles that have to be overcome. The arbitration clause and a motion to dismiss. If if the plaintiff is able to overcome those, I have a feeling TradeStation is going to come with an offer, right? It is going to be up to the client whether or not they take that offer or if they push through to discovery. But then a whole other battle of discovery happens. Just because you ask for it doesn't mean you get it. You have to give justification for it. And so that is a whole other drawn out battle that's going to take place. But if there is a settlement before discovery or even after, technically it is not part of the
The
court
time
the court
is
record,
1
and it
o'clock
is
p.m.
sealed in confidence, right? So
Okay.
how if for example they settle, I'm just going to throw out a number, guys. I know nothing. It's just an easy number: $100 a share. How
Okay.
can that be a ceiling if nobody knows what that settlement is for? And if it is leaked, there's going to be hell to pay.
Would
And
that be
I
on the
think that
statements of NextBridge on their 10K K or Q or in their financial
No,
reports?
because this
No.
is not NextBridge's lawsuit. This is a shareholder lawsuit. It would not.
Uh,
This is
how?
not a NextBridge lawsuit. This is a shareholder. This is Intercoastal Waterways.
Oh, okay. We're talking about Anna. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but no, if again, guys, is if it is a confidential settlement, if it does leak, then there is certainly a substantial argument that that can't be a ceiling either. But again, it's if there is a settlement, first of all, any plaintiff is in their right to settle it whatever they see fit, right? I don't know what her plans are. I have no idea. I have not talked to her about the case. So we will just have to see how it unfolds. But again, if there's a settlement, I don't think we're going to know what it's for. Unless, typically, well, here's something to think about. Maybe the settlement is so good that the plaintiff wants it out. But then again, the defendant's not going to want it out. If the settlement works in the defendant's favor, they're going to want it out, but the plaintiff isn't going to want it out.
Yeah.
So I just don't know that we will ever know. Therefore, it can't be a ceiling.
Well, if she
Now,
buys like 15 Lamborghinis, yeah, I think that's going to give it away.
not necessarily. I don't want to get into the personal finances of people, but not
Yeah.
necessarily. I don't think
All
that's
right.
indicative.
Yeah.
But let me also say that, if, for example, Intercoastal Waterways settles that position, settles that suit, then I think there would be an invitation for other trade station clients in similar circumstances to come in behind with a very similar lawsuit and potentially do the exact same thing. And maybe their number is different, greater or smaller. Maybe one of them decides, I'm not going to settle, and they push through to discovery. I mean, they can't force you to settle. They can entice you to settle, but they
Yeah.
can't force you.
Well, yeah, because it's civil,
So,
it's not criminal. So, yeah.
well, there aren't really settlements, and there are plea bargains in criminal. It's a little bit different, but yes,
Yeah.
this is a civil case.
Yeah.
So all that to say is we have to wait and see how it unfolds over the next months.
Yeah. I guess, well,
We
yeah,
just don't
I guess
know.
the next thing that we're looking forward is NextBridge's financial reports, right? That's the
We are. We're
latest.
also looking forward to NextBridge's petition to be rescheduled for oral argument.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, their
Awesome.
petition against the trade station. So, yep.
Right on.
And just, of course, any word from Congress that we're moving forward. We
Yeah.
do understand that Representative Norman has a potential meeting. We don't have a specific date, but a potential meeting with the DTC to see if that is a pathway to get the shared data as well. So, and then all of our work with the attorney generals. We'll just keep our ears to the ground and our nose to the grindstone. I think that's how it goes. Did I get it right?
Yes, you did. Something like that.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Thanks.
Thanks,
All right.
Coop. Appreciate
All right,
it.
everyone. Have a great day.
Let's go to Lawrence. Lawrence, welcome to the mic.
Thank you, John. Hey, earlier, John Saavy, you were speaking about the AST, the transfers, and just a quick note is that if you change address or your location and everything like that, there's a stay on the settlement that can be delivered or paid to you or your account. So the transaction can take place, it can trade and it can sell, but there will not be any revenue transfer. I think it's a period of 10 days from the time that you make a change of location or address. So you have to, bear that in mind and plan your change so that you can take advantage to use that 10-day window. And that's kind of like a fail-safe security measure. And so you use that for your advantage as well. So you
Lawrence,
plan and make your
I'm not
what?
clear. I'm
Oh,
confused about, I don't understand what you mean a 10-day window. You said AST 10-day window. How do you use that to your advantage? Can you explain that again? Because I'm not clear what you're speaking of.
Okay, I certainly will. AST will not transfer any funds for 10 days. I think that at the 10 days from the time that you submit a change of location or address.
Okay, what funds are you
So
speaking of, Lawrence? We don't have
if
our
there
shares
is a,
worthless. So not worthless, they're at zero
okay,
value. So what funds are you speaking of?
at any time, there could be a change of the transactional analysis of, I apologize for that there. Within any time period, within 10 days, there is a change of the way that the shares will be funded, whether it's through NFTs, resume trading, a settlement, a buyout, a merger, a reverse merger, or you know, give them a second and they'll figure out a way, to make another opportunity to ride with them, and so we can be ripped off once again. But believe me, I believe in McCabe and in our team and our community, and we've done everything just right. And so, bearing in mind that there's a 10-day security measure, that if anything is finalized in the transactional analysis of our shares, one way or the other, and it better be one way. So you make your time your moves. And so I just thought that everybody should be able to use that to their advantage. And if they are moving and in transitionatory, keep that in mind and use it to your advantage. And that's, hope I explained it that well enough that time, Junk Savvy.
Okay, thanks, Lawrence. Yeah, something always to keep in your mind. And also, guys, make sure that you are updating, especially if you are considering transferring to AST. Make sure that you update those accounts beforehand before you do that transfer, because it could potentially interfere with your transfer if that's what you decide to do. So it's always a good idea to keep your brokers up to date with the most updated information. So thanks, Lawrence. Let's go to Patrick, Kevin, and then Annette. Good morning, Patrick. Welcome to the mic.
Hey, good morning. How are you doing, Junk?
I'm good. How are you, Patrick?
Doing good, doing good. I just, I just saw a post from somebody in the community saying, in this case against Berta and Palacaris that, it could go to trial, which I don't believe it will, but because discovery and everything. But what's concerning is for people that don't know anything about MMTLP, when you do a Google search, I put it up in the nest. When you do a Google search and you just type in MMTLP under I use Chrome. I mean, people might use different browsers, but under Chrome, at least, you get this new Bloomberg hit piece that was put out yesterday. It was by Matt Levine. I don't know if anybody talked about it. He's a columnist. He's a former investment banker at Goldman Sachs. I wasn't able to read it because you have to be a subscriber, but I'm hoping somebody here is a subscriber and they can maybe post a piece so we can read it. I'm assuming it's a hit piece because it's put out by Bloomberg, and I'm assuming, because it's a former investment banker at Goldman Sachs that, once again, the timing of this is just impeccable. And I'm concerned. So I think, we need to not only our community, but other communities that have had problems with counterfeiting against their companies, against their tickers. I think we need to do a concerted effort to maybe get some IT people involved and work on the, work on the back end of making sure when people do Google searches, they get both sides of the story and they get the truth. Because you do a Google search, there's like 3 or 4 of the top articles are all hit pieces against MMTLP, and they're all lies.
Well, Patrick, that's by design. They pay for it to be that
No,
way.
I know.
And quite frankly, we're not going to overcome those algorithms. But guys, I'm putting up in the nest. Matt Levine posted it. By the way, uh, Patrick, can you mute your mic? I'm getting a ton of feedback. Thank you. So, by the way, guys, here's the title: MMTLP tried squeezing the shorts. Um, Matt Levine's credibility is already dead and buried. And just the mere title of his piece, which is inaccurate, proves this guy's a complete hack. We have a long history with this guy. Matt Levine, believe it or not, under Bloomberg, wrote an article about Dole Foods had too many shares. And then I believe it was 7 years later, comes out with, oh, naked shorts don't exist. This guy has zero credibility. The title of his article is MMTLP tried to squeeze the shorts. That is not what happened. That is not what the case is about. So he has zero credibility. But we also knew this was coming, Patrick. We knew this was coming. The battle is not with the pay to play, media. The battle is making sure that our representatives in Congress do not fall prey to this propaganda. So I don't know if you're aware, Patrick, but we put out Gen Cap has done an incredible job. John and I assisting, putting out not only a list of 10 points to share with your congressperson regarding the SEC filing. Also, there is a list of 10 ways that the SEC has been demonstrated to abuse their power and to, I don't even know what the word, fail as a regulator. And then also, we just put out a list of everyday citizens that have risen up as whistleblowers and changed history. So, lots of resources. I'm not going to worry about this guy. This guy's a complete hack, can't even get a simple fact straight that this was not MMTLP. The MMTLP was fabricated by market maker and broker who allegedly fraudulently listed MMTLP for trading, was never supposed to trade. The Series A preferred dividend was a placeholder. And so obviously, very obviously, either he is a complete idiot or this is a manipulation. I think it's kind of both, but that's just me.
We were ready
Yeah,
for an organic squeeze.
Guys, I put it up.
We,
I put it up in the nest,
we
so you guys can check that out and respond accordingly.
we didn't try to squeeze anything. We were ready for an organic situation, and that's all.
Well, and quite frankly, retail doesn't squeeze anything. Squeezes are created when you have excessive amount of naked shorts and failure to deliver. We don't create the squeeze. But again, it just goes to show that we have more education to do. So
I guess, Junk, I just don't like the idea of the general public, like, say there is a jury, which is unlikely, but if there is, and they don't know anything about, if I'm on a jury and I don't know anything about the company, I'm going to do a Google search and I'm going to type in MMTLP.
actually, jury instructions are you are not to do Google searches.
Yeah, but people do.
So,
You know that.
well, but Patrick, here's the bottom line. These guys pay to have these articles put at the top of the search engines. I don't know that we're going to overcome that. So what we do is we do it through education. I mean, they do. They pay big dollars to be at the top of those search engines, and we just don't have the funds to do that. So, if you guys do have access, and I will tell you, Patrick, media is paying attention. So I personally shared. Hang on just a second. I have personally shared that I have a connection to a major network that is potentially interested in this. And so major media is now paying attention. Small media has been for quite a while. And so we need to put our energy number one into Congress. They're the people that matter. Matt Levine don't matter. Matt Levine doesn't matter. So we need to put our energy, as Curtis said this morning, and our efforts into what matters, and it matters at Congress. Make sure that we educate them. It seems we've gotten some reports back, not only from Pete Sessions' office, but also Tanya came up and shared this morning that her representative, I believe it was Tanya, guys, sorry, memory's failing me, but that they indicated that they recognize that this is a separate issue and they're not dissuaded from investigating MMTLP. So we just need to make sure that our representatives, especially those on key committees like Oversight Committee and House Financial Services, that they recognize that these are separate issues. I am heartened, I guess, optimistic, because Pete Sessions appears to be the one that has been spearheading the investigation, that he recognizes that, and that was made clear yesterday. So, time to do what we do best, Patrick. Okay, let's go to Kevin, then Annette. Thanks, Patrick. Kevin, welcome to the mic.
Hi, Saavy. Thank you.
Sure.
I wanted to say something else, but I mean, you know, you're on my tangent with the squeeze terminology. I mean, there is absolutely nothing wrong with shareholders and companies demanding that shorts settle their debts, and to make it clear that an impending dividend or an impending merger and acquisition or an impending transaction should, by rights, force the shorts to settle their debts. The fact that they default, the fact that they can duplicate liabilities from Torch into metamaterials, from metamaterials into MMTLP, those are all instances where there should be an imperative to settle their debts. There's nothing wrong for a CEO or a company or a shareholder to make the point that shorts need to settle their debts, because if they don't settle their debts, it's tantamount to condoning theft. You've taken proceeds for pretending to sell something and you haven't delivered what you sold. They need to settle their debts. And we don't. Shareholders don't squeeze. Shorts squeeze themselves. They fabricate these counterfeits. They fabricate these liabilities. They buy back the shares to settle their liabilities. It's all them. Shareholders aren't doing squat. The price discovery proves, and the volumes prove, that this is all them. This is not shareholders. And it's not the company. It is the shorts doing it to themselves. And I don't see the problem, and I don't understand. I mean, what is wrong in this country? Are we not a nation where settling your debts should be a point of principle? Why are they not being held accountable to settle their debts? Why did FINRA not instruct their members to instruct their clients to make sure that all the short positions were settled by December 6th, if they were so damn smart to know that the last day of trading was supposed to be the 8th? Why did they not instruct the settlement of the debts? Why did they orchestrate the default? Because they're criminals. But that's not what I really wanted to say. I mean, I wanted to comment on this allotment, this term allotment of shares, like, for instance, to TradeStation. And I don't know what TradeStation's allotment was, but if it was 600,000 shares, that doesn't really indicate the extent of their total long and total short position. It could be 2.6 million, it could be 20.6 million, it could be 30.6 million. It's just a matter of the net number. The allocation has to equal the net between the longs minus the shorts. Give what the allocation is. That's the only way in which you can balance back to the 165. And they force balance back to the 165. So the allocation is just one of three numbers. The real numbers we need is what is the quantum of longs? Because the longs minus the allocation is what is still on their books as liabilities.
What about the liabilities they've packaged and offshored off their books?
That is just another liability. I mean, and it's
yeah, I know.
This is the thing, and FINRA thinks we're dumb. Okay, they think that the only way to get to the shorts is to get them to report what all the short positions are. No, that's a flawed way. I mean, is a criminal going to tell you what they've stolen? No. So the answer is not to ask what is the quantum of shorts or what is the quantum of liabilities. The question is, what is the quantum of longs? Because we know what the company issued. We know the company issued 165. So if you want to know what the number of shorts are, the real number of shorts, you add up the number of longs. And that's the easiest thing under the sun. We all know how many shares we have in our accounts. Fidelity can press the button today and they can tell you in literally 2 seconds what the total quantum of long positions are that hold a particular equity. There's no doubt in my mind that they can do that. All they've got to do is subtract the 165 and they know the quantum of shorts. Not ask.
No, and I understand that, Kevin. When we talk about the AST allotment, when we talk about the DTC allotment, that is the only barometer that we have, right? And so if they have more shares, long positions, irrespective of their short positions, if they have more long position. Now, okay, let me back up a minute. I don't know exactly how the DTC comes up with that allotment. I've tried to reach out to Dr. Trimbath, who of course the godmother of DTC and DTCC, and haven't received a response. I don't know how they come up with that list, but here's the bottom line. The DTC has a record of what's out there, right? And so when they look at a situation like this and they go, oh crap, I've got 165.5 certificates, but they're all coming at me with these numbers, I'm going to have to allocate them in some particular manner. Do I think that that is truthful? No, not at all. But the only way that we prove, as you said, is when that we can prove as a community with the access that we have, is when they exceed their allotment, their bulk allotment, and then tell us we can't transfer shares anymore. But do I think we're ever going to know the total? No, I don't. I think that there are going to be some people that at the end of any sort of reconciliation are going to have to be settled out through a lawsuit of some sort, class action or otherwise. Do I ever think we're actually ever going to have a balance? No, I don't. Never. I think that the webs and the tentacles are way too far, way too deep, buried 12 layers deep, and they do this on purpose. But do I think that we can amass enough evidence with Congress's help, with the Attorney General's help, with the DD team's help? Yes, I do. But are we ever truly going to know? No. Do I think that they can easily determine? Actually, I don't. Do I think they could if forced to and taken the time? Yes. Do I think they ever will? No, I don't.
Well, if they know
But we need to prove as
if
much
they
as we
have an
can to bring them
allotment,
to the
if
table.
they have an allotment by broker, if they have the allotment spread out by broker, that allotment has to tie up to 165. With other
Correct.
words, if you then add up the total number of longs by broker, and that must also be very easy to do. I don't for 1 second believe that a broker can turn around and say, oh, we don't know what the total number of longs of MMTLP our clients hold. That's absolute BS.
No, I'm
That's a
not
push
saying
of a
they
button
don't.
and they know
No,
it
that's
immediately. So they
Kevin.
subtract
That's
their
what we're
allotment
asking
and
Congress to.
they know the liabilities that they're accountable for.
I agree, but you were talking about short positions and all that kind of stuff. I do agree. That's what we've been asking Congress to do, is get an aggregated audited share count.
Right.
Yes, they can go to the brokers, but let me ask you a question. Those are only the brokers with DTC allotments. What about the registered and unregistered brokers that are holding long positions that don't have AST allotments? Those are 100% naked positions. How are we ever going to know those until shareholders of those companies stand up and say, wait, what about me?
Well, yes, exactly. Exactly. Now you hit the nail on the head. Now you hit the nail on the
Yeah.
head. So that begs the next question then. So, how does the company get a list of claims from its shareholders? That's
How do they get a list of what?
claims, share claims.
What do you mean claims?
All the shareholders saying, "Hey, you owe me 1,000 shares. You owe me 10,000 shares. You owe me 5 million shares." You add them all together, and you've got the number of shares that are in circulation, or the number of shares that are credited to shareholders' accounts.
Well, one of the ways they can do it is report that information to NextBridge. Other than that, I don't know how they're ever going to know unless the shareholders come forward and say, I'm with this broker. They can't transfer my shares. But honestly, is that
Right.
really a NextBridge problem to solve? Or is it your problem to go to your broker? I don't know.
No, I mean, I
I honestly
can't.
don't know.
I can't tell my broker what to do as far as your shareholding is concerned, and you can't tell your broker what to do as far as my shareholding is concerned. But the
No,
company,
that's not what I'm talking about. The company can't either.
I believe the company.
The company, because these are not DTC eligible, the company doesn't have the opportunity to get lists of the NOBO sheets out of these brokers.
Right.
They can't get NOBO sheets. They certainly can't learn about OBOs. There is not a mechanism, because if there was, I guarantee they would have done it. There is not currently a mechanism for them to acquire how many shares and shareholders there are
Well,
and who their
I mean, I
shareholders are.
disagree, but
There's not.
I've given my proposal to the company. They can do with it what they like. I don't think,
Yeah.
I don't agree with you. I think there is a way. Is it gonna take some work and you know?
Well, when we
But
talk about, first of all, unregistered broker dealers that are holding positions, we talk about those that are overseas and buried in subsidiaries and things like that. Wes talked about it, Kevin. It's incredibly difficult. And quite frankly, NextBridge doesn't have the
right.
resources to hunt down all the shares overseas. Now, is there an opportunity for the Secretary of the Treasury as a matter of national security to demand it? Yeah, but our standing in the world kind of sucks right now. So, do you think company or countries that are actively engaging in defrauding the American stock markets are going to actually comply?
Do you
So,
think these
there
shareholders
theoretically
you're
may be a
referring
hang
to
on,
over?
hang on,
Sorry,
hang on.
I don't.
There theoretically may be a way, but in practice and actuality, is there? I doubt it. But that's my skepticism. They've made a skeptic out
Right.
of me. Go ahead, Kevin.
But no, I was just going to ask. I wonder whether these shareholders who are offshore and in these, would know if they were supposed to receive a dividend and didn't.
I'm sure. I mean, think about it, Kevin. We are a very small community here on social media. Think about who's holding these shares. A lot of people are holding them in retirement accounts. Some of them are holding them through funds that pool the funds and purchase. There are things locked up in court, probate, divorce, lawsuits, otherwise. There are people that forgot they're holding
Right.
these shares. We don't know what sort of communications they're receiving from their brokers. So yeah, I think there is a very good chance. A friend of mine asks me all the time, where are these 65,000 plus people? And they're out there, but how is NextBridge supposed to communicate with them when the brokers subvert access?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they can put out a corporate action, but quite frankly, not everyone pays attention. Some people are very passive investors, which is they're perfectly entitled to do. But no, it's a very complex problem, Kevin. And there are certainly, do I think that the MMTLP will ever be reconciled to 165.5 million shares? No, I do not. Do I think that we can get as close as possible with the information that can be acquired through congressional as well as, litigation means? Yeah, I think so. To the point that, the majority of the shareholders will receive some sort of restitution settlement of some sort. Yeah, but, you know, we just don't know what that is yet.
Right.
So,
All right. Well, thanks.
and here's the other conundrum, Kevin. In any sort of trading opportunity, what's going to incentivize and force those people to come forward, whether it's blockchain or otherwise? What's gonna force them to participate?
Dollars, money.
Not necessarily. Why can't they just sit back on their heels like they've been for 18 months? If we build it, they will come. We need to stop saying that and thinking that.
Look,
We
here's
use
the
Kevin,
thing.
hang on, let me finish. Let me finish my point, and then I'll let you have the mic. We used to say one share over and game over. Well, we've proven more than one share over and it ain't game
Right.
over. And we used to say one broker over and it's game over. We've proven one broker over and it ain't game over. So why hasn't TradeStation attempted to settle their shares that we know of? Why haven't the brokers come out and made tender offers? Why did Tiger Trades lie and make a tender offer in the name of NextBridge? They could have just made it themselves. Why did they lie? Commit fraud? Why haven't the brokers attempt to reach out to their shareholders that we know of and close those positions? And why, if there's a trading opportunity, would they be incentivized or forced to close then? They could just sit on their hands and do nothing. And then what are we going to do? Nobody is holding them to account and forcing them to close their positions.
And FINRA or SEC are not going to change. I mean, they're not going to change. What's going to make them change?
Well, I don't know. Is their existence on the table? I don't know. They're racking up quite a track record, and I think if we continue to expose the fraud that they have committed and the compromised uh, position that they're in, could we be seeing the end of FINRA? I asked that question of Dr. Shapiro and Wes Christian, and I said, is it time to pull regulation of the markets back under the Secretary of the Treasury? And they expressed doubt that that would happen. But I think they both did, as I recall, that they both said, yeah, it's time to end.
Right.
No, actually, they didn't. I think I asked them if it was time to end naked shorting. I don't remember if I asked them specifically if it was time to end FINRA. But I think, honestly, the more we expose, FINRA is going to be fighting for their lives.
Right.
It is very, very clear that for a very long time, both FINRA and the SEC have been facilitating their members and the criminal enterprise.
Right. They
They
need
need
to
to be
be
held
disbanded.
account.
I
If they're
mean,
not, then we're all
I,
effed. It's over. We're all
I
effed.
don't understand.
So,
I don't understand why, we so firmly established in our constitution where you've got to have separation of powers between all these governing bodies and the judiciary, and you can't be judge and jury and prosecutor and policeman, but it seems perfectly fine to have the SEC do all of that for the capital markets. The capital markets are massive. I mean, it's what's driving everything else.
well, and I don't want. It's not fine, Kevin. Accepted and fine are two very different things. And we are coming to a point in history where not only are other countries pushing back and pointing the fingers at us, but the American people are rising up, and we're a big part
Right.
of that. A lot of challenges to those things that are accepted are happening right now. And as I discussed with Wes, there is a framework being laid to bring these systems to account. But what it's going to take, as Wes said, is we need to rise up. The government is not going to fix this for
Right.
us.
No, that much we'll agree on.
They're not, because they benefit from it. The financial system is not going to fix
Right.
this. They benefit from it. It's the American people that are going to have to stand up and say enough is enough. And I think our community is a big part of that. But Kevin, I'm going
Okay.
to move on. We got a couple of hands.
Thank
Feel
you.
free to hang on to your mic if you have more to say, but let me get these other hands in. Go ahead, Annette, James, and then I've got 2 more requests. And then, guys, I think I'm going to cap it off because honestly, I'm really tired here. We're pushing 4.5 hours. So go ahead, Annette. Good morning. Welcome back to the mic.
Good morning. Thank you. I've been listening in on my husband's account while I make all my calls. They are completed, and I just wanted to emphasize to people to make them. I didn't have a lot of like they knew what was coming. It seemed sort of new to all of them, and so please everybody make your calls. And the other piece that I realized when making the calls is to spell Ari Rubenstein's name for them, so that they're sure to write it down. Otherwise, it seemed like maybe they were just writing the questions and forgetting who they were going to be addressed to. And so be sure to make that point very clear to them as well. And so please get her done.
Get her done. Annette, let me ask you, did you by any chance use any of the information that Jen and John and I put out this morning, the talking points or the questions, or were you able to utilize any of that?
What I did for the calls was just the one that Jonna had posted with the 3 questions. I think Sika Star had put it out, and I kind of went off of that.
Okay.
In terms of reaching out with my rep, I feel like those talking points are going to be more useful there. And follow up to that, I haven't heard back from my rep on if they're gonna how they feel about it being a completely separate item issue. Although I did hear back that he emailed me about 10 minutes after receiving notice from the SEC. So I don't know if that means they sent it earlier. Or if they sent it at 10 and that's when he got it, or maybe they sent it and he just got it at 10. But anyway, I'll keep.
Well, we certainly have anecdotal evidence to demonstrate that certain Congress people did receive it early, but also that, the announcements were trickling in, which I think is also curious. I would be curious to know, Annette, did the PR about the indictment of the Atlas 8, did they also distribute that through Congress? Did they also distribute the indictment for Dexbox through Congress, or is once again the exception MMTLP?
Yeah, the unicorn.
Right.
And also, like we were discussing yesterday, did it go to everybody or only those that have their signature associated with any letters? So I don't know if there what kind of feedback the community has provided for that, but that will be an interesting statistic as well.
Yeah, and also, Annette, Cece came on and she had received a letter from Pete Sessions indicating that he, of course, who's been one of the key figures in moving this investigation forward, he recognizes that this is, just one aspect of a let's see, what is the phrase? She actually sent it to me. I think I said multifaceted, but she gave me a different one. Let me use that exact word. Hang on, guys. Multi-jurisdictional issue. So you can also use that with your reps. Hey, Ralph Norman and Pete Sessions, who've been leading this investigation, their response to the letter was that, this is just one aspect and that there's still a lot of work to be done, and that, we, of course, still need a share count. So let them know, guys. Let them know. And of course, if you're not sure what I'm talking about, up in the nest, and we will continue to put this information out and down in the chat, are 10 points that you can make regarding the SEC filing and how, quite frankly, it is irrelevant to the issues that we've been addressing with Congress, which is specific to the FINRA's violation of Rule 6490 in constructing and imposing a corporate action with an embedded settlement issue, that the language was wholly inconsistent with that was proposed by the company. And of course, evidence was put forth for that they then used that fraudulent corporate action that they constructed to justify quite fraudulent U3 halt or criminal U3 halt in order to protect the interests of the people making that very decision. And the firms that they work for, who every single one of them hold liabilities in MMTLP. Or with, for example, Patty Casamatis, who's the FINRA representative to that organization, has been aware for more than a year and a half. Let's see, a year and a half and then a year plus. So for 2.5 years that there was issues with MMTLP. So the SEC, of course, needs to account as FINRA as to why, if all the way back in 2020 they knew there were issues and they had to have known they were issues because of the investigations they were levying, because of the prosecution or the investigation into Atlas 8, because of the FOIAs that we've received. They have exposure here because they failed to act, and FINRA was an active participant. And so, in the fraud. And I believe that is why the SEC is pushing back as well, because they have exposure here as well. Those names of those FOIAs need to be redacted or need to be unveiled, unmasked, unredacted, I guess is the word. So, they want us to give up and go away. They throw these speed bumps in our way. Let's just do what we always do, use it as the fuel to catch air and keep on going. We've done it every single time. Nothing has stopped us. And this act, in my opinion, was a desperate move from an animal that is trapped. They are doing anything and everything possible to stop our progress. So, guys, catch air off the speed bump. Let's keep on going. Thanks, Annette. Oh, do you have something else?
Yeah. Early this morning, I heard Matt talking in Jack Space, I think it was.
Oh.
And the the thought and sort of an additional push plan action you can take is to if you've had relationships and even had Zoom calls with your reps, staffers, reach out again. Try to get it now with your actual rep to amp it up a little bit. And Matt fully endorsed that as being a good call to action. So if you've had Zoom meetings and have a relationship, try to accelerate it now to the actual rep so that it can be clarified that they actually have all the information, that it's being translated to them properly.
Yeah, certainly a concern.
Hey, John, can I jump in? I have limited time.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to note, I heard somebody say that they received an email from their representative or whatnot, noting the new filing from the SEC against George and John. Interestingly enough, I received an email from one of the senators' staff that was basically saying the same thing. I was totally annoyed with it that that's all they responded with. So I totally responded back. I used two of the rebuttal points, and I also went on to say that FINRA already admitted there's an overage. TradeStation has admitted they are overage. There's a second brokerage who has an overage. And finally, the FOIA already alludes to potential complicity and collusion between the SEC and FINRA. So the fact that you haven't acted and you sent me this email after 18 months is kind of ridiculous. When is my elected official going to stand up and fight for her constituents? He or she. But anyways, that was sort of my reply. And, going back to Kevin's point, how are we going to change it? I mean, not by sitting here and debating it. Get loud, get out there, contact, make your phone calls, etc. Yeah, so I just wanted to put that out there real quick. And Matt also did reply to one of my tweets about the DTCC. So now I'm starting to tag them and I am starting to put them on everything that I can on all the time that I do have on LinkedIn because they need to be called out too. So yeah, thank you for letting me speak real quick.
Yep. Sika Star, check that correspondence because when Cece brought up that her representative sent her the SEC's PR, she didn't realize there was an additional attachment of a personal letter. So just double check and make sure that there wasn't an additional attachment, that maybe their sentiments were a little different, because we had that unfold right here on air. She hadn't seen it. She's all, wait, what's this? And it happened to be a personal letter expressing a
Okay, I
sentiment.
will double check it. I did want to ask one other thing. I saw CC's message about Pete Sessions or what his office said. So are we on the fence about Pete? I've seen both sides of the story. So are we assuming he's still
Well, it's
spearheading this?
he is still one of the point people, yes. I know people have mixed feelings, they always have. But the reality is he is a point person on this. And so our people are working with him. And hopefully we'll see the fruits of those labors. So,
Okay, awesome. Thank you for clarifying that.
but no, he did indicate in the personal letter that he recognized that that the SEC enforcement action was just one aspect of the MMTLP fiasco, and that they're going to continue to push forward. So it completely changed her perspective, is my point. So just make sure, guys, when you are getting those correspondences, that you guys make sure there's no like links or attachments or something attached to it, that could be some personal correspondence. So just make sure, because that was a really weird situation with CC. So,
Awesome. I'm
okay.
going to double check that, John. And then there was one other thing. Gosh darn it. It's just skipped my mind. So I'll give back my time.
Go ahead, James. Thanks for being patient.
Yeah, you look at just about every case or anything in real life, of a situation. You know, there's somebody that's on the wrong side, and there's somebody that may be a victim. Um, People get prosecuted on the street or in a court. It never works out where the wrongdoer gets busted on absolutely everything, goes to jail, and has to pay everything, because there's always a bargain. There's always a bargain, whether it's in real life or if it's in a courtroom. There's going to be, hey, if you do this, we'll do this for you. So I'm asking everyone here, what is your plea bargain? Because we're at the point where we're getting information that will hold a substantial amount in a courtroom. But there will be a plea bargain, regardless if it's in court or if it's, hey, do you want to go to court or not? But what is yours?
There certainly will be something, James. I shared my, philosophy in particular regarding, or my theory regarding George and John Berta and this enforcement action against them. So it's how far you want to go, how far can you go, and what serves whatever interest it is that you want. I told you guys, my personal conversations with John were bring it on. I want it all. But that was before the indictments came down. And so, or the enforcement actions. I don't know that they officially are indictments. I don't know. Did they call it indictment? I thought indictments were criminal. Uh, I'm not sure if it's called an indictment, um, but circumstances may change once the evidence is laid out for them about what it is that the SEC feels that they have. Their circumstances may change. It may not, may embolden them even more. So we're just going to have to see this play out. But here's what I believe in my heart of hearts. Looking at the past behavior of the SEC, looking at their past behavior specific to MTLP and their current behavior, I do not believe for a second that they will allow discovery, and that either they will leverage a settlement of some sort, and that is up to John and George whether they feel that is in their best interest, or whether they will straight up, after, I don't know, 8 to 12 months, 14 months, as they did in the Atlas. Well, Atlas was dismissed, but or if they will dismiss the case and, move on. So wouldn't be the first time, wouldn't be the fifth time. So I know people say the SEC doesn't do this unless they have the goods. Well, why don't they allow discovery? So we'll see, guys. We'll see. Time will tell, but that's my theory for now until I receive information that changes that theory, guys. So, unless anybody, Annette, James, or Kevin have any other additional information, want to make a few announcements before we go. Of course, we do have the National Financial Services. Wait, no, sorry, got Fidelity on my mind. House Financial Services Committee um, subcommittee hearing on capital markets Thursday, 2 p.m. Eastern time. Still trying to decide if I want to go ahead and host that. Guys, I don't know that we're going to hear anything about MMTLP. I have zero expectations. But I still think it's important. This is the committee that deals with the issues regarding the stock market. So you decide if you want to listen to it. I will decide if I'm going to do a space in the morning or forgo that just to do the a space that broadcasts that. So I'll let you guys know in the morning what I plan to do. Of course, Busy. I see you in the house. Good morning, Busy. Doing what Busy does, serving his country every day, is hosting a veteran space with Lieutenant Colonel Bradshaw on July 1st. That is Monday. Busy, what is that time again? It's up in the nest. I believe it's 6 p.m. Eastern. And so there will be additional special guests that we are keeping under wraps. And so, Busy, if you would like to come up and you can announce that as well. Other guys, it's up in the nest. So that is Monday, July 1st. I encourage everyone to participate in that. And then, of course, we have our Atreyu. I don't know why that's so funny to you, but anyway. But of course, guys, we have our rent due. So make the phone calls to your representatives. We've given you the 10 points that, not refute, but let's say focus back on the issues of MMTLP regarding the enforcement actions. Of course, they do not explain, excuse, or resolve the imbalance of shares that they have admitted exist. And that we have proven and have yet to prove more and more and more. Digging into Robinhood as soon as I get off this space, guys. So think we may have a potential problem there. So we will dig into those numbers. And if we have something to bring to you, we will. Keep an eye out if we do reach out to you because you have submitted information to the community share account at justretailinvestors.com. We may send out emails asking you to respond with verifications. If we do that, guys, we're on to something. So we'll let you know if we do. But then, of course, contacting the House Financial Services Committee members, subcommittee members, I've given you those numbers. They're up in the nest. We've given you a dialogue with 3 questions for Ari Rubenstein. So after you contact your rep, if you've got about 12 to 15 minutes, you can contact the members on that committee and express to them that we have some questions for Ari Rubenstein. First public appearance that we know of in 18 months, guys. So let's see if we can take advantage of that. And then, of course, as always, Matt saying book those Zooms, try to make sure that they are with the representative, not necessarily their staffers, and see if you can talk to them directly after 18 months. Think that you've earned it. Also, state AGs, guys. I don't think we've had more to do than any other point in the history of MMTLP. And that's, of course, so we can just move right on over this speed bump and keep on going down the road. So state AGs, consider reaching out to your state's attorney generals. Marcos posted the space with Wes Christian. It is up in the nest. He time-stamped and did a PDF of the dialogue and answers. I'll look at it. I'll see if it matches what I have as well. But around minute 50 is where Wes Christian talks specifically about why state attorney generals are and should be paying attention to the MMTLP fiasco. Additionally, it just keeps going, guys. We got so much to do. Additionally, if you are with Fidelity, please consider filing a U.S. Postal Service mail fraud complaint. Also, consider filing an IRS criminal investigative complaint. If Fidelity oversold their position, as we have data to suggest that they did, and they filed to the IRS that they delivered more dividends than they had certificates to deliver, then they have committed a whole slew of predicate RICO crimes. And so make sure that you guys are filling out. We know that we have reported it. We know that other members of the community have escalated it to law enforcement. And we are digging in. I'm a dog on a bone and I ain't going to let it go. So I've been working on this for over a year. in ways. Nextbridge has also been given this information, and West Christian as well. So, also, guys, Robinhood, if you are with Robinhood and they continue to obstruct and interfere with your property rights, please also consider filing an SEC OIG complaint. Let's put some pressure on them, guys, as I continue to dig in those numbers. And do we have another trade station? We shall see. Okay. Anybody have any last comments before I say adieu, adieu, adieu? We've got Busy coming to the mic. Yay. We always love having Busy on the mic. Good morning, Busy. How are you doing?
Can you guys hear me?
I can.
All right, all right. So,
All right, all right, all right.
yeesh, clean up on aisle 9, right?
I know.
Jesus.
So, Busy, tell us about your, well, one, tell us what you're up to, but we definitely want to hear about your veteran
All
space
right,
on
so
Monday.
let's start out with the veterans space. So, we do have some good special guests coming on. Like I said to the community the other day, I'm not gonna put those special guests or speakers that are gonna be attending out on a post yet. I'm gonna wait to the very last minute, maybe over the weekend. Um, we do have some people within quote unquote the community that are trying to sabotage. So I'm trying to prevent that. So at least I put it out. The space call is going to be at 6 p.m. Eastern time on Monday, and that was because they wanted to share that with the special guest that we're inviting on. Uh, what's next? Yeah, clean up on L9. Spent some time yesterday on the phone with Texas AG's office. Uh, that went fairly well. They understand. That's not going to deter them. You know, they want to get to the bottom of it. Today, I spent some time with somebody from the AG's office out of Florida. So now, Florida, we got a direct connect to the AG's office, um, and I'll be working with some of the community members on that. Sorry, I had a phone call. I'll be working with some of the community members to try to get Florida on board. There's some other states, but I don't want to talk about. It's getting serious, guys. So I really don't want to expose what offices we're talking to. The reason I mentioned Texas is because we have a great relationship for over the last 10 months with that office. So I know that's not going to be sabotaged. They're on board with us, and they're trying to help us as much as they can. The other offices, we're just going to try to keep it on the low for right now, but it's a working process. And listen, the community is doing great. Shout out to everyone that's actually reaching out and filing those complaints. Remember, that's the first thing that I asked. Have you guys submitted your complaints? I know that I spoke to somebody from the community of Colorado, Rob. I think he came up to the mic yesterday, or I was speaking to him on the phone. I can't remember. And just don't give up just because you were rejected. Doesn't mean that you should give up. Try your securities divisions, state offices, and also reach out to your attorney general's office and file those complaints. If they get many complaints, they're gonna have to investigate this matter. I know that it was kind of disappointing to see that yesterday, but again, Gandalf put it out there, and I know that Meta News he put it out there. They did the same thing to Overstock. It's their playbook. That's not going to deter me, and I know many of the community that are working really hard every single day. They're not being deterred by anything. We know what's at stake here. We want a share count, and we're just going to keep pushing. That didn't stop me yesterday. It didn't stop me today, and I don't get paid for this. A lot of the was I mean, shout outs to a lot of the people that I actually have actual jobs like Curtis, Matt, and some of the other community members that take the time and are there for us to attend Zoom calls, to attend any kind of meetings and help us out whenever they have some spare time. Shout out to Curtis and Matt. They just I just can't tell you guys enough how lucky this community is to have them both on our side. But just keep on pushing. Don't let this get you down. We want a share count, right? That's the mission. We want the truth. Berta and George Pelicaris didn't create those counterfeit shares. And if we were so wrong, why they haven't submitted a share count to Congress? Why they haven't came out and say, okay, you guys are wrong. Here you go. There's no imbalance. They haven't done that. So they do have a problem here. We know that this is not the only ticker that they're doing it to. They're doing it to thousands of stock tickers. And it's a systematic problem in the overall market. We're just on
The
the
time
forefront.
is 2
And we have a big
o'clock
army.
p.m.
Look at Devin Nunez. He's fighting it. I put out a video. The same playbook that we're doing here, the same blueprint, he's actually doing it. He actually, if we were so wrong, you don't think that somebody of Devin's stature that used to work in an intelligence committee, that he would attach the open letter to his complaint? Savvy? I mean, am I wrong
Nope.
here?
Dude, where are you? You sound like you're
Oh
at the
no, I got
airport.
airplane. I'm in the garage.
Yeah, you do.
I live
Sorry, busy.
next to
We
the
can barely
airport.
hear you. No, I mean, there is no way that Devin would compromise any efforts on behalf of his company and his shareholders to attach the MMTLP fiasco. And do not kid yourselves. The MMTLP fiasco is about FINRA's violation of Rule 64.9, their fraudulent U3 halt, and the imbalance of shares. That is the MMTLP fiasco. And they're not going to usurp it and take it for their own uses. You know who I'm talking about. It is about the imbalance of shares. And that's what we are fighting for. That is what we have been requesting of Congress for 18 months. But there is no way, and I know for a fact, that Devin Nunez did not attach MMTLP to his letter, his submission, his filing to the SEC without thoroughly vetting and understanding our situation.
And I know a lot.
He
And Savvy,
knows.
and I know that some of the members of this quote unquote community were having their 50 minutes of fame yesterday. Okay, you see my response back to a certain individual. I don't care. Enjoy your
I
15 minutes
did.
of fame. I'm not here to get 15 minutes. I'm here to try to get the truth. See, I'm seeking the truth. What happened here? And you heard me say this before. I don't care who's behind this. I want the truth. I think the community deserves the truth. So let us play its course. But that's not going to stop this community to try to seek the other truth. What is the share count? Period. We need to deliver that to NextBridge. We need to make sure that NextBridge knows who their shareholders are. They can't move forward without that. And I don't want to sit here and you know my conversations. Well, let's just leave it there because I don't want to step on a landmine. We know there's other people listening, but I know that the company is seeking to who their shareholders are, and that's all I want to say about that.
Well, like I've been saying ad nauseum for the last 2 days, what the SEC filed against George and John does not explain, excuse, or reconcile the imbalance of shares that is the heart of the MMTLP fiasco. And that is the reason that FINRA halted, constructed against their rules in violation, a corporate action that had no association to the information that the company provided. It was significantly dissimilar. It manufactured a settlement issue that then they used to justify their fraudulent U3 halt that has now exposed, because of the efforts of this community, the massive conflicts of interest between the people that not only approved, drafted the fraudulent corporate action, but then used it as justification for the U3 halt. That is truly the core of the MMTLP fiasco. So, guys, we provided all those resources to you. We will continue to put out more. Of course, we did the 10-point bullet points that you can pick and choose or use them all and add your own to your representatives when you make those calls to help them focus on the heart and soul of the MMTLP fiasco. Feel free to point out that other representatives, including Pete Sessions, has recognized that the SEC enforcement actions yesterday is just one small part of a much bigger issue and investigation, and that they do intend to move forward with that. We also provided you the list of the numerous ways through different court cases that SEC and their enforcement has been found to be an abuse of power and other such violations of their mission. We also gave you a list of everyday American people who have stood up to the system as whistleblowers and changed history. And if you guys have any that you would like to, excuse me, to add to that list, I already added the gentleman from the movie Civil Action that stood up against the chemical pollutions coming out of a leather tanning company. And so, you guys, we've given you the points, we've given you the information, we've given you the phone numbers, we've given you the dialogue. I have made the offer to provide you with backup materials, i.e., a summary of the Mmtlp fiasco, PDF of the FINRA facts and our response. Next bridge is February 8th. PR. I have all of the congressional letters, whatever it is, links to Rare DD's video, anything that you need, all you have to do is ask. We've got it there for the feasting. How you go ahead and then we'll go to Curtis.
Keep in mind that Ari Rubenstein is not protected by a SRO. And by him being sent, I don't know if he was sent here, summoned here, on what capacities he's here.
He's there as a subject matter expert. Are you talking at the hearing on tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Yeah, he's there as a subject matter expert.
Okay, now that's either an insult or an opportunity, one or the other. Because when we think of the situation that we're in, he's the first name that we came up with. And he's been gone ever since. And his first time coming back, they're going to parade him in front of us like he's the next candidate for president. Like we don't know who he is. That's more than an insult. We got questions for him. This is what I told my congressman, representative, and they need to question him. They need to go in there with the marshals and have him arrested. And it's just a travesty to have him here and let him walk out unscathed.
Like I said, Halia, I have no expectations that they are going to do that. I certainly will be listening, but I don't think we should have any expectations that any of that is going to happen. I know it's an opportunity, but it's another rubber meets the road situation. Are our true supporters going to be revealed, or are they not? And so I know I'm going to pay attention. We'll never know until it goes down. But in the meantime, we've got phone calls to make, not only to your representative, but to the members of that committee.
But in a lot of our campaigns, we never really actually mentioned to them that Ari was the bad actor that initiated this whole situation.
Well, because we don't, as far as I know, unless Curtis knows differently, we certainly know that GTES was involved in the earliest of transactions. But again, we still don't have the irrefutable evidence that indeed they were the ones that fraudulently listed it on the OTC markets. But that's why we're asking the questions that we're asking.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I got my questions in, and they know I'm ready.
Okay. Thanks, Halia. Let's go to Curtis, and then we'll finish up with Annette.
Hey, Saavy. Fantastic job. Sounds like on doing hitting the rebuttal points quick,
Did
because
you read those?
I did not. Well, I read the. I'm sorry.
They're good.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody knows them. It's just it's imperative that there's consistency in overcoming those objections. So, thank you for doing that and calling attention to that.
Thank Jen. Jen's the one that whipped those out late. She and I were up at the wee hours, late hours of the night. She put them out there. I went over them. So big shout out to Jen Capella, who's been killing it this morning, guys, with, of course, the SEC talking points and the whistleblower talking points. So go ahead, Curtis.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So again, I shared this earlier this morning. You're, by the way, a beast for just running continuously throughout the day. But so
Oh, 2 hours ago, I said I was done,
I'm
Curtis.
sure you did.
And
And then you probably
yeah,
opened it up
yeah,
for
it
final thoughts and
doesn't work out that
questions.
way.
And here we are 2 hours later. Um,
All right.
but seriously, so it is important that everybody knows going into a conversation that whether you're talking to someone that has been an advocate previously or not, that this is going to be a point of concern and a question. And you have to be able to look, I'm not saying you have to steer the conversation. You should address it head on. We knew that this was coming. We anticipated it. It's imperative that you hit it head on and discuss some of the anomalies that exist as part of this. So, thank you for doing that, because you put it in nice bullet point form so people can articulate that back. I will say, there's so much. We have so much opportunity, so many things that have to get done simultaneously. But I feel very, very strongly that that was the most important piece that is applicable across the board, whether you're talking about congressional outreach, media outreach, state AG outreach, other judicial outreach. Everyone needs to be aware of that. And so focusing on anything else is, I think, talking about what color you're going to paint the house before having a foundation laid. You have to have that foundation in the conversation. So whether they're very well versed or whether you're introducing MMTLP to them for the very first time, it's imperative that they have that base knowledge. There's When I say there's so much opportunity, obviously there's been stuff that has been moving at breakneck speed in the background the last 2 weeks specifically. um, this is an obstacle. It is an obstacle. It's the reason they played this card. It's an obstacle. Don't want to portray it as anything other than an obstacle. It is absolutely an obstacle. Um, Having to make some updates to some stuff just to get people back, and to where we're within counterpunching distance. So it's unfortunately a distraction. Well played, SEC and illicit actors. Well played. We'll pivot. Doing that as we speak kind of threw a wrench in the timing of some things for me personally. But anyway, this is the fun part, because now that they've played this card, it presents some interesting questions. I also share the sentiment. I know you've said it, Saavy, earlier, and I think I just heard you say it again. This is not getting to discovery. That's a pipe dream. That doesn't make any sense. It would be nonsensical for them to allow that to happen. I think they're going to try to delay this process for as long as they can. That's the overarching theme with this anyway, is to delay, install, and to act as a deterrent to get people to not assist. Becomes that much more difficult. Very similar to when the Atlas 8 were disclosed back in the end of 2022, right after things hit the fan with us as well. It's the same thing, same tactic. Now we just need to be able to speak intelligently to it as the community. That said, um, I've been on my own little media tear, so can't wait. I'm glad the timing could not have been any better for them to play this card. So it's not. It doesn't cause any kind of confusion. So now that this is played, and anyone who hasn't read the entirety of the 46 pages, I definitely encourage you to read it. Um, Nowhere, and I know you hit on this in the points, I'm sure, but nowhere do any of these assertions or allegations uh, in any way, shape, or form dismiss that both FINRA and the SEC both acted outside of their bounds in regards to MMTLP trading, initiating trading, their awareness of what they're now purporting as fraudulent activity and manipulation, and yet they didn't seize any kind of trading to be initiated, nor did they seize trading to finalize until you had ultimately shorts that were going to be held accountable by broker dealers, and the communications that we all received from our various broker dealers and how they were going to be handling the processing of the corporate actions that FINRA drafted and manipulated and issued subsequent communications on. I will tell you, I know for a fact that FINRA is intending, they already have intended to change their narrative slightly, but in an important way to now try to change the story to where they're going to say that the corporate action was processed as deficient, meaning it wasn't actually processed, which is obviously counter to reality because we all know of the corporate actions were published on both the 6th and the 8th. And why, if the corporate action was processed as deficient and rejected, then there wouldn't have been a spin out. There wouldn't have been any necessity to issue a U3 halt to begin with. So I don't know where they go with that because the very committee that would be handling settlement and clearance issues with corporate action deficiency notices would be the Uniform Practice Code Committee, which also issued the U3 halt. So don't know where they go with that. I don't know if they really thought that through from a process flow standpoint. But anyway, we are in great shape there. I hope everybody gets plenty of practice on these 10 points and overcoming objections. Still, it's very important to continue to advocate on the congressional front for, and specifically, very specifically, from James Comer Oversight Committee. Very specifically, we want a hearing within oversight. I would prefer, and our initial approach was to just have subpoenas issued directly. If they would accommodate that request, by all means, let's skip the charades and the dog and pony show. But they're not going to do that. I don't really know if they'll accommodate a hearing either, but that's what should be advocated for. And I, in conversation with reps familiar with this, they're still advocating for that as the best path forward. So, want to echo that sentiment. It's important that we continue the pressure. You can't continue outreach without being able to overcome these objections because it doesn't matter if you're talking to a longtime spotlighted advocate or if you're talking to somebody that's just truly becoming familiar with this for the first time. You are going to be met with this SEC PR as an obstacle. Expect it. Get comfortable with overcoming objections. It has nothing to do with the trading of MMTLP. Other than the 2 sentences at the end of the PR, has nothing to do with it. Nothing that they're asserting resulted in creation. John Berta nor George Palikaris created a whole bunch of counterfeit shares. They didn't create a whole bunch of liabilities. They didn't create a scenario at TradeStation where they have lent out more shares than are part of their allotment. That didn't happen. So it didn't happen from any social media influencers. Like it's absolutely ridiculous. So don't let them grab the reins and run free and wild with the narrative. Correct the misinformation. Be comfortable overcoming those objections and expect them.
And do it calmly and professionally and not in a defensive way, guys. We still have the facts on our side. We still have, exactly what I just said to you a few minutes ago, what Curtis just said. We have proof there is an imbalance of shares. And that is the reason that FINRA cited the U3 halt. They didn't say pump and dumper, social media, CEOs this. None of that was their reasoning. And that is why we are all here.
That's right. It's imperative that you are calm and respectful and explain exactly what has happened and the context that they are missing and dismissing. And again, it can be someone that has been an outspoken advocate for transparency here that is giving you some level of objection. Don't be taken aback by that. It's by design. So, and you shouldn't need to feel defensive, honestly. Is it annoying? Yes, of course it's annoying. Did we expect it? Yes. So overcome the objection, knowing that this is an important card that they are forced to play that cannot be played later. I don't think that there's any coincidence in the timing. As you know, we were in a really great position from a momentum standpoint, and this does it does slow that down and installs it in some regards. But when it's presented correctly and people understand the implication of why they're presenting it, then it creates more questions that exist of why the timing, why are they wanting to discuss this now, and why would any of the media that's attaching to this, why would any of the personalities that are coming out of the woodwork and attaching to this, why are they asserting that this has anything to do with MMTLP? It's
Hey, Curtis, I
mighty
have to ask you
interesting.
a question. Did you see Matt Levine's Bloomberg article?
I have not yet.
Okay, I put it up in the nest. It literally says in the title, MMTLP tried to manufacture short squeeze.
Yeah, see, I love.
MMTLP had nothing to do with it, Matt. His credibility was all dead and buried. I think we dug it up, dug deeper, and pushed it down more.
Yeah, the whole reason that MMTLP is a thing was literally short position holders at the time of merger in June of 2021 didn't have to close their positions. Thank you, OCC memos, for disclosing literally the timeline and milestone of events there. So they didn't have to finalize and close out their short positions with an unquantifiable dividend, which in many cases that was going to be the uncertainty in early June 5th, I think, is the date of the first OCC memo. They didn't have any relative certainty. It wasn't a quantifiable aspect of the merger, so it created additional incentive of closing those shorts prior to the merger. So it's it's uh it's so rich when people state that, because the whole reason MMTLP became tradable in the first place was because you had liability holders that needed to create a market to move around those liabilities and ultimately try to close them for the lowest cost basis possible. So
But Chris, I think someone made a really good point as well, in that the MMTLP fiasco wouldn't exist if MMTLP hadn't been fraudulently listed.
correct.
And John Berta and George Palicaris and social media people had nothing to do with that.
That's correct.
And there is evidence of who did that. The FINRA's FINRA's fraudulent corporate action, which the language is not the language that the company went forth. We know, we've talked about the 13th, 14th, whatever. That wouldn't have even existed if MMTLP wasn't trading.
Hey,
That's
Kurt,
correct.
I got a question for you, Kurt.
The U3 halt wouldn't exist if wasn't trading, and MMTLP would not exist if the shorts had covered their positions in Torch. Go ahead, B.
Well, busy, okay? Not the B word. Uh, uh, no,
Dude, I'm 6 hours in. Cut me some slack.
Hey, boo boo, go
uh,
ahead, boo boo, with your question.
no. How historic was that open letter in December?
I don't know of a prior instance.
Did any of those media personnel report on that letter?
Maybe.
Negative ghostwriter.
Yeah.
That goes to show you. I mean, Patrick Burns said it. You know that when the quote unquote Easter Bunny came out and said there was 5 media organizations that are actually going to come all together and do a hit piece on you like clockwork, they did. It's the same playbook.
I think we should put a post out mocking that, actually. I think we should put them in bunny ears and label them, loser one, loser two, loser three. Curtis, actually, I was going to make a proposal to you as well, or run a thought by you. I played earlier Robert Shapiro. Thank you, Busy, for sending that to me. His discussion of Reg Show and the loopholes in Reg Show and what that allows. And he talks about short squeezes and how short squeezes are actually a good thing, but he places the blame right where it needs to be. He says short squeezes are the way the market not punishes. What is the word, Busy? The way the market, anyway, the way the market deals with uh, the bad actors. Well, legitimate shorts that locate their shares are not the bad actors.
Right.
It's the naked shorts. So he's saying right then and there that short squeezes are created by illegal shorts. So I'm wondering if we should reach out to Robert Shapiro and see if he can do a 5-minute video that expounds on that a little bit more. I know he's insanely busy, but maybe considering this juncture and where we're at and that he's been with us from the beginning, maybe he'd be willing to put forth a 5-minute video that is done specifically for Congress that we can utilize. I know you have communications, so you're
We
busy. So maybe.
have him back on the space call because he told us anytime you need me back. Just
I know he did.
great news, guys. I just real quick, and well, let me touch first on what Curtis said. You know, we have a lot of allies right now, and in the media, and I've been pushing, and I got something up my sleeve, and Curtis knows what I'm talking about, and it should be big. Let's just leave it at that. Again, I don't want to say anything because there's a lot of saboteurs in the community. But I just got a confirmation back. So this guy, I could say because he's the founder for Veterans for Trump. His name is Chad Canton. He will be my co-host on that Veterans Space Call, and he runs his podcast on Friday. That's huge because I had a conversation with him yesterday over the phone. Um, he kind of understood our situation here, and he just became an ally. And I can't wait for him to speak on the space call. You guys are gonna be floored. Yeah, he was like,
Well,
what?
yeah, I've been saying for a little bit now and having discussions with media in the background. You know, former President Trump and candidate Trump, guys, this isn't political. Don't blow up my chat. But he has firsthand experience of what this criminal enterprise is doing to his stock. We need him to come out and talk about it. We need him to talk about the American people being defrauded. Um, so if there's any opportunity there, I would highly recommend that he come out and talk about what's being done to his company. That would be
That's a
huge.
big win
Count
for us.
there.
That's for the veterans. This is huge. This is huge. So I'm happy that he agreed to come on board. He during our conversation yesterday, he was like, "Does Devin know about this?" I'm like, "Oh man, he got me going." And I explained to him how Devin attached the open letter to his complaint. Also, I'll let him.
Don't
Yeah,
do it.
I,
Let
let,
it busy.
Do not do it. You're
I'll let him.
worse than a kid before Christmas.
Yeah, I'll let him.
Do not ruin the.
But I'm happy. I'm happy for the community, and I'm happy that he's coming on board and he's going to be an advocate. So, good job.
Yeah, thank you for all the magic in the background doing that. Just keep it in the background until.
Yeah, exactly. But then again, Curtis, that's some pot kettle shit right there
I
because
know.
you blew your wad on a space last week.
Well,
So
only part of
Yeah,
it.
we're
I
just
should be like,
excited too.
like Curtis. You're not going to stop me. No, no, busy.
Only part of it. But
I know.
um, there are so many irons in the fire. I wanna. This is my ask, right? There's always an ask. Ask for people to reach out to their representatives within Congress, reach out to state AGs. But I'm gonna ask, please. I'm doing this on my it's free time is the total wrong descriptor. There is no free time. I don't have any free time. I'm making time to do this, and I know so many other people are doing this that are not in the foreground, that you don't even know their name, you'll never hear them speak ever, and they're just busting their ass for not just for themselves, but for the entirety of the community. So thank you for everybody that is putting in whatever you can. And everybody, I truly believe, will do whatever they can. But in reality, this is the reality. Unfortunately, Saavy and Busy are subjected to my frustration a lot, sometimes even publicly, because there's so much to do and we're asking so much that this is not my job. My job takes up a ridiculous amount of hours every week. I can't wait to openly discuss things like that with everyone post resolution. Once I don't have to worry about these psychos that we're dealing with on the other side of things. But
Um, it's really more important than ever that everybody does their part. Um, I appreciate the thank yous. I appreciate everybody doing their part to share the message, but like, everyone is capable here. Every single person is capable here. I know not everybody likes public speaking. I know not everybody's comfortable articulating the story front and back. You have to figure out how you as an individual can contribute here and do your part. Um, Part of it is going to be networking. Inevitably, it's going to be networking, leveraging your personal network that already exists, or establishing a new one and branching out. We have to do it. There are no people here with superpowers above and beyond the rest of us as individuals from within the community. Busy is able to establish the connections, not because he has lived a lifetime of headhunting and networking, but because of just sheer force and will, and he won't give up. It's persistence. And everybody needs to have that kind of mentality, everyone, if we actually want to see this thing through. So I get frustrated at times because I look at things and I see a lot of the stuff that goes on, and I get really frustrated and drained personally when we're focused on what I believe to be the wrong things at times, because then I'm like, what are we doing? Like, if we had somebody guiding this ship and really orchestrating the action, and we were coordinated and consistent all the time, I feel like we'd be in a better place. And sometimes I think we spin a little bit. It's fine. Like, none of us are doing this professionally. We're all stuck here against our will because of, unfortunately, a lot of bad people with a lot of money and power. So um, my frustration is going to come out sometimes. Personally, I apologize for that. It's not personal. And I am most frustrated with the people that, or the frustration appears to come out regretfully to the people that I love and care and work the closest with, because it's just honesty coming through in the moment. But we have got to push harder and work smarter than ever right now. Time is of the essence. So we have what we need to get the job done. The information that hasn't been shared, and I just state, part of it will never be shared publicly unless um, unless every avenue has been exhausted, and it will, the media will be forced to cover if you release some of the information, but the media is not going to leverage our reconciliation process, not in my opinion. So anyway, we all need to do our part. So um, a lot is asked of a very few amount of people here. And in case you didn't know, like what Busy said, none of us are employed. None of us are employed by anyone here, or I'm certainly not. I'm still waiting on that paycheck to come in the mail. I would refuse it, by the way, if one is offered, and I appreciate all the nice, wonderful things that people have offered to do. But please, everybody, find out and leverage. You may not even know what talent you have, but find out how you can make a contribution and do it. You
Hey,
have to do it.
hey, Curtis. By the way, apology accepted. Okay. Uh, I mean, if people would see you go off on me sometimes, they'll be like, "Damn, Busy got his ass handed down to him." No, but you did say that you
I'm
went,
still trying to find mine from this morning.
Yeah, sorry.
I got the 10 drinks. Remember that you said you wouldn't accept anything other than drinks. So
Yeah, someone can pick up the bar tab. I'm not paying for drinks when this thing's over. I'm not paying for a single. I better not pay for a single drink from this community for the rest of my fucking life. I would be super disappointed. That's my only ask. And a handshake, and let's make sure that this never happens again. But yeah, seriously though, everyone, I know the time and attention that we spend here in sharing information and sharing strategy and sharing game plans is all imperative. But you have to step away from the space and go do the work. You have to do the work. The job doesn't get done if no one does the work. And it's totally unfair. If this were an act, if this were my career, and you have like 6 people doing the amount of work, and then everybody else is getting to reap the that would not last. It would not last, especially with zero compensation. It would not last. So figure out, I'm not saying you have to do something that's outside of your realm of strengths, but you have got to figure out how you can contribute and do it. You have to do it. I know we ask a lot, and a lot of people do it every day. Not everybody is doing their fair share. A lot of people reach out to Congress every single day, and you should be commended for all of your efforts. There are people that put out the resources and the documentation and educate all day, every day. There are people that disseminate the information as effectively as it could possibly be disseminated. That's junk savvy. Organize the information, understanding, being able to answer questions, making sure that people are organized. The networking, but you have got that busy does. So many people, so much talent, but not everyone is doing their part. And if you can't definitively say that you are doing everything in your power to do your part, then I'm going to ask more. I personally am going to ask more because I am doing everything every available minute. And for anybody that's listening here that has my phone number, like it is impossible to have 30-minute or hour-long conversations to the tune of 30 calls a day, right? So my circle becomes smaller as we get closer and closer, and the value of what we're working on increases. So we have got to become super sophisticated and organized here if we want to actually win this battle. So anyway, I know it's kind of anecdotal, this whole entire message I'm saying, but if just look inside yourself, or go walk in front of a mirror and say, am I doing everything possible to move the ball forward in regards to MMTLP?
Curtis, but
So
how awesome is this community, though? I mean, the other side wasn't expecting us to not only last this long, but dig up some of the information that the DD group has been able to dig up, and other community members have been able to provide. Uh, I mean, it's just amazing. I mean, and there's so much information that hasn't even been shared with the community. Uh, I honestly think that this findings that came out yesterday, this was coordinated, because there's so much shit coming out, Curtis. They're afraid. They're nervous.
yeah, there's one piece that if it executes, then it's yeah. I mean, we'll see, but we gotta look. We can't. Um, what's the saying? You can't count your chickens before they hatch. We can't do that. We need to keep pushing. Um, everyone, look, we're going to be thrown obstacles. We've been thrown obstacles how many times over a 19-month period, right? It's just another obstacle. It's just another objection to overcome. All you have to do is be able to speak intelligently to it, and it's easy to move on from it. So, uh, I believe in this community. We've gone further than any other, and we've created the blueprint that many others will follow thereafter. Many are following it, and in our stead right now, DJT. So please continue the efforts. Do not, and by the way, this goes without saying, but this is part of what is very draining to me. I do not care what our detractors say. When people are sending me this, I do not care. They have no weight, no bearing in any of this. That this was their Super Bowl, was playing and trying to name John and George as part of SEC enforcement. That this was their Super Bowl. This is the closest thing that they could get to saying, "Oh, look, see, this was the issue. This was the issue all along. Was they were trying to raise money on the back of shareholders." When what was being asserted was they were trying to raise money on the back of people lending the stock and borrowing, aka open short positions. I I don't know how that plays out in the media. If anyone actually understands the subtext of what they're not saying out loud, there's no empathy here for short sellers, zero. And unfortunately, the way the system is rigged and the way that the rules are changed in the midst of the game is to protect those short sellers. We're victims of that. So realize that. Hopefully, it lights a fire under your ass and it reinvigorates you to put in the level of effort that is necessary from each and every one of us in order to get to the finish line. So anyway, I'm I am reinvigorated. I cannot wait. I can't like we don't have to wait long either. I cannot wait. I welcome I welcome this challenge and I welcome overcoming objections in a massive, massive, massive platform and audience. So uh yeah, I cannot wait. Can't I feel like Bart Scott. Can't wait. Can't wait. Just wait. They messed with the wrong group of investors, that's for sure. But anyway,
Oh, why did
everybody,
you do that so tame and PG?
I know.
If you're gonna say it, Curtis, say it.
I'm
Why
I'm
did you
I,
you what with the wrong ticker?
I it's you know what? I'm PG Curtis today. I'm keep it clean. Um
Oh, I'm so disappointed
Not
I
in you.
true.
know. I
Not
know.
true. He sends me those pictures, not your pictures, but other pictures.
Hey, you weren't supposed to share those, Curtis.
Hey, seriously, there's so much work to do. Everybody grab a shovel, please. Grab a shovel.
So, Curtis, let me ask you a question though. When you're talking about work to do, what's going through my mind, is it time to enlist some of our friends in other communities to help us in this effort? Or do we risk muddling the message?
No, I don't. So in order to do that, in my opinion, in order to do that effectively, you need to be able to. There's nothing worse than somebody telling our story incorrectly. That's trying to help, but they're doing it incorrectly, right? We've been guilty of it within this community of getting facts wrong, right? Of making assertions that can't be proven, and uh personally try to avoid that like the plague. I try to avoid like everything that we you notice there's I don't have to issue a amendment to the FAQ rebuttal. Didn't have to happen. That none was warranted. Certainly not within 48 hours like FINRA did. In the supplemental, same thing. In the uh response to the open letter, didn't have to issue any kind of rebuttals. There's no lies in any kind of rebuttals or some of the fact-finding missions that have been laid out after those letters were sent and the responses were sent. So we need to be able to speak to just the facts. The facts are on our side. The truth is on our side. Uh, we don't need sensationalism. We don't need hyperbole. What we need is just to stick to the very basic facts that are provable in court, right? So those are the things that are important, and they clearly display conflict of interest. Um, yes, to answer your question, Savvy, I think it absolutely would be ignorant to not reach out. Spoiler alert, I'm going to be reaching out to Bill Pulte and I would volunteer myself. I would love it if you would come do this with me, Savvy. But maybe somebody outside the community with the same shared interest will do it if you will not.
What are you doing?
I will come. I will do the PP show and enlist the retail army that tunes in within that audience. But look, we're at this point where there are interests, our specific interests with MMTLP, right? And those are not at risk. I'll say this like over and over again until I'm blue in the face. Our interests are not at risk. And we are not a risk to the interests of other tickers and other investment communities. We are not a risk. So taking the things that we've done that have been successful, right? But just our numbers, our sheer force that we have is relatively small in comparison with that of AMC, GameStop, BBBYQ. Like we're small in comparison. So when you talk about reaching across the aisle and talking about where we have common shared enemies, right? It is really important that we band together and we advocate for not just the changes to the marketplace that prevent things like this from happening again, but awareness around who these actual criminals are, who the bad actors are, and how they're facilitating it. So we have to do it. It
But
has to be done. And
you
I see Michael is now up here. What's up, Michael?
I know.
you
Did we say the
asked
same
in
It's
thing,
like you were
Michael?
summoned.
correct.
I was summoned. What's up, y'all?
Well, Michael, Curtis wants to be on the PP show. What say you?
I'd love you on the PP show. We have a show tonight. It starts at let's see, was it 7 Central Time? I always get mixed up the time. It's Pacific time. It starts at 5, and it usually goes for about 3 hours. So, if you want to come like a little bit later in the show, I can send you a link, actually.
I
Uh,
can't, unfortunately, I can't do tonight. I have a conflict, but I'll DM you, Michael, and we'll coordinate what makes sense. And I want to make sure, I want to make sure it doesn't like create any kind of obstacle for any of your agenda items. I've tuned into quite a few shows, and depending on what the latest news is, I want to make sure that we're not interfering with anything like that too. So, but
I mean,
I'll
I don't know as much as if we have an agenda. I mean, it's kind of just a place to hang out with, like-minded people that,
yep.
so it's, we take things as they come, and, I think that I see a lot of things coming together. I mean, I don't want to tie like too many things together, but I mean, even the Julian Assange thing gets me excited about like some real changes in the world that are happening as far as who's in power. And, I think I didn't realize till recently, you guys have been talking about the attorney generals for so long. And I didn't know, because I have a friend that actually that's may or may not be working for an attorney general now, and a state attorney general. And so he said, oh yeah, there's been a movement for a while to kind of take power from the federal government, and that there's supposedly there's a rule, I can't remember what it's called, but where anything that's not explicitly outlined in the role of the federal government can be taken by the state government. And for a long time, they haven't really, done that. But over the last several years, they realized the importance of that, and there's been like a whole movement to make that happen. So that's cool, and it's cool that you guys have been on top of that for longer than me. I mean, I was kind of just thrown into this world. Like I just bought a stock, and I wanted to know why I was going down. So
Hey, me too.
and we
Me too.
we 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 bounced back up. I mean, we rose to the occasion, and now we're, I definitely have some like huge holes in my knowledge base, but it's not hard to see things that don't line up. And I mean, it doesn't take very long to realize, like, oh, if someone says trading is going to be till this date and then they halt it, makes you wonder why, right? And when there's a lot of money on the line, it's like, oh, that's probably why, is because there's a lot of money. So I've been seeing some common denominators, and I think we're outlining the problem, and I hope that there's people farther up that already have this nailed down. But then again, I mean, it's really hard if the only people that that know what's going on are already in those upper circles, and so they can just kind of get bought out and like, let's just let's just put it off till later. I mean, in the Bed Bath one, for instance, like I just wrote a demand letter to the plan administrator. And it's like, look, here are all the things that so far you guys are not litigating on behalf of the estate. And like, you either do it, or I'm going to write to the judge and tell him to 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 kick you off as plan admin. And it's like, all right, I'll send it to my litigation team. So I mean, if we don't hold them accountable, literally no one is going to.
Absolutely. I feel that. And that's on every front, on the judicial front, on the congressional front, and us having to become our own media in a sense, right? Social media becoming the new form of media, sifting through any biases or other masters that are being served with the corruption of money and power. It is 100% true. Can't agree with you anymore. So yeah,
I
Michael,
just
I'll coordinate with you in the background, and we can figure out a time that makes the most sense. We are dealing with educating some separate media members that have a vested interest in this right now. In the background, but I can't wait to hit the social media campaign too, and make sure that everybody's informed with what's going on, and then get back to the issue at hand with MMTLP. So, be a pleasure to come on.
Yeah, sweet. Yeah, anytime. It'd be awesome to have you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Michael, appreciate the invite from you as well. Sorry, haven't been able to make that happen, but no, Michael, it's actually and it's important one. We actually talked about this today, that it's the 10th Amendment to the Constitution that basically says that any powers that are not specifically given to the federal government, nor powers withheld from the states, are reserved to the states and the people at large. And we actually did an interview Monday with Wes Christian where he talked a little bit about that. And definitely we sense that there is this much larger battle between the states, the federalist system fighting back against, what we have now, which is a corruption of that system. So, but I also wanted to make a point just, to put a bow on it for the community as well. I know money is the issue, Michael, but I truly have become to believe in that, at least with MMTLP, I don't think it was about necessarily the money, that was not why, and others will disagree. But if you look at all the trading data that went back all the way to 2012, it would have taken incredible effort to, decipher that and go through that to prove the fraud and corruption. But on the 9th and 12th, it was going to be concentrated in 2 days. So for me personally, I think that they could not put it on the record when you've got brokers that are supposed to have a certain number of certificates and they're buying 10 times their certificates, putting that on the record in such a short, concentrated period. And then, we ask the question, Michael, all the time, well, why aren't the brokers attempting to cover? Why isn't TradeStation settling their positions now that they've admitted they have had a problem? Because it puts it on the record, and they are going to avoid that record as long as they can. And so what is going to the big question for us, I think it's also a question for GME, as well as other highly concentrated shorted stocks. What is going to compel these shorts to cover their liabilities? And I wish I had the answer. Is it a federal judge? Is it a Supreme Court judge? Is it I don't think it's just the opportunity, because our brokers have had the opportunities and not taken it. So just wanted to add that to the discussion.
I mean, I think one thing is, I think they changed the whole system, how stock lending works. I think that's the biggest problem. Goldman Sachs, that's their main source of income. And there's all these other companies like Enigma Securities, which is attached to Jeffrey Epstein through actually Doug Sifu, crazily enough. And all these other kind of companies, there's like We Match.live or something. There's a few other like international stock lending, and I think that's where the big problem is, because I think that I think they kind of changed how market making and all that works in 2021 when the gamma ramps end up like that they would have to they would start to have to hedge. And I've noticed that I don't think that they really hedge. That they have the ability now to just not. They just can just let out the pressure. For example, I was looking at the Rumble stock, and it just seemed like everything was going to cause it to. Max Payne was like $2 higher than it was, and I was like, "There's all this pressure supposedly from this cost to borrow, and for some reason it just goes down after and I, I mean that and a lot of other things. It just I think that the stock lending is the problem, and they can do pretty much infinite stock lending, which is like free. You're basically able to get a loan for free, like a zero interest loan that's you don't even have to pay taxes on until you cover. And if you never have to cover, you never have to pay taxes. So there's like billions of dollars floating around in this market that Goldman Sachs controls. And I just watched a video clip of actually Zelensky, and he was like thanking BlackRock, Goldman Sachs, and JP Morgan. And I was like, wow, that just sounds so sketch. Like to put all three of those in one group and think that how influential that is. But since they have basically free money printers through this stock lending, they can do it. And all it is just some derivative exposure on some balance sheet that no one looks at. Like, you'd have to go really, really deep into JP Morgan or Goldman Sachs to even find where all that ledger is. But the ledger is just a number, and that number, I think, is like sort of a liability that they like don't really even take seriously. And like, kind of like, instead of saying like how many shares do I have out, it's like, what's my cost to borrow, and is that worth it? like if I do this crime and I counterfeit all these shares and I get a slap on the wrist, like, am I going to make more than I'm going to pay out? Because, like, if yes, then I'll just do it. And like, it's just that simple. It's just purely risk, a risk assessment. And so I think that, like, the blockchain technology, and I don't know whether that's going to come through T0 or Loopring or Tyco. I don't know, but we need to actually have unique identifiers on each one of the shares. That way, someone other than Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan know how many shares are on loan, right? It is an absolute crime that if you're the CEO of a company, you can't just ask how many shares are out there. They won't tell you. That's the craziest thing. It's like they should be able to immediately know how many shares are on loan. Every CEO, heck, every person should just be able to know that. I don't know why it's secret. I mean, I
Yeah.
actually do know why it's
Well,
secret.
and Michael, you're mentioning the three horsemen of the apocalypse, right? There's no coincidence that that's who he is calling out, because that is, of course, where they're getting their funding from. But I will also say, one of the things about the Mmtlp fiasco is that we exposed that. We exposed that with TradeStation. They specifically told their shareholders that we loaned out too many shares and that we can't deliver your certificates. And so, at the time, I had posted something about, chaos is ensuing this weekend in all compliance departments for getting those shares back. But also, when Devin Nunes put out his first correspondence to NASDAQ, he specifically mentioned tax evasion. Which goes to the point that you were saying. It is absolutely when they do not cover those liabilities. Now, guys, I'm not talking about, forcing them into bankruptcy, then they never have to pay taxes. I've read an article that says that it's actually not true. But how they avoid paying taxes is when they seller box these companies and hold those positions down. And then they can leverage their unrealized gains to go do it to another company. That is how they're avoiding the taxes. And so, yeah, no, it's definitely, people out there bringing these things to a light. And there's definitely a movement. Wes Christian talked about that. He said, the can of worms is open and it's moving. And so, as attorney generals in particular see the opportunities that they have. Speaking of the federalist system, he talked about how, if you look at the greatest challenges faced by our society in the last few years, it's been solved through the states. If you look at, the tobacco industry lawsuits, if you look at the opioids lawsuits, if you look at the human trafficking, they are closest to the problem and best equipped to deal with those issues. And so that is our federalist system. That's how it was designed. But unfortunately, we have strayed away from that. But there's definitely a movement headed back that way.
Yeah, and thank you for clarifying. Yeah, I guess it depends, but like how long they stay seller box could potentially be a very, very long time. And if
Oh, yeah,
individuals
absolutely.
like me and
Yeah.
you have to get a 16% interest loan and they can get essentially a zero interest loan. I mean, that's like the whole difference. Like, it's not about how much money you make, it's how much leverage you have access to. And that's the club that we're not part of, is this free leverage club where you just say, "Oh, I'm from Goldman Sachs." And the Federal Reserve is like, "Oh, how much money do you want?" Like, "I'll give you as much as you want." What, 0% interest, 1% interest? And it's just absolutely insane. And it's insane that even with that advantage, they're still not able to make more money. You'd think that they'd be able to make
They
more money
still
than they
cheat.
do.
They still cheat, Michael. They cheat. They have all the advantages in the market and they still cheat. But the other club that we're not allowed in is the margin club, where they get their margin limits changed constantly, their thresholds changed. But the moment you even approach yours, you're getting a notice in your broker to cover those. So
And
yeah, no, it's all the rules are stacked up against us. And then these people have to still cheat in order to win. And then they gloat about their wins. And then they take those winnings and they go pump it into the political system so that they can get more favors and more advantages. Talk about, election interference.
seriously, and the margin thing, right? Like, I actually have a friend that he a while back he actually went through and found that there was all these companies that were claiming to have all these Berkshire Hathaway shares on their balance sheet. And then, when he pointed out that everyone was claiming to have more shares than exist, and he started like emailing them, they actually like took it off their balance sheet. And it's like,
The
oh,
time
that's
is
interesting.
3
So like,
o'clock
I
p.m.
think one thing that has never been addressed, and I have no idea, I mean, I have like, is the whole FTX and Binance thing with the tokenized shares, because like it totally doesn't add up. And I think, those shares are either margin on someone's balance sheet that they're using, or it's locates that they're using, or both. But either way, like, how is it that there's a cost to borrow of less than 1% for GameStop if there's billions of these tokenized shares that are out there that should be paid back, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense. And so I'm wondering, like, in the background, is someone working on that? I mean, I don't know how they would necessarily undo that. That's why I kind of have the hope/theory that hopefully, behind the scenes, they're just going to have to give FTX to GameStop or something because they owe them so many shares or something like that.
Yeah, who knows? But I do see Mark in here, and I believe it was Mark who brought this point up. Here's another kind of issue that I have. Companies who are very well aware of the fraud that exists in their securities are put in positions where they're releasing corporate actions asserting facts that they know not to be true. They're also selling shares into the market for capital raises, shares that are extraordinarily diluted already because of the fraud and manipulation in their stock. How can a CEO legitimately file these documents and filings knowing what is going on in their stock? And is that a whole nother level of fraud? Have you ever discussed that in your community?
Sorry, I was distracted by, like, I had a thought about something. You want to repeat that question?
No, I was just going to say, I believe Mark had posted a concern about this, and it's something I've been pondering is when you've got CEOs or put in positions where they have to release corporate actions, where they assert facts that they know not to be true because they know of the dilution, they know of the oversold positions in their shares. They then, file corporate actions to do capital raises and put shares into the market based, they have to know that there's fraud and dilution. And so what issues are there that these CEOs are put in those positions? How can they file their financials when they know that there is fraud and manipulation and an abundance of counterfeit shares in their stock?
You know, I know, I mean, I don't have a ton of examples, but I know for Bed Bath and Beyond, it was very confusing. I came late to the game. I actually literally came when, I'd kind of heard buzz about it, and I was like, well, their community seems enthusiastic, which has to be some kind of asset to the company, right? But like, at the price point, it just didn't really appeal to me until it was at about 35 cents, and the CEO was like, look, here's our plan. We're going to scale down. And I was like, huh, I mean, that makes sense. And there's still a $5 billion revenue company. And, but as it went, she said it would be, oh, we have 2 weeks until it goes into, we risk bankruptcy. So we have to just raise this money first on this dilution. And I was like, it looks like they're doing it. And then, you know, 10 days go by and then they just go early into bankruptcy. And so I was trying to figure out the whole time who was nefarious, and everyone in the community had different thoughts. And, you know, come to find out, the CEO, was probably colluding with these people to do these dilutions that they had probably already pre-sold. Um, So it's like kind of like with AMC, right? So the stock price was really high, and I think that the whole ape unit thing was that Antara, was able to short the company when the price was really high, and then use the ape units to cover later. And kind of goes back to the same story as some people have a lot bigger margin and can just hold out until that happens. And so similar with Bed Bath & Beyond, you have to have the same player, which is B. Riley. And so B. Riley was financially advising the company, but also underwriting the dilution. And so you had offers. One was by Ryan Cohen to actually save the company without dilution. And what do you know? They reject his offer, hide it, and then go with this one that would dilute the entire TSO, total shares outstanding, by 80%, which is insane. And that was with Hudson Bay, the same ones that did it to BBIG. And so I think that basically someone pre-sold those shares when they were at a lot higher price, once they had kind of made a deal with a CEO that's saying, look, as long as you give us this dilution, that for sure we have these locates, we can short it and we'll give you a piece of the pie. So in the case of MMTLP, I don't know how, whether it could just be that there are consultants or lawyers involved that maybe the CEOs aren't aware of exactly what's going on. And those are the people that I think are, probably the ones orchestrating it. And so, because not everyone's an expert in everything to do with the company. I mean, we had a Retail United space, and we had this one guy from this biotech company come on, and he's like, hey, we want your opinion. It's our real opinion. Yeah. And then we just tore him apart, saying oh, I'm sure your CFO does this. Oh yeah. What do you know? I'm sure, all these things. And so, I think that the CEO is trying to build a company, and so they're not really maybe aware of the things in the background, and maybe there's a lot of pressure not to really look into the background, and maybe they hope that it won't matter. I'm not sure, but I know in the case of Bed Bath & Beyond and with Overstock, even though it's not on their financials anywhere, when push comes to shove, somehow Bain Capital or McKinsey Consulting or BCG come up. And it's why do we not find out that McKinsey Consulting was involved in Bed Bath & Beyond until it comes up in a court deposition? That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, Michael, and guys, I'm going to take an indulgent moment. Michael, we were supposed to set this stage down for you.
Oh, sorry.
But no, I enjoyed the conversation. No, I wanted to ask you a question. I'm a recent DME investor. I was invested in AMC, took a loss, vowed never to get involved with these people again, but honestly saw an opportunity, and I'm green, and I'm happy with that. But let me ask you a question. So there is speculation that, and I'm sure you guys will address this on your spaces, but guys, I'm taking a personal position. There's speculation that Ryan Cohen dumped those shares into the market because he was forced to by the government to allow the shorts to cover their positions. I don't think it's a coincidence that the day after the SEC announced the termination of their investigation. This isn't to impugn Ryan Cohen. I'm just wanting your perspective on what you believe the two offerings were about, and if indeed it was to release the shorts. And if that is the case, do the shareholders have recourse with Ryan Cohen?
What we mean recourse?
I know.
No. Sorry, it was a complex question. I'm trying to. So there was the run up in August 2022, and that he was so. As far as releasing the shorts, there might be that might be a possibility because it had already become it was already. The tokenized shares already existed ever since 2019. I think that's why Roaring Kitty got into GameStop to begin with, was that he knew that they were out there. And so his whole plan was you know what, if accountability ever comes to the market, these people are totally screwed and there's a lot to gain, right? And he hasn't talked about it, but I'm sure that that's, and they use the XRT ETF to do it. So there's a strong possibility, especially with the administration that was going on at the time, that they're like, look, we're not going to let you do this. You better sell those shares. In the court deposition, it kind of seems to suggest that he actually sold them to other investors. It said to 7 other investors or something. I don't know. That might be unclear. But he came back and bid for the company in December. So he sold in August 2022, and then he came back and made an offer for the company in December. So he definitely didn't leave. But
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about the recent offering in the last 2 months. You know, of course, with all the excitement about Roaring City and you know, the options expiry and all this kind of stuff, and then right in the middle of it, someone comes in and drops, you know, dilution on the company. I understand the raising of the funds, building a war chest. I get that. But when there was, you know, the potential for price escalation and it was tamped down by, you know, him diluting, 75 million shares, putting those into the market, and then the next day, the SEC investigation engine to release, there's a lot of speculation in and outside the GME community that he was pushed to do that by the government to offer the shorts and out so that we didn't get the price escalation in GME that we were hoping and technically looking for. So my question is, what are your thoughts on that? But then do the shareholders potentially have a case because he absolutely did not work in the best interest of the shareholders? If that's
okay. Sorry, it's crazy how many times similar things happen. I think there's something really big happening because, like, basically, like, when you think about the tokenized shares and the real short interest that's actually there, I think that it's like kind of that what's the more important one? Do you want like the whole thing, or do you want a temporary squeeze? Because, you know, a CEO has a fiduciary duty if the price gets above a normal price to sell shares. They also have a fiduciary duty if they have cash on hand if it gets below a certain evaluation to buy back shares. And, you know, GameStop hadn't really had that evaluation yet. So it was, you could say, over evaluated at you know, $40. So for him to sell from $40 to $30, it actually makes sense to raise capital. And then if it gets below $20, then he has plenty of money to buy back shares. And as far as, you know, so now the company is in a lot stronger position, but like, I think that the real squeeze that's coming is like going to happen when there's T0 or loopring that has accountability. Because let's say that he would have let it run, it would have actually caused quite a bit of harm because, you know, people wouldn't really know when to sell. And if it came right back down to book value, then people would lose a lot of money. And whereas, let's say that they get T0 and then there's true, you know, price discovery and accountability, then it will just go up high, it will run up really high, and then it will just stay there. And so it's possible that they were forcing his hand. I mean, when he was giving his shareholder meeting, you know, it seemed like he was reading something that literally the SEC would tell him to read. I know that when they were doing the NFT store, that basically the SEC was like lived there in their office, just like breathing down their neck, trying to destroy what they were doing. That's why it was not profitable, was all because of the SEC. And which is why on the same day, GameStop and X got rid of all their NFTs. And what do you know, like similar time period, T0 came out with a bunch of new patents and stuff or not patents, that regulatory permissions and whatnot. So I think there's a lot bigger picture, and I think that it's like, you know, whether the SEC told them to dilute or not. I mean, I lost quite a bit of money, to be honest, on both of those actually, because of that. I mean, he does not want to dilute. I mean, that was what he said in Bed Bath in his letter, like to the board. He's like, don't do any diluted financing. And Larry Chang said recently, he's like, in his live stream that he did like 2 days ago, he said, you know, a company should, like, he's like, I would never do any capital raise unless I had a very high return on interest, you know, item I wanted to purchase, right? So I trust the board. I mean, that's why, you know, probably shouldn't buy far out of the money options. But that the SEC might be involved, yes. But that the mother load of all, you know, counterfeit shares will eventually be called out, and it will be worth it. I mean, you know, if you're holding shares and, you know, true price discovery happens and it goes to $1,000 or $5,000 a share, I mean, there's going to be definitely no complaints by any of the shareholders. It's just, you know, people like me that degenerately bought a shiz ton of call options that were short dated and got burned. So,
well, slow your roll a little bit there, Michael. We're not ready to get the short side. Wes Christian indicated that ours are. We may still have that ground.
He said there was another one that he might be involved in. I think that was actually bad.
He also said, but because we don't have a share count, because Broadridge and DTC refused to give the data regarding MMTLP, we're always the damn exception. He did say, though, that our numbers were far more than we can imagine, and he would blow our minds if he told us what his gut feeling is telling it is. So don't take our crown just quite yet.
Oh, well, I mean, the thing is, I think that how it works is that the stock market just picks these sacrificial companies.
Right.
And so there's just this list of, it's free money, as much liquidity as you can put in there, as much as you can sell it, just sell it. And so I think that there's a handful, and it's all the ones that are in like XRT, maybe, well, not all the ones in XRT, but a lot of them in XRT. And I think that they started overselling them ever since 2019 when they made tokenized versions of them. So that's why it was a mother load. This whole basket is because of that.
Yeah. Well, certainly.
Securities for GameStop still exist? Like, are they still out there floating around being used as locates for GameStop?
Yeah, and that's the thing is that, you know, behind, you know, we talked to Mike Taylor. He actually came to, we did a PP show / Pulte Live in Atlanta, and he came. He was pretty high up in working in Citadel, and he said, he's like, I don't really know what happened on the back end of what I was doing. He's like, I would just ask to lend. I would just click a button, see if there were shares to lend. If it said yes, I would lend them. And so I think that only a real few people know where, like, what happens on the back end of that. And one thing that's interesting is if you look at the interview that Platinum Sparkles did with, can't remember his name right now, the guy from Citadel. I know, he was right under that, or not right under that. He was the guy that worked for FTX, Brett Harrison, I think. Yeah, there we go. So that interview, when he was like, oh yeah, and she asked, like, are they one-to-one backed? He says yes. Well, when that interview happened, they were not. They already had, like, confirmed that they weren't one-to-one backed. So I think that what happened was, on the back end, a doorway was opened, and no one really knew it was opened. I mean, like, I guess people knew it was open, and people assumed that it was shut, but it was never shut. In fact, it was probably opened wider and wider, and just got, you know, kind of ridiculous. So I think
it's the camel with his nose under the tent. Before you know it, you're outside and the whole camel's and, you know, enjoying your hookah. So.
And so I think that's what has to be. I think that they're trying to, you know, the SEC had a meeting in like December of 2023, and they said that they were doing stress tests for the upcoming meme stock event. And I'm like, well, what event are they talking about? Because, like, you know, supposedly at that point, GameStop wasn't going anywhere. Bed Bath & Beyond was well through bankruptcy. Our shares were already canceled. AMC was still incredibly in debt, not necessarily looking like it was going to get out of debt. So I'm like, what is this meme stock event that they're stress testing for? And I think that's all these, you know, naked shorted shares. I mean, last year they were still gaslighting us and saying that, you know, we were crazy for even suggesting that naked shorts sold shares existed. And now it's official. The SEC has admitted that they exist.
Oh, I got one for you, Michael. So we were discussing this earlier today. Adam Levine, hesitate to call him a journalist, but a fiction writer for Bloomberg, wrote the article years ago about how Dole Foods had too many shares, right? And then about 7 years later, he's writing about Mmtlp, you know, that naked shorting doesn't exist, and then it's all a myth. And then yesterday, on the announcement that the SEC has filed an enforcement action against John Berta and George Palacaris, he comes out and puts out the title of his article, something to the effect of, you know, Mmtlp tried to manufacture a short squeeze. And so, you know, these guys just have no credibility, but they are still out there. And by the way, Mmtlp is not what was addressed in the SEC enforcement actions. The events that they were speaking of were pre the creation of Mmtlp, but they will use every attempt to perpetuate their fraud and their participation in the criminal enterprise that is manipulating the situation. But it is so incredulous to me that these guys have the hubris to sit out there and say that naked shorting exists or doesn't exist, and then you put in SEC enforcement for naked shorting, and they brush it off like it's a one-off. So
I mean, what's a
ridiculous.
CEO supposed to do, right? Because, like, let's say that, you know, that's why I think that Roaring Kitty, his whole kind of shtick was like, hey, I'm just hanging out, I can drink a beer or whatever, and all he was doing is trying to bring awareness to it. And so, I mean, but like, you look at Overstock, you know, with Patrick Burns, right? He was bringing awareness, like, hey, my company is being naked shorted, and you know, that's not cool because it makes
and
it.
What they went after it.
Exactly, and so
look what they did. Look what they did to Roger. What they're currently doing to Roger Hamilton, GTS or GNS. Same exact thing. You know, you speak up, you speak out. You try to protect your company and force these guys to you know, cover their liabilities, and they come after you, and they come after you hard. I know they came after you, Roger, and he's posted about it. And I'm not saying, you know, in our particular situation that George Palacaris or John Berta didn't have any sort of liability. I don't know all the details. I haven't seen all the evidence. I came into Mmtlp, you know, 3 days before the halt. So, you know, I did not invest because of whatever social media influence. But whether they do or not, you know, like we've talked, Michael, there's no way the SEC is ever going to allow discovery. No way. So what is the point of what they're doing? It's a manipulation. It's a leverage. Oh, shoot, guys. Michael just got glitched out. Hang on a second. Oh, and I can call Colty here. So, Colty, I'm gonna send you a mic. Feel free to grab it. You know you're always invited to have a mic. So, let's see if we can get Michael back here, guys. Give me a second. Oh, shoot. Where do you...
guy who does this TV show?
Yeah, okay, you're back. And so, and honestly, 6 hours into a space and up late last night, I'm kind of losing it. But, you know, what we see is the SEC has a pattern of behavior where you speak up out against the fraud and manipulation in the market, even if you're not specifically speaking out the SEC, but you're speaking about the people to which they are beholden to, the criminal enterprise that they participate in and they enable, then, you know, they will come at you. And we saw that with Patrick Byrne. We saw that with Eagle Tech. We saw that with Roger Hamilton. You know, are we going to be seeing that with Devin Nunes? I don't think they dare go after him. But, you know, is that what we are seeing here with Mmtlp? And it has to be said, because I know we have more people in this space, that whatever issues the SEC plans to litigate in this enforcement action, not one of those issues or claims explains, excuses, or resolves the imbalance of shares in Mmtlp. It doesn't even explain or excuse the potential fraudulent listing of Mmtlp on the OTC markets against the intentions and wishes of the issuer. So just want to make sure, because we've got some of your crowd in here as well, that we put that out there. But are they leveraging it, number one, to get these guys under indictment so they'll shut up, to force them into a position to establish a false narrative and to deflect and distract because of the enormous momentum that we had going into Congress. So this is, again, Michael, another instance. We talked about, the federalism and things like that. We are seeing the weaponization of administrative agencies like the SEC against the American people and those that stand up against their regime. And that's what, again, I can't say that there was or wasn't issues with John Bird and George Caligaris, because quite frankly, I haven't even read the whole situation. But I do know that it is, like I said, it does not explain, excuse, or reconcile the imbalance of shares that created the Mmtlp fiasco.
I totally agree. And I think the problem is that, the SEC is a revolving door where, they know they want their $1 million a year job after they leave the SEC. I mean, talking to John Stark, I think his name is, or whatever, chief enforcer.
John Reed Stark.
It was funny. I had a great conversation with him, totally pinned him against a wall. It's awesome. About naked short selling and all this, and what do you know, he's a consultant. I'm sure he's making plenty of money on the back end, like consulting these big institutions on how to bypass the regulations and whatnot. And so I think that's all changing, though. I think there's like a huge, kind of like the Federalist movement, there's the Supreme Court case, Jarsky versus the SEC, which is going to pull out the administrative law judges, and that's going to let the Department of Justice come in. And, that's going to be a game changer, because if you're a CEO right now and you're being naked shorted and you tell the SEC to do something, they don't do it, you suggest that maybe regular people bring some awareness to it, and then they're going to try and get you in trouble for causing a short squeeze, it's a double bind, and it's I don't think they realize it's just going to escalate from there. So if either litigation or who knows, but there has to be some solution. It can't be that this corrupt system just stays corrupt.
Yeah, no, it's it. Hang on just a second. I'll get to you in a second. Sorry. Just let Asian, I'm sorry. I know you have a mic. Just let me raise your hand so I know that you want to jump in, okay? But no, Michael, yeah, you're talking about the Turkey case. We, of course, are still waiting on that decision. We talked with Wes about it. He believes that this Supreme Court is going to come down on the side of the Fifth Amendment rights. And so that will certainly put into question SEC enforcement as well as criminal enforcement actions. Now, I want to make clear the enforcement action that they announced yesterday is against John Bird and George Caligaris. That is in federal court. So that is not what's being disputed. It is those enforcement actions that exist in the dark outside of federal court. So I want to make that clear for the community as well. We know that's also in federal court, and they are requesting a jury trial, which is all pomp and circumstance, because they're never going to get to that point. But no, there certainly, it's like we talked about Wes, is there is groundwork being laid to purge our financial system for the criminal enterprise, and I think Jeff Casey is part of that. I think that we need to get penetration of the arbitration clause. We need to get rid of FINRAs and all the other SROs. Michael, did you know there's 36 SROs?
I'm not shocked.
Yeah, so get rid of their immunity. They need to be held accountable, just as brokers do, for the criminal acts of their participants. Hey, Michael, I'm going to go to hands. Let's go to Asian and then Rob. Go ahead, Asian.
So, readdressing your question on getting Brian Columbus forced out of the government to release those shares, even if he did, the original DD still stands that there could be billions, hundreds of millions, if not billions, multiple billions of naked shorts still out there in swamps and overseas. So 75 million shares is basically like throwing them a small bone. it's not going to do much to dilute the float. As we can see, the price of GameStop is still $25. The original thesis still stands. Bankruptcy is off the table. The same, if we have hundreds of millions of positions on Mmtlp on this small stock, 65,000 investors, millions of them. There's millions of investors around the world for GameStop. Imagine Mmtlp, but like, tenfold. That 75 million share dilution is not going to do anything. So I think Ryan Cohen figured out that he's a smart dude. He probably figured out the T plus 35 plus or minus 13 rule as well. So I mean, he did it. He probably is on the same wavelength as Roy. He knows the cycles. So I don't think the squeeze is off the table.
Well, and let me say, I wasn't trying to assume that. I know you've been in my space before. You know, I ask the questions on my to people whether I, believe, that is the circumstance. So having Michael here, I wanted to take that opportunity. But I will say, I'm still in and I'm still green and I'm fine with that. So.
And I don't mind the questions, right? I think people should ask questions.
I know you don't.
Because
I know you don't.
It's, I mean, who really knows? I mean, but I mean, I think the thing that's cool is you can see the effort put in, right? That he's been slimming down the company. They're making a transition to be a holding company rather than an actual just game retailer. And so, they're just scaling down to just strategic locations that are still profitable. And I think they're going to be using that in some kind of omni-channel platform with other companies to have more efficient shipping between other companies. I think they're going to probably join forces with other people to share fulfillment centers and do just basically a whole different level of shipping that's going to actually be profitable, unlike Amazon that's not. Amazon loses money. I think they're going to use like Flexport and Shopify, and they're going to use those locations for things other than just gaming, but it will kind of be still there doing certain things and still being a place for people to hang out. But yeah, it's as it transitions to holding company. I mean, you can see the track record of building towards this, and it's really exciting. So I'm definitely all in.
No, and I don't certainly and I don't discredit you for that reason. I also have a question for you. Do you really think that they're going to let a squeeze ever happen? Now, let me preface this by saying, look what happened to Mmtlp. They re-halted it and deleted it. So, they had so many other options.
For a specific reason, because Mmtlp was going private to Nextbridge Hydrocarbon. GameStop doesn't show any signs of doing that because they're becoming a holding company. Now, will they use re-halt it because low ash is occurring or a squeeze is occurring? Maybe they could, but that would just further ignite retail to millions of retail investors for a call to action. I mean, yeah, they could U3 halt it, but they could also just slowly unwind it too. But it's going to take them forever if there's billions of naked shorts out there that they're passing back and forth to each other. I mean, we have so many coincidental glitches going on out there. Again, Berkshire Hathaway crashing to $194 for a glitch, and then.
But wait, have they unwound those coins yet?
I think they got blocked. They had to honor them.
And they said that they unwound the trades that they deemed not legitimate. So basically, they were saying, well, we made sure that the criminals that needed the collateral got the money that they needed, but any other person, like the people in Germany who were lucky enough to get one, they didn't get anything. No, those trades were reversed.
Yeah, and so I'm guessing general 11%. I think. I may have the number wrong, so I think
mean, I definitely don't speak for the community in this sense. I mean, as me personally, I have thought a lot about how they would let this, like how the squeeze would happen. And I think that it would be too big for them to just let it happen. And so I'm not really sure how it's going to work. I mean, I think that, you know, it might be something that's just like, oh, we have all these shares that are in FTX. All right, fine, we're just going to hand over the keys. Now suddenly GameStop owns all of FTX, right? Or actually part of the shares, part of there's something to do with Silvergate Bank. You know, so maybe they.
Oh, Michael must have a phone call. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, sorry, I was just answering my question when his call dropped. But did you guys see the news article that dropped Plant's UBS, Citadel Securities, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan on their board? Like, what kind of criminal bullshit is this? Absolutely disgusting.
You know, Asian, we have so much to talk about today. But guys, yeah, the article came out that the horsemen of apocalypse that we just mentioned all the time. Seriously, I mean, are they trying to use their ourselves in the regulatory status? I think that is
They can't now. They're completely in bed with the criminals. It's not just collusion, it's incest.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I don't know if you guys have seen that, but yeah, that came across my ticker feed this morning. So, hey guys, I want to get Rob USA in here. Community, I appreciate you indulging me in this chat about GME. I think it's important for us to hear what's going on in other tickers sometimes too, because it gives us insight and understanding as to why ours was held the same. And of course, I say this all the time, Michael, the 3 mistakes they made, they messed with our money, they pissed us off, and they also underestimated. So there's actually 4. They underestimated us, they messed with our money, they pissed us off, and then they gave us the time to get educated, and we're going to carry that into every trade and every ticker community that we ever join. And so, again, community, I appreciate you indulging that conversation. But let's go to Rob USA and see what he's got. Good morning, Rob.
He's connecting as well.
Oh, he's requesting. Give me just a second, guys. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if my space was glitching. It is now 3:36, guys. I've been on since 12:37 my time. I've been on since 6 o'clock. So, go ahead, Rob. Welcome back.
Hey, hello. Wow, I can't believe you're still on.
I can't either. I tried to quit 3 hours ago.
Yeah. I was just gonna go way off on the limb as far as the SEC filing that case yesterday against George and John. Now this is, like I said, way off out on the limb. Like, could the SEC try to derail the dividend? If they can try to prove that the dividend was done in a fraudulent manner, then there is no dividend, and then there is no Mmtlp. I know that, like I said, that's way out there, but could that be an angle that they're trying to use?
And then what are they going to do with all of our money? Keep it?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know about that.
But, no, honestly, Rob, at this point, I don't think you're way off base.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not fully bought in on that, but is this part of a bigger strategy? Are they going to attempt to unwind this thing? I think there's enormous risk for outcries of fraud if they do attempt to do that.
Yeah, I mean, the halt, this is not a halt. This is a seizure of our property. Because if it was a halt, it would have been unhalted. So it's a seizure of property, so it wouldn't be that much of a stretch to say, well, the dividend was fraudulent, so in that case, there really wasn't a dividend. And in that case, guess what? There was never an Mmtlp to even deal with. And then, try to dismiss it that way. I mean, that's just my...
What would they argue that the dividend, which was a preferred share dividend, that was then fraudulently listed for trading?
No,
I don't know. Michael, when I
what
run
I'm saying. Well, what I'm saying, is we would never get to the part of it illegally trading because it was never a dividend to begin with. That's where I'm going at. I'm not even, Mmtlp not even in the picture. This is the dividend, and if they're trying to prove that the dividend should have never even, there should have never even been a seed of a dividend because it was all fraudulent. And then
I don't know if that's, well, but the dividend represents real assets.
Yeah.
And so it's, I
said,
think what, and I haven't read the complaint, to be honest, because I'm focused on moving us forward and not dwelling on something that's irrelevant to the imbalance of our shares.
Sure.
But I believe the claims are around the 137 whatever million dollar capital raise. I think that the core of the argument is that they made claims in order to bump the value and then drop that in order to increase the capital raise. I don't know that, and I'll have to look through it again, but because the preferred share dividend that was never intended to trade specifically represented legitimate assets, meaning there are oil and gas assets, right, the leases there. For them to say, they would have to argue that, that the spin out or the revenue would have never happened even though they approved it.
Exactly.
I think it would be so complicated saying now that they did process the corporate action 18 months later as, division. I think it would be too complicated.
It is ridiculous, but I don't know,
I like your thinking.
My point, my paranoia is necessary. So basically, the enticement was the dividend, and the enticement is the part that they would maybe want to say that's the part that was misleading to the public was the dividend. But once again, that's all I'm going to say. But I appreciate you taking my call, and I was really just wanted to get that out. I see it that way, but I also see that's the negative side of it. The positive side of it is it's like now because they're challenging John and George, that now are they ready for this? Is the SEC ready for this? It'd be like having two little kids. Someone spilled the juice. Now mom or dad says, okay, we're going to stay here until someone tells us who spilled the juice. And eventually someone's going to, the truth is going to come out. So.
Well, I'm here in a space, we don't have even more critical concerns that, are less than 1% of my concerns, but maybe you and I will have to chat offline. But, no, I think that we have learned, and I really think that you're looking at everything through the lens and preparing for all possibilities. But I do think, even though the SEC says that they do not approve corporate action, they did allow that corporate action to move forward, which is almost an endorsement to allow the preferred shares to be created. And if they did that and they had restrictions, which they're saying they did, or they had issues with it, then would they now be part of the fraud if there was any fraud? So many questions, but I think because of the eyes that are on this thing, Rob, I think that would be beyond the pale for them to
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks again for doing this elongated space.
Right? I can't even remember the last time I did a 7-hour space. So, hey guys, I appreciate the convo, Agent Michael. I just got a phone call and they're like, what the are you still doing on this stage? I need to
put something really quick.
Oh, shoot, Michael.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're just like,
okay.
What were you going to say?
So I was going to say, I just think there's different avenues. I don't know which one it's going to be. There could just be some crazy squeeze. T0 could get launched and it just literally just squeezes. Or there could be some other mechanism where they're controlled demolition. All the nefarious actors will get one by one demolished, and maybe that GameStop will just get those pieces, and so the valuation of GameStop will go up with each one of those. Either way, my opinion is definitely going up very quickly. But thank you for having me today.
Well,
That would be awesome.
You know, they're cracking down. Why not? Why not? They're going after illegal market manipulation. And so I joked about that with my group as well. Hey, you want to list go over on the South Street? So I don't know. We'll see. Well, Michael, Ethan, Rob, everyone who was listening today, of course, Curtis, and Nat, Wild Red, Jonna, as always, my co-pilot in the mornings. Thank you guys, but I'm tired. It's hard to keep the mental going for that long, especially when I only got about 3 hours of sleep. So it is nap time for me, guys. So I'm going to say goodbye. Thank you. We have had over 400 people this morning for over 6 hours. So, but thank you guys.
Get some rest, man. Get some rest.
I'm going to after I make a few phone calls. I've missed a bunch of phone calls. So anyway, guys, I like to keep the conversation going, especially if it's good. But I am no longer. My keys are gone. So anyway, I will hopefully see you guys tomorrow. I'll let you know in the morning if I decide to host a morning space or just stream that capital market. But guys, please, put in the work. You want a resolution? You want it now? Put in the work. We need everyone to put in the work. And so priority, of course, is to reach out to your representatives, touch base, regarding the SEC enforcement action, explain that it has nothing to do with the Mmtlp fiasco, that it does not explain, excuse, or reconcile the imbalance of shares or justify FINRA's usury halt and fraudulent corporate action. So then, of course, you can call the committee office to express your concerns and questions for Ari Richardson. You can script some questions for that. And then, of course, you can, number one, if you're with Robinhood, you can file a right to custody complaint. They're still instructed to transfer shares to AST. If you are with Webull, July 19th is your last date to request a transfer, so make sure that you do that if that's what you want to do. And then also, if you are with Fidelity, please consider sending out filing complaints not only with the IRS, but with also the Postal Service, their investigative unit. So lots of other things to do, guys, but let's put in the work and get out now more. Anyway, guys, have a fantastic day, and I'll let you know if we're going to do tomorrow morning. But anyway, as always,